Hey Raven, I just recently came across your channel and I wanted to say how much I love it, especially the Glitch in the Matrix stories. I've always had an interest in the paranormal, and I look forward to sharing my weird experiences with you in the community. There's so much that's happened in my life that it sometimes feels like I'm caught between different layers of reality. I know that sounds strange, but once you hear my story, I think you'll get a better idea of what I mean. As a bit of backstory, I frequently have precognitive dreams that come true, sometimes within days, weeks, or even years. It's like catching a glimpse of the future in my sleep. I can't explain how or why it happens, but it's been a constant theme throughout my life. It's one of the many reasons why I've come to believe that I have some level of psychic ability. But this particular story isn't about my dreams. I'll save those for another time. This is about something that happened while I was wide awake. A truly terrifying and surreal experience that makes me question what exactly I encountered. Right now I'm living with my best friend and their family, and ever since I moved in, strange things have been happening around me. There have been odd occurrences that I can't explain, but none of them compare to what happened on this one particular night. That night, I was sitting in my bedroom watching YouTube, just trying to wind down before bed. It was a pretty normal evening until I was suddenly hit with a very strong and distinct smell. At first, I couldn't quite place it, but after a few moments I realized that it smelled like dried leaves that had been burned and then extinguished with rain. The scent was so vivid and overpowering that it was as if I were standing in the middle of a forest previously on fire after a storm. But here's the thing. I was in my bedroom. Nothing out of the ordinary. I tried to shake it off, but the sensation only got stronger. I felt like I was both in my room and in a forest at the same time. Almost like I was straddling two realities. I can't fully describe how disorienting it was. I could see the walls of my room, the soft glow of my phone screen, and yet overlaying that, I was seeing dense, dark trees swaying in the middle of a storm. I could hear the rain pelting against leaves, and feel the dampness in the air, even though I was physically still in my bedroom. The weirdest part? It wasn't that I was just seeing the forest. I felt like I was experiencing it through someone else's eyes. It was almost as if I had been transported into another person's consciousness. This person was terrified, hiding in a makeshift shelter deep in the woods. I could feel their fear as intensely as if it were my own, and it was overwhelming. I could tell that they had been there for a while, maybe a couple of weeks, just trying to survive. I have no idea who this person was, but they were running from something or someone, and the feeling of dread was suffocating. What made this even stranger is that I'm originally from the Midwest, and I recently moved to Texas. I'm nowhere near any forests like the one I was seeing, and it rarely rains in my area. So, it wasn't like I was just picking up some nearby sensory cues. The vision, or whatever it was, had no connection to my current surroundings. At that point, I started to panic. The experience felt so real, and yet I was still aware that I was in my room. I didn't know what to do. I got up and went to my friend's room and woke them up, desperate for help, but they didn't know what to say. I could barely explain what was happening because I didn't understand it myself. I was having a full-blown panic attack, caught between two realities and unable to pull myself out. Now, for a bit more context, I have dabbled in things like remote viewing, astral projection, and channeling, so I'm not entirely unfamiliar with the idea of stepping outside of my own consciousness. I've always believed in psychic abilities because, like I mentioned earlier, I've had precognitive dreams and gut feelings that ended up being accurate more times than I can count. But this experience was unlike anything I have ever encountered before. I don't know if I was somehow tapping into another dimension, another person's experiences, or something entirely different. I couldn't shake the feeling that this person, whoever they were, was in serious danger, and that I was supposed to help them. But how could I? I didn't know where they were, who they were, or how to reach them. The whole thing left me feeling completely helpless. Was I glimpsing into a parallel reality? Was I channeling someone's experiences in a different part of the world? Or was this some kind of message meant for me to receive? I have no answers, and honestly, I'm not sure I want to. The whole experience left me rattled, and I'm just hoping that I never go through something like that again. Once was more than enough for me. In the days following, I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. I kept asking myself, what if that was me in another universe or timeline? What if I was supposed to do something? But the truth is, I don't know. And I may never know. I've always appreciated my psychic abilities, but this experience was way beyond what I'm comfortable with. I don't know what I tapped into that night, and I'm not eager to revisit it anytime soon. So, Raven, that's my story. I would love to hear your thoughts, and if you or anyone else has experienced something similar. Maybe there's someone out there who can help me make sense of it, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened. Thanks for listening, and I hope to never have a night like that again. Hey Raven, here's a story. It's kind of sad, but it goes in your glitch vortex kind of style of stories. It happened a few years back. I'm still getting over it, but I thought that it's something you could read on your podcast. Some things, no matter how often they happen, always make me smile. Like pancakes. No matter what, the first one never works out. With Nate, it became this silly tradition. Every time we made pancakes, he'd snap a Polaroid photo of the terrible first one, and we would laugh at how demented it looked as the picture developed in front of us. We even had an album of them. It was one of those little things that made me love him even more. His ability to laugh with me, to find joy in imperfections. That morning, everything felt perfect. The sun filtered through the kitchen window, and Nate stood there, tall and grinning, dimples showing as he teased me about our latest pancake disaster. I loved everything about him. His warmth, his humor, his ability to make me feel like the luckiest person in the world. After breakfast, we added the latest Polaroid to our little album, and then headed to pick up our new puppy. The day was bright, one of those days where you would feel like the world is smiling on you. But then something strange happened. We were driving when this wave of nausea hit. Out of nowhere, it was overwhelming, like the air itself had turned against us. I had to pull over, my stomach was churning and my head spinning. And Nate looked just as sick, but beyond that, he looked confused. Like something wasn't right at all. Maybe we had driven through some kind of gas leak or something. I asked him if he was okay, and he nodded, but then he said something that made my heart stop. He thought that we were on our way to my parents' house for lunch. I stared at him, telling him no, we were picking up our new puppy. But he seemed so sure and so convinced that we had other plans. At first I thought it was just a weird miscommunication, but as the day went on, little things started to pile up. Things that I couldn't ignore. Nate ordered a latte at the cafe instead of his usual black coffee. He talked about memories that didn't exist, like weekends we would supposedly spend at places that I'd never been. When I asked him about it, he gave me this look like I was the one who was forgetting something, but I knew I wasn't. I tried to brush it off. People change, right? Maybe he just felt like trying something new. But deep down, I knew that it was more than that. He wasn't just changing, he wasn't my Nate anymore. I didn't want to believe it at first. I kept telling myself that it was all in my head. But every time he did something different, like the way he suddenly folded his clothes differently or used phrases I've never heard him say before, it felt like another crack in our world. Like a thread unraveling slowly. I started noticing things about him that used to be so familiar but now felt foreign. The way he smiled, it wasn't the same. His laugh didn't have that infectious warmth anymore. It was like looking at someone I knew but didn't know at all. And then there was his smell. It wasn't a cologne thing, it was his natural scent. The kind that every person has, the scent that's uniquely theirs. His was gone, replaced by something unfamiliar. I could never seem to get used to it. It was just one more reminder that the Nate I loved wasn't there anymore. Eventually, I told him, I think we must have gone through some kind of vortex. You switched dimensions or realities. Normally, Nate would laugh at something like that. He wasn't the kind of person to believe in anything paranormal, but this time he didn't laugh. He looked at me, nodded, and said, maybe you're right. That's when it hit me. He wanted to believe it. He wanted to believe we could reverse it, that we could get him back to his reality, or back to his Sarah. We tried to make it work. We really tried. I kept telling myself that maybe we just needed time, that whatever weird shift had happened between us would eventually settle down. We even went back to the spot where the nausea hit, driving through over and over, hoping that somehow it would reverse whatever had gone wrong, but it never worked. We were stuck. And with each attempt, it felt like my Nate was slipping further away from me. There were things that he missed about the other me, the way she used to sing in the shower, something I never did, or how she loved hiking, a hobby that I never shared. He'd mentioned these things, not realizing that those memories weren't mine. And as much as I tried to convince myself that he would be happier with her, I knew deep down that he wouldn't. She wasn't me. He wasn't a hiker. At most, he might glamp if you paid him enough. I remember one night lying in bed staring at the ceiling and crying because I realized he was gone. Really gone. The Nate that I knew, the one who would laugh with me over messed up pancakes and talk about our future, it was stuck in some other version of our reality. And no matter how hard we tried, we could not get back there. We couldn't fix it. Eventually, we both knew that it was over. We were trying so hard to hold on to something that wasn't real anymore. The truth was, we weren't each other's people anymore. Not in this reality. And that was the hardest part. We broke up quietly. No anger, no big argument, just an understanding that we had lost each other somewhere between dimensions. And I cried knowing that somewhere, in that other version of reality, there's a me and him still together. But I also know that he probably wasn't any happier there. She wasn't me and I wasn't her, and neither of us would be the people we needed in that moment. I hope that he finds someone else, though. Someone who can make him as happy as we once were. Maybe not that other me, but someone. He deserves that. But in this reality, all I have are the memories and photos of a better life. I sometimes look at our silly pancakes and smile and send Nate my love with a kind of prayer out to the universe, or wherever he is. During the summer of, I think, 2019, me and my friend had gone out one night to get some dinner and a drink. We stopped off at this diner, bar. We sit down to eat, and we both immediately take notice of the odd vibe or energy we feel in the place. We both agree that it feels off here. As we sit and begin ordering/eating, we start to notice the weird conversations going on around us. I don't even think you can call them conversations. because everything we overheard did not make any sense at all. It was like everyone was just saying random words put together, and the other person would reply in the same way. That really made us start to feel like there was something really off about this place. We then noticed, to the left of us, a group of guys standing at the very end of the bar. The design of the bar was that the left side they were standing on did not go all the way around and had no way out. So you would have to walk back past us to leave or to get to the other side of the bar. So we take notice of these men on the other side of the bar, and they too are talking in weird ways, not making any sense, and just generally acting odd. My friend and I try to ignore and wait for them to walk past so that we can hear better what they were talking about. In the next few minutes, we look up again to see if they were walking back yet, and they were completely gone. Not anywhere in the whole place, and no one had walked past us. Feeling very weirded out, we leave after one drink and some appetizers and start to head back home. We discuss the environment in there once we are in the car, and both agree that it all was very weird. We get back to her house, and I luckily find a front parking spot. I back into the spot, and my friend makes fun of me asking why I always have to back in. I reply that at least we got a front spot. There are about 4 rows of parking in this lot, and we both also took note of the brick wall behind my car, as I had backed up pretty close to it. We were walking between the wall and the car to go inside. The next morning is when it all got really, really weird. We get up and get ready for the day. Once we're ready, we leave the apartment and go to the parking lot. We both automatically start walking to the front spot that I had parked in last night. My car was not there. It wasn't anywhere in the front row. We start freaking out a little, thinking maybe it got towed. I hit my alarm button and my alarm starts going off on my car across the parking lot. My car was parked in the 4th and last row of cars, backed in perfectly. My friend and I just look at each other confused and have no idea what is going on. We get into the car and start looking around as maybe someone broke in, but nothing was missing or moved. The only thing that was moved was the things that typically sit on my dashboard were on the floor of my passenger seat. We both just sit there for a moment, still not being able to put any of this together. That whole evening, it really felt like we were in another place or time. Fair warning, there are mentions of death and suicide in this post. If you're sensitive to those topics, please skip this one. So, about a month ago, I opened YouTube and my feed was overrun by people talking about Nikocado Avocado dying. I had never really paid attention to him before. I'd seen and heard jokes about him online. I knew what kind of content he made, but I never watched him. This was not someone who would usually show up in my feed, but there were so many videos about him that day that I finally watched one. And it was another person that I hadn't watched, ranting angrily about how his fanbase killed him. And they showed a clip of Nikocado angry, and screaming, swearing, and crying about how messed up everyone is, and then reaching off camera to pick up a certain weapon that I don't want to say the name of, because I don't want Raven to get in trouble for saying it on YouTube. It's very considerate, thank you. And then saying something like, "This is the last time you'll ever see me. After I upload this video, I'll be gone." And the comments and other videos were full of people blaming each other and arguing about whose fault it was. And for a few days, the internet was blowing up about it, and discussing issues with engaging with content about people putting their lives in dangers for views. It was very overwhelming, and it was everywhere. I even remember seeing a news article posted about his autopsy being used in some college study to study the effect of obesity and overeating. And even though I didn't know him or watch his content, I was really affected by the whole situation. It was very shocking and upsetting, seeing the way that people reacted. Pointing fingers, denying involvement, countless video essays, it just went on and on. Then, one day, I didn't see anything about it anymore. It was like everyone forgot, and I really didn't know what to think. Then, today, Matthew Santoro mentioned him in a video about YouTubers lying to people, and I thought he was going to say that Nick Cotto faked his death. But instead, he talked about how he had been uploading pre-recorded videos while losing weight, and showed him after his weight loss. I was shocked and very confused. So I've been searching the internet to figure out what actually happened, and I see the video he posted titled 2 Steps Ahead and watched part of it. I didn't watch the whole thing because I don't like watching people eat. But it was nothing like the video that I saw before. His attitude was the complete opposite. He was wearing different clothes. But I swear it was posted on the same day, Friday, September 6th. I don't know why I remember the date. I never remember dates, but this one stands out to me for some reason. It all feels so weird, but I don't know if I dreamed it or if it's some kind of delusion or false memory. But if it was something my brain fabricated, why would it be about a YouTuber I had barely heard of? Maybe it was a glitch. Or maybe I came from another timeline or dreamed myself into one. I'm just so confused. It was so real and it was everywhere and then it was just gone. I really cannot wrap my head around it. Is there anyone else who saw this happen? Because I'm just so confused. Big fan of your YouTube channel. Thanks for doing this. I know it helps a lot of people out that go through these odd situations. Anyhow, let me get to my story. I'm 35 now, but this happened when I was in my early 20s. I was going through a bit of a rough patch at the time, as I've had many in my life, and I will share more in the future with your approval, of course. I approve. But back to my story. I was having a long week. I don't recall the exact details, but I'll try to put in as much detail as possible. So, being in my early 20s, I was going through a rough time with my now ex-girlfriend. I was between jobs, and of course, there were troubles at home. One day, towards the end of the week, I saw a flyer for a car show in Las Vegas, and said to myself, why not? Being a Thursday, I'll work on my 63 Chevy truck tonight, and leave early Friday. Being that I live in San Fernando and Las Vegas is about a 4-hour drive, and me being an older truck, it's going to take me much longer. But it didn't really matter. I felt like I needed some time for myself, so I got to work, got done early, packed up some clothes for the weekend, maybe a bit longer. I wasn't sure. I always had my tools in my vehicle, and yes, my profession is that I'm a mechanic. Anyhow, I'm tired and I plan to leave early, and as far as I can remember, I've been to Vegas many times, as I was the youngest and my family, mainly grandparents, always found a way to take me. But that's a long story in itself, and I won't get into it today. So, Friday morning I printed out the map from MapQuest, and yes, I feel a little old just now saying that. You have to remember, when all this happened, it was over 13 years ago, and phones have come a long way since then. So I gas up, hit the road. About an hour and a half, I finally hit the desert area, and I'm excited. I'm cruising along in deep thoughts at times while I have my music in the background. It's a mixed CD that had everything from Bad Religion to Flux of Pink Indians, MDC, The Causalities, etc. I would keep going, but it was a lot of different bands. I'm coming up to Barstow. I fuel up again, grab some snacks, and a couple of regular drinks. Not beer or anything like that. I get back to the road, getting towards Baker's. Something started to feel funny when I was driving, so just out of curiosity, I took the next exit, cruised down the off-ramp, made a right, and chugged a little down the road. I pulled into a vintage-looking gas station, and before I knew it, I have two service guys in old-style work jumpsuits coming out and asking what they can do for me. And I happened to ask, were they filming a movie nearby? The two men looked at me and said, "Don't worry, we'll take care of you, just go inside and we'll do the rest." I was thinking that something seemed very off. People are never that nice, and I've never seen this place before, and I've been on this highway more times than I could count. I was trying not to freak anyone out. I just said, "Yeah, fill her up," and walked inside to grab a Coke. They were all in glass bottles, so I was like, cool. I grabbed a couple, got some beef jerky and smokes. I was a smoker then, but I would actually quit that same weekend. I get up to the front counter and ask for the smokes, and the gentleman said, "Those are gonna kill you one day," and then asked if that was my truck outside. I said yeah, that I'd had it for a while now and that I'd been slowly fixing it up here and there when I can. And at that moment, he had the most confused look on his face, and stood there completely still for a minute and then asked what year it was. I said it was a '63 Chevy C10. He replied, "How much did you pay for it?" I responded and said that I paid $250 for my friend's dad. After that, he gave another long pause, and then said, "I think you paid too much for it." And then he asked me if I was headed to Vegas for work. I asked how he knew that I was headed towards Vegas, and he said in a toned voice, "Well, you're young, and you have alligator hands." I've never heard that before, but I found out later that it means I have tough-looking work hands. But back to his answer. He was like, "You have your work hands, you drive a truck, and you have a bag full of clothes, so I would guess that you want to start somewhere new or you're looking for work." I kindly just told him that I had a lot on my mind and was just going to get away for the weekend, and handed him $40 thinking that would cover my gas and drinks and smokes. But he handed me back $120 and about $10-ish, but in $2 bills and pocket change. I didn't actually catch what the bills were at that moment, but I still have at least one of those bills to this day. I head out the front door to my truck, and the attendants hand me my keys and again say, "Wow, nice truck." And then they tell me they checked the air pressure and topped off my oil and something was loose, but not to worry because they took care of it. So I get in the truck, start it up, and the radio at that moment was acting funny, so I kind of just shrugged it off, still thinking of the strange talk I had with the man at the counter. I put the truck in gear and take off, headed back toward the freeway on-ramp, and I get on to see that there were no cars. I was like, wow, what are the odds? That was way too easy to get back on the freeway. But after that, I didn't think much of it, so I continued driving, but then realized the sun was going down. Then, suddenly my radio started playing again, but not the mixed CD that I had in the CD player. It was now a mix of Frank Sinatra, Count 5, and some other bands of the late 50s and early 60s. Then the radio host said it was 15 minutes to 7 p.m., and I was like, how the F did that happen? I left at 5 in the morning. How is it going to be 7 at night? That's impossible. I kept driving, hit the strip as the sun was going down, and I decided to try the first casino. At the time, that was the Flamingo. So I get there, park, lock up. I'm walking to the front entrance, and I get to the front desk and gave my ID, and I was about to ask to see if they had any rooms available. But before I get to that, I hear, "We've been expecting you," which was impossible. Everything was a spur-of-the-moment trip. No plans, no reservations, no nothing. So I told them to double-check, and sure enough, they had all of my information. The lady at the desk handed me a room key and told me how to get there. So I went back to my truck and grabbed my stuff, and then headed back up to my room, which I hadn't seen yet, but it happened to be one of the nicest rooms I had seen in a long time. Basically a full-on mini apartment. So I headed back down and asked if I was in the right room, as there was no way that I could afford it. She kindly said, "Nope, that's yours. It's already paid for, so there shouldn't be anything to worry about." Suddenly, someone tapped on my shoulder and said, "Here's your Coke and whiskey," which is my drink of choice, but I hadn't ordered one yet. So I grabbed it out of common curiosity. I thanked the clerk again and decided to just go walk around, and yes, I did drink a little that night, but nothing crazy. I never blacked out. I did run into a couple of my buddies that I had no idea were going to be there. The night goes on. I call it at about 2 in the morning. I get back and I suddenly knocked out as soon as I hit the bed. Then I wake up to room service knocking about 8 in the morning, bringing me my breakfast that I didn't order, but I took it, and ate it anyways. I went on spending about a couple of days there, then headed home, expecting to see that gas station that I had run into on my way, but to no avail. It's a rundown ghost gas station that hasn't been open since the late 60s. I couldn't get my head around it, so I drove the rest of the way home, stopping when needed, but to this very day, I cannot for the life of me figure out what happened, or why it happened. I would like to hear some of your thoughts on what I can make of this. Sorry for it being so long, but that's as much as I can remember, and if any questions are asked, I will answer them the best that I can. Thank you, Raven, for doing what you do. It is nice to hear these stories. Reading stuff like that doesn't make me feel so crazy over my random life experiences. Hi, Raven. I have a story that may be a glitch or something else. I'm not sure. I feel this is more of a time warp experience. This happened circa 2020. I wish I had written down the exact date. I am a female and I was close to 50 years old when this happened. A friend and I, I'll call him Jay, went out to visit his father in a town about 1.5 hours away from the city where we lived. Jay drove us there in his car. His father's house was out in the higher desert areas of California. I've never been there before. This was my first time in that exact area. It was a nice and normal day. The visit was fairly uneventful. There was no drinking or drugs involved, as we don't do either. We also have no history of mental illness. After a few hours, we decided to head home. We got into the car, and I, as the passenger, just let Jay pay attention to the directions, since he had been to his father's house many times. I basically didn't pay attention to the turns and trusted that he would get us home safely. I basically remembered the drive there. It was a typical California freeway drive, and it was about midday. If you've ever driven the freeways in Southern California, you'll know that most freeways in the city are quite crowded, well lit, and lined with many, many buildings and businesses. There is definitely plenty to look at while driving. I recall there being several, meaning hundreds if not thousands, of buildings on both sides of the freeway driving up there the entire time. This was normal to me, so I didn't think much of it. Although we would have ample conversation while he was driving, I would spend a lot of the time just looking out the window at the buildings to give my eyes something to do. On the way back, Jay planned to take the same exact route home, just in the opposite direction. After a short drive from his father's house on regular neighborhood roads, we were once again on the freeway heading back home. It was still daylight, maybe around 6 p.m. in the summertime. This is important because the sun wasn't scheduled to go down for maybe a couple of hours, near 8 p.m. And I remember the sun being higher than the mountains at that time. I could tell it wouldn't be setting anytime soon based upon its position. It wasn't even close to sunset, in other words. We got on the freeway about 10 minutes after leaving his dad's house. I didn't pay attention to any on-ramp signs, as, like I said, I trusted he knew this drive well. Then this is where things started to get weird. No glitch yet, but I started noticing something. I know for a fact that the drive to his dad's house was quite populated and packed with buildings. No breaks with no open land. No empty acres, no desert landscapes. A crowded city, if you will. Yet, after driving about 20 minutes on the freeway, not 2 minutes nor 5 minutes, but after about 20 minutes, between the conversation, I come to the awareness that we have been on the freeway with practically no buildings around us the entire time since entering the freeway. It looked similar to the drive between California and Las Vegas, if you ever made that drive. Just mostly desert land, mountains, cactus, and practically nothing else. We should have, by now, been in the middle of a city. Yet I noticed no buildings, lots of desert, and hardly any cars. Maybe a couple of cars in the distance, which was odd at that time of day. Note, at around 6 p.m. on California freeways, there should have been plenty of cars, like tons of cars. I thought to myself, this is weird. This can't be right. We should be in a city right now. Just as I was thinking that, Jay noticed it too and said something to the effect of, I think I accidentally got on the wrong on-ramp. I think we're going the wrong way. I told him, yeah, I thought so too. And no big deal. We'll just get off the freeway, make a U-turn, and get back on the other way and head home. We weren't in a rush or anything. Now, the next exit wasn't close. It was several minutes away. So by this point, we've been driving almost 30 minutes out of our way the opposite direction from home. Again, not a big deal. I'm feeling a bit better about the lack of buildings, the long stretch of desert land, and hardly any cars on both sides of the freeway. Not knowing this area, I thought that this must just be the way it is out here heading out of town. It's still very light outside and the sun is still out, and it's not near sunset. This is important. We finally get to the next off-ramp, make a U-turn, and then get back on the same freeway heading the other way, back towards home. Now this is where it gets super weird, and where the time glitch happens. As we're getting back on the freeway, again, no cars near us, and logistically we should be driving through an empty desert scene for at least 30 minutes, back the other way we just came. But no. Suddenly, and I mean suddenly, just as we got back on to that same freeway, it's now nighttime. I mean dark nighttime. We're surrounded by businesses and buildings suddenly. All the lights are glowing from all the buildings and traffic lights, and the freeway is packed with cars surrounding us. I sit there stunned, frozen and silent, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. My brain was baffled. How could it have gone from daytime, hardly any cars, and practically no buildings, and surrounded by desert, to, within a second, a completely different landscape and scene? Like the one that we should have been in had he not made the wrong turn. As I was sitting there stunned, I also noticed Jay was dead silent too, which was abnormal for him, as he is quite the talker. Practically simultaneously, we both exclaim, "Did you notice that? And what's going on? How are we suddenly someplace else? We should have been repeating that same desolate desert scene for at least 30 minutes while we backtracked through the terrain which we had just driven through. How did it go from daylight to nighttime within a second or two? Where did all these buildings suddenly come from? It was as if we suddenly jumped through time into the future. I then think to look at the clock. I didn't know the exact time it was when we originally got onto the freeway, but if I had to guess, I would say maybe around 6-ish p.m., which is congruent with where the sun was. This means it should have been around 6:30 p.m. by now, and still should have been daylight, had things gone normally. But guess what? The clock said 7:49 p.m. So basically we missed or skipped about an hour and 20 minutes of time. It just poof, gone from our awareness. It was seamless. No fanfare, no strange sounds or strange jolts, nor a sense of nausea like others will describe. Just a sudden realization that it was over an hour later, within the blink of an eye. Jay and I were freaked out. We were yelling and baffled and nervously laughing about what had just transpired. Like, whoa, can you believe that just happened? How is this possible? Did we just travel through time? Was this a simulation glitch? Yes, we had already heard about glitches, simulation theory, and alien abduction at this point. And we weren't hurt. It was just super weird. I mentioned this story to others, and some say it was an alien abduction, but that just doesn't feel right to me. It feels more like a time warp experience. As if we were supposed to be driving 30 minutes out of our way for some reason, and the universe decided to just put us back on track, into the timeline that we should have been on. We made it home safely. We went on with our normal lives, but I will never forget this moment, and I'll always wonder how that happened. I will say in conclusion that it does make me feel a lot better hearing other people have freaky experiences like this too. We're not alone in this crazy, amazing world. Thank you for sharing all of these stories here for us. I really appreciate it. I was at London Liverpool Street, train station, where I had emerged from the toilets. Ahead of me, coming down the steps, towards me from the upper level, were two distinctive police officers who I paid attention to, given they looked so unusual. Not your typical police officers. On the left of me was a dainty woman in a uniform that seemed to barely fit her, and on the right was a thin, suspiciously young man, who looked like he was barely 20 years old, who had an old man-style Victorian-era sideburns. Both wore helmets and high-vis jackets, and I stared extensively at the man's unkempt Victorian-era sideburns. Now, I was under the impression the police force have regulations regarding hairstyles. When you see police officers on TV, they usually have very short hair, or are bald, and usually have well-kept beards. I tried to examine these thinking they weren't real police officers, maybe PCSOs, that's Police Community Support Officers. But no, their backs had the word police on it, not PCSO, and it's against the law to impersonate a police officer. I noticed as they walked past me that they appeared to be walking towards the exit from the station, which was a fair distance away, about 30 seconds worth or more of walking. I went past them towards the corner end of the station. My train was delayed, so I sat down to wait. In front of me was a sectioned off area of a train platform, with walls roughly where I expected my train to arrive. I sat there for about a minute, with wide vision of the area, and did not unfix my gaze, as I was impatient. I could not afford to miss this train, and I kept staring at the area. I did not look behind me, or down, or even look left or right. In front of me was a pillar, behind it a dark area with light. Above the pillar was a clock. To the slight left of the dark area was the last platform and rails, to the slight right the stairs the police officers had come down. Whether it was open area or walled off, it did not matter. I had vision of the area. After a minute, from behind the pillar in front of me, walking in the exact same direction, were the exact same female and male police officers I saw earlier. Sideburns, small woman, high-vis jackets, everything. That wasn't possible. There were no doors around there, and I did not see them go around the pillar or go behind the stairs they came down. I had a wide, clear view. It was literally as if they spawned behind the pillar. Even assuming they had traveled there for that to have happened, they would have had to have waited until I sat down, immediately did a 180 from where they were walking as soon as I stopped looking at them, quickly gone behind the stairs, waited somehow for a split second where I was not concentrating, whilst looking that way, skipped behind the pillar, and then stepped out. As in, completely un-police officer-like behavior. There's no walking pattern that they could have taken from when I last saw them that wouldn't be borderline insane. At 180ing from where they came from, running up another set of stairs, running all the way across, jumping back down and then walking again, doing a 90-degree turn to a wall, going, a wall, then turning 90 degrees again before deciding that you actually liked walking in your original direction. I even got up to confirm. Yes, there was a wall extending from the pillar to the back of the section I could see. There was one clearly unused one-way service door, more akin to a fire escape door, but it was locked. I didn't hear a door close. Even if we assumed they walked there, why? Why did they walk to an empty part of the train station in a hidden area behind a pillar where nobody was standing? Why sneak to there? If you ask me, I'm pretty sure they despawned at the station exit and respawned there. Even their walking animation was unchanged. The order of which they were unchanged. I'm confident it is in order to fabricate the perception the train station had real activity. I would be skeptical if I hadn't just seen it with my own eyes. Hi Raven and fellow listeners. I'm new here to the podcast and to the subreddit. I discovered this podcast about 2 months ago, thanks to the Spotify algorithm, when it began playing after one of my regular listens ended. Shoutouts to the Spotify algorithm for that one. It was the Glitch in the Matrix episode 74 that drove me to share my story. The story in that episode was the one of the person whose friend's mother died, and it turned out that she was in fact alive and well. I listened to it more than twice because it closely resembled my glitch, and, well, it's been about 10 years since, and it haunts me. I realize that the story might need a trigger warning about dead pets. This is your trigger warning for that. It is not graphic, but the pet does unfortunately pass, and, well, that may not be for everybody, so just heads up. Here it goes. So, I need to set it up a bit before we get to the glitch. Around 2012, I was dating a leech of a human, and he needed somewhere to live because his parents kicked him out of their house. My parents let him stay with us for a few months, but this guy was a POS, and my parents asked him to leave after about 3 months. I had a friend from high school who I now worked with at the local hardware store. Let's call her B. B was something like emancipated as a teenager, and her mom left her their house, and it was in her name by the time she was about 22. She would rent out the unoccupied rooms to our friends that needed a stepping stone place, since it was only 3 years after graduating. She offered to rent out a bedroom to my boyfriend, and it was perfect since we spent a lot of time with this group of friends already, and it saved his skin from finding a place to live in such short notice. So, he gets settled in and is living at B's house with her and her boyfriend. We'll call him M. B and M have several pets, with cute and quirky names. They had little tortoises named Bean Dip and Chip, a cat named Boots because her color pattern made it look like she was wearing booties, and then there was Panini. The way I remember it, those were all the pets they had at the time. Panini stole my heart. I didn't have a dog growing up and never formed an attachment to a dog until I met her. She was my first puppy love, and I grew to really love her. I remember when they brought her home and everything. She was a medium puppy, probably weighing about 24 to 26 pounds, and was a total mix, but physically resembled a cross between a German Shepherd and a Retriever. One day, we, the boyfriend and I, arrived at the house and we had learned that Panini had died. They left her in the backyard while they were out, and she had gotten tangled in something and had suffocated. B&M had just gotten home minutes before we did, and they were the ones who found her. Present there was, of course, B and M, myself, and the leech. Soon after, M's brother and his girlfriend, and another couple, J and O. The guys grabbed shovels and began digging a hole with us girls inside, keeping B company and consoling one another. I remember when one of the guys peeked inside and said that it was ready. So we gathered ourselves and circled up outside in their yard, and we each poured a handful of dirt on her little body that was wrapped up in a sheet. I was sobbing. My heart was broken in a way I never imagined it could be. We each took a turn and said some words for Panini, and then we buried her. And that was that. The rest of the day was quiet and sad, and we just grieved together. Soon after, I remember B&M adopted another dog, a male they named Tolkien, like the author. And he was so hyperactive and crazy, and I just couldn't connect the same way with him like I had Panini, and I didn't hang out with him as much. Soon after, I finally had the courage to end the relationship with the leech, and he owed B a lot of back rent, and was being flighty and confrontational about it. We broke up on bad terms, and he almost immediately left the house, also on bad terms. This caused a rift between my friends and I, and they never talked to me again. B&M got married a few years later, and I wasn't invited. And I thought that that was the end of that friendship for good. Now, fast forward to 2021, when the glitch occurred. By this time, I had reconnected with B&M and remained friendly with them, but no longer hanging out nearly as much as we once did. I moved in with my new current boyfriend, and they had moved away to the next county and were living life. I visited their new house in 2016 once, and even slept over after a night of drinking and didn't feel alright to drive home. That night, I saw Boots and Tolkien, and said hello to them. I digress. I was scrolling on Facebook, and a memory came up. It was a picture from one of the various parties we had on 2012 at B's house. I decided to snoop and click on their tag, and I began perusing her profile. I found a picture taken that year of Panini in her photo album. The caption was that Panini was needing surgery and they had created a GoFundMe for her. After the initial shock, logic led me to believe that they found a dog that looked just like her, and they of course adopted her and named her Panini. I commented, "Oh my god, I have to hear the story of how you found her. She looks just like Panini." I don't remember ever seeing a reply to that, and I forgot about it. In 2023, I met up with B at a local pub for drinks and to catch up after so many years. Somewhere in the middle of our chat, I asked her about the Panini they found. She looks at me puzzled and kind of stifling a laugh and says, "That is Panini." I replied with, "But we buried her." She denies this and tells me, "No, Trousers died. We buried him." The name Trousers sounds familiar, but I have no memories of him or what he even looked like. After some back and forth on this, I retreated and I said, "Oh, I must just be remembering wrong." I was baffled. I was not misremembering. I grieved that dog and I could never forget or confuse that. But to this day, she will claim that that's how it went. Unfortunately, we had another falling out and I have no contact with B and M anymore. And short of unblocking and contacting the leech and asking him what he remembers 12 years later, I have to live with this confusion. Furthermore, that comment I made on Facebook is gone now. All other comments are there, but the one where I said, "Oh my god, I have to know the story," is gone. Even when I filter the 9 comments to show all, not just the relevant ones, my comment does not appear. Did I jump timelines to one where Panini lived and Trousers died? Why can I not remember anything about Trousers? The name only rings a bell, but I have no memories tied to it. I think about this maybe way too much. It's definitely the weirdest thing that has happened to me, and I cannot explain it. You don't forget your first puppy love and grieving it. I cried for days, and I remember when they got a commemorative rock with her picture, name, and date of death to put on her grave. This is something that truly perturbs me. I'm open to questions and thoughts, and I'd be glad to hear about it if something like this has happened to you. Thank you. Hey Raven, here's a glitch in the Matrix story that just happened yesterday, and I think you should hear about it. It was an average Saturday when I dropped my daughter off at the park to meet her friends. I settled on a bench with my coffee. I couldn't help but take in the scenery around me. The park was buzzing with energy, typical of a sunny weekend. Kids were playing, parents were chatting, and the distant sound of laughter echoed through the air. I noticed Amber walking over towards me. She's one of my daughter's best friends. She was wearing one of those crop tops that shows off her belly button, and those ugly Crocs that seem to be in fashion for some reason that I'll never understand. They're everywhere these days. Amber's boyfriend, with his trademark mullet, had just dropped her off. I watched as Amber plopped down beside me, full of energy, ready to share whatever new lingo she had recently learned. I was telling her last week that I couldn't understand the 14-year-old these days. At 42, I felt old. She then told me that she would explain what these words meant next time she saw me. So here she was, keeping her word. She was going on and on as I chuckled, trying to keep up. "Okay, hit me with it," I said, knowing that it would probably go over my head, waiting for the next strange word. Amber launched into a quick explanation of something called no cap. I nodded, pretending to understand, but my mind was swirling. She was always so enthusiastic about these new phrases, and I admired her ability to keep up with the ever-changing language of the teens. But then, just as we were laughing, Amber's demeanor shifted. Her face went blank, and she suddenly started repeating, "No cap, no cap, no cap." It was as if she were glitching out, like a computer struggling to function. I thought at first this was just a new TikTok trend and my daughter might be filming it from behind to capture my reaction. Her head twitched to the right, and then snapped back to me. "Slay, slay, slay, ghosted. You're gonna get ghosted, ghosted." The repetitive phrases echoed in my mind and my heart raced. I glanced around, half expecting to see a camera nearby, but there was no one. Just families enjoying the day. Then she turned her head to the left and started saying Riz. The confusion settled in and I could feel my stomach twist. Was she having a seizure? A stroke? My mind raced with panic. I had to do something. "Amber, are you okay?" I finally managed to ask with my voice shaking. There was no response. Just more of the same strange mantra. I felt helpless. Frozen on the bench. Should I call an ambulance? My thoughts spiraled in a dark corner of anxiety as I debated the urgency of the situation. But then, just as suddenly as it began, it stopped. Amber blinked rapidly, her eyes flickering like a malfunctioning light. She looked at me for a moment and the eerie atmosphere dissipated. "What's up?" she said, laughing. "Why are you looking at me like that?" I was bewildered. "You were just saying some really weird things," I stammered, still trying to wrap my head around what just happened. She brushed her hair behind her ear, looking genuinely confused. "Really? What do you mean? I was just talking about those latest words. You'll get these eventually," she said, shrugging it off as if nothing unusual had occurred at all. I blinked at her, my heart still racing. "You were repeating things like some kind of computer glitch. I thought you were in trouble." Amber laughed again, that carefree sound that reminded me she was still just a kid. "You're silly, I'm totally fine." She looked at me with those bright, innocent eyes, and suddenly I felt foolish for thinking anything was wrong. As I sat there, I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. Could I have been so wrapped up in my thoughts that I misinterpreted her playful nature? The surreal moment hung in the air, and I tried to convince myself that maybe this was just a weird phase she was going through, some kind of trend I didn't understand. Or maybe this was a menopause symptom I was having. The atmosphere around us shifted back to normal, the chatter and laughter of the park enveloping us. It felt like a small piece of reality had shifted, like we had crossed into another realm, but no one else seemed to notice. I chuckled nervously, still feeling the remnants of anxiety coursing through me. As we continued our conversation, it felt as though the strange episode had evaporated into the background, like a fleeting dream. Yet, in the corners of my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had happened, something I couldn't explain. Maybe I had witnessed a glitch in the Matrix that only I could see. Or perhaps it was just a peculiar moment in the life of a teenager. Either way, it left me pondering the nature of reality and how easily it can bend in unexpected ways. Hi, Raven. I discovered your channel about 6 months ago, and I would like to thank you for the work you do. I definitely just experienced a glitch in the Matrix. I'm a 48-year-old man from Manchester, England, UK. I work as an account manager for a commercial energy supplier. It's a regular 9-to-5 office job. My coworkers are of various ages, some younger, some older, so it's a very mixed age environment, and everyone gets along well. Earlier in the week, one of my colleagues, who's 24 years old, told me how she's been having trouble with toothache from one of her wisdom teeth. It was the usual story in that she says the pain comes and goes, and her dentist has said there's no need for any serious treatment, and to come back in a few months for a checkup. I know there's a really good toothache painkiller called Oragel, and said that I would get some. She said she'd never heard of it, but thanks for offering, and that was the end of the chat. Fast forward to Saturday. I went out with one of my mates to a local town, whereby he needed to pick up his car. So we got to the train there, and had a few drinks and a bite to eat. We got to his car, and he gave me a drive home. When I got home, I felt like another drink or two, so I went to my local supermarket to get a bottle of wine. While on the way to the alcohol aisle to get the wine, I passed through the pharmaceuticals aisle. And that's when I spotted the toothache gel that I was talking to my coworker about. I thought it was a major coincidence, and I should obviously buy it for my friend at work as a nice gesture. Now, Oragel comes in a red cardboard box, and always has. As I got it from the shelf, I noticed there was another version of Oragel in a blue box, which cost the same price, £4. I was confused and intrigued as I had never seen the blue version, so I was reading the content to see how it was different. There was no difference. I had the red box in my hand and read it, and sure enough, it was all the same ingredients as the new blue box. I thought, oh well, I'll buy the red box, but as I was still feeling puzzled, I looked back at the shelf to see the blue box version. There was no blue box version. And not only that, there was no red box version either. I stood there holding the red box in my hand, looking at the shelf where I had just picked it up from, in the line of boxes, and it was gone. The two sections of the shelf where the Orajel was sold had disappeared. There was no toothache gel in that store, other than the one I had in my hand. I stood there shocked and confused, as there was literally nowhere to put the red box back on the shelf. Feeling stunned, I went and bought my wine and toothache gel and walked out of the store. What just happened inside is impossible, and I'm back at home writing this while trying to make some sense of whatever just happened. I wanted to share another experience. It was, quote, only a dream. But after realizing that I may have ended up in a parallel world, I think that this dream could have been a crossroad to change my reality once again, and even completely back in time to the past. My eldest son is now 18 years old. He's the son from my first marriage. The divorce was very stressful, and I was very preoccupied with my fears. The little boy practically grew up surrounded by emotional conflicts. I always felt sorry for him because he was going through all this emotional pain, and I didn't have the strength to enjoy the time with him when he was little and cute. And he was really incredibly sweet and smart. Then, I had this weird dream last year. In this dream, I was in an unknown city in an unknown apartment. There were lots of people in the apartment. Not just in the apartment, there were lots of people outside, too. It was like a city festival. It was in the evening or at night. I knew the people while I was dreaming, but not in real life. The strange thing is, in my dream, there was only my eldest son. My other two younger sons, who are from my second husband, were not in the dream. They did not exist. In this dream, my firstborn was sleeping on a bed in a small bedroom. He was grown up, as he is now in reality. I was in another room with other people. Suddenly, some of them panicked and called me. My son had disappeared. I panicked and ran into the bedroom where he had been lying. Instead of him, there was a little baby about 1 year old. I recognized him immediately. It was him as a baby. I was full of joy, and I lay down next to him. I hugged and cuddled him full of love. I thought, oh my god, he's so incredibly cute. Then, a voice spoke to me. It asked me if I wanted to start again with him. I had to decide whether I wanted him to grow up with me again, or whether it should stay the same. I thought about it, and I thought, oh my god, all this stress again? And then I answered and said, no, it should stay as it is. Suddenly, everything blurred, and when it became clear again, there, on the bed, was my son as an adult. Then I woke up in reality. I now think that if I had made a different decision in the dream, I would be in a different reality right now, in the past, so that I would no longer make the mistakes I made and would pay much more attention to my son. I told my son about this dream and asked him to forgive me for all the stress he had to go through with me. I asked him if this was real, would he have wanted me to make a different decision? He said, no, Mom, everything is fine. You don't need to apologize, it's all good. By the way, he's become a great person. He's very responsible and a real gentleman, and I think that I've been very lucky with him. Hello again, Raven. This is my second submission to your channel. In June of this year, I started having glitches/time slip moments out of the blue, and I've been stuck on your channel ever since. I've been trying to pinpoint exactly why my experiences started in the month of June, but I'm still not sure if there's any significance. Well, I did get broken up with, and it was a very difficult breakup to go through, which caused me a ton of mental stress. But I'm not sure if that's why my experiences started occurring. Okay, so I've been putting off submitting this story for a few weeks now, because it sounds so insane, even to me. I've only shared it with one other person who I knew would not judge me or think that I was losing my mind. I'm a 30-year-old female and I am a truck driver. I drove to St. Louis, Missouri to pick up my next load, and when I arrived, my load wasn't ready yet, and wouldn't be ready until the next afternoon. So I ended up having to park for the day and just wait it out. The area that I was in was very sketchy, but I was forced to park in this particular area because St. Louis is scarce when it comes to truck stops. So I found a small gas station with a small dirt lot for truck parking. I parked, stayed put in the driver's seat of my semi, and scrolled on my phone for a bit just to pass time. I immediately noticed there was a silver Suburban parked to my right. Being a female truck driver, I am very observant of my surroundings at all times. I've been in weird situations. I intently studied the silver Suburban and the driver inside. The driver was a white male, looked to be no more than 25 years old. He was wearing dark shades, was clean-shaven, thin frame, and had on a blue collared shirt. I watched the guy for a minute, just wondering what he was doing randomly parked in the dirt lot for trucks, and made a mental note of his description. I do this everywhere I park for my own safety. I watched as he scrolled on a large tablet as he sat in the driver's seat. I specifically remember thinking to myself, I wonder why he's using such a large tablet instead of a cell phone. Not my business, but I was still curious. After observing the guy in the vehicle, I glanced at my phone to read a message. I then looked back over at the guy in the silver Suburban, and this time he looks older. He now looks to be around 50 years old, no younger. I also noticed that he was bulkier now. I specifically remember the guy that I had previously observed being a much thinner guy, and he didn't look muscular at all. He still had on dark shades and the same blue-collared shirt that I vividly remember from my first observation. But I immediately noticed that he had a full beard now, and he's also scrolling on a cell phone instead of a tablet. The guy that I was intently watching before was clean-shaven and looked very young. He didn't look a day over 25. At this point, I'm sure that my eyes had to be the size of 2 golf balls, and my mouth was wide open, because I was in shock. The guy looked over at me, probably wondering why I'm just staring at him and looking like a crazy person, but he gives me a big smile and waves at me. I nervously give a wave and quickly turn my head in confusion. I sat there trying to figure out what even happened and how. How was I now seeing an older version of the same exact guy in the blink of an eye? And I'm still not understanding the tablets to cell phone situation. I specifically remember him scrolling on a very large tablet. I don't know, maybe he switched over to his cell phone when I looked down to read the message on my phone, but I still have absolutely no explanation for a full beard out of nowhere, and him being bulky instead of skinny. I told this experience to a close friend of mine, the only person I trust to share my experiences with other than this channel. She asked me a question that gave me chills. She asks, "So, which timeline do you think is your current timeline? The one where you saw the younger guy, or the one with the older version of the guy?" I'm not sure why that question freaked me out so much, but it instantly sent me into a state of confusion and paranoia that I cannot explain. Which timeline is my current timeline? Am I supposed to be on this timeline? Did I jump to another reality and get stuck there? The guy stayed parked next to me for another 30 minutes or so. I never looked back over at him again, fearing that he would somehow change again if I did. He eventually pulls off, but I was confused for the rest of the day, and I still am. I've had 3 other unexplainable experiences since then. 2 involving people literally disappearing right before my eyes and teleporting to another spot. I'll try to get around to submitting those as well. If you've made it this far, thank you for reading and sharing my experience. This is the only place that doesn't make me feel like I'm going completely insane. Hello, Raven. I've been a listener of your channel for a while now, and I really enjoy the stories here. I was actually listening to some older videos when I was reminded of a strange thing that happened to me a few years ago that may or may not have been a glitch. I was around 19 at the time. This happened in 2021, and I was in my first year at my current job. My work schedule isn't very consistent, it just depends on the week. This particular day, I was scheduled for the morning shift, and I had to be at work at 8 a.m. As I don't have a car of my own yet, my dad was the one driving me to work that morning. In the mornings, I typically wake up at least an hour before I have to be at work. So, 7 a.m., I get ready fairly quickly. Between 10 and 15 minutes. Then I go back to my room and lay down on my bed and scroll social media or YouTube until I leave the house 20 minutes before my shift begins. It takes roughly 15 minutes to get to my job depending on the traffic. I am very rarely late, usually clocking in right on time. And now, as they say, the glitch. This particular morning, I woke up at 7 and did my usual routine to get ready for work. And after getting dressed, I go back to my room to look at my phone. My dad was also awake by this time and was on his phone in the living room. I was still feeling tired, so I decided to catch some extra rest instead of looking at my phone, so I closed my eyes. When I opened my eyes again, I did not check the time, but I knew it was time to leave the house. So I grabbed my things and went to go tell my dad that it was time to go. We head out and eventually gets to my job around the normal amount of drive time. I tell him bye and head inside to clock in for the day. Everyone greets me as usual. I clock in and I start my tasks for the morning. I work in a restaurant and my morning tasks usually involve prepping food. I'd been there at the most around 30 minutes when I finally glance over at the clock. It read a few minutes before 10 a.m. I think to myself, wait, that can't be right. My shift started at 8, and I hadn't been at work for that long. How could it already have been 10? I checked the clock on the work computer just in case the analog clock on the wall was incorrect, and it read the same time, a few minutes before 10. At this point, I'm baffled. How did I lose almost 2 hours like that? My most rational thought was that, in that moment I had closed my eyes to rest before leaving the house, I ended up sleeping for much longer than I intended, and arrived at work late. But that wouldn't make sense. My dad knew I had to be in at 8. If I had fallen asleep, he would have come to check on me after having not left my room at my usual time to leave with him. And even if he didn't, my coworkers would have called me after a certain amount of time passed after my shift began to ask where I was. I'm a very punctual person when it comes to work, and if I'm more than 5 minutes late without notice, my coworkers immediately call to check on me. So it seems as if I just happened to lose 2 hours out of nowhere. I've had a few other minor glitches happen to me, things seemingly disappearing and reappearing in their usual spots. One glitch I believe I experienced with my grandmother, but I might save that one for another entry one day. Hello, Raven. Let me start by letting you know how much I enjoy your channel and thank you for all the effort you put into it. Thank you. I've been meaning to submit this for such a long time, but it just mentally exhausts me to relive it. This might not seem like a big deal, but to me it is. Even a bigger deal than giving birth or dying, because those can be explained, and this experience that happened to me just cannot. This happened in November of 2016. It was Thursday, November 10th. I got up to get ready for work just like every other day, got dressed, went downstairs, marked the day before off the calendar and went into the kitchen, but something wasn't right. I went back to the calendar and just stared in shock. Instead of it being Thursday the 10th, it was Thursday the 11th. How could that be? I get paid every Friday and knew the next day was supposed to be the 11th. It was the election year between Donald and Hillary, and my roommate voted on Tuesday the 8th. I remember. So I asked him what the date was on that day, and he said it was the 9th. I'm very open-minded and have had a lot of weird things happen to me in my life, so I just went with it. What else could I do? Anyway, I finished getting ready for work and waited outside for my boss to pick me up as usual. I'm her only employee and we clean upscale homes. While I waited, I kept checking the date on my phone and it stated that it was Thursday, November 11th. No getting around it. So my boss picks me up and I casually ask her what the date was and she said the 11th. As we were driving, I noticed that she was acting really nice, which was very odd because she's naturally a bit mean-spirited. Very strange indeed. At the house, the calendar said the 11th too, and I didn't have to do the usual dirty work all by myself because she actually helped. I was truly flabbergasted. When we were done, we stopped at the usual store and I stood outside smoking a cigarette and looking at the sky. It had rained the night before, and also we had a little shower earlier. Well, it was eerie. The clouds, instead of moving in the same direction, they were going in a different direction, which I have never seen before. It was amazing. I had absolutely no doubt that I was in a parallel universe. I never realized when the shift occurred. Anyway, after she dropped me off at home, my roommate took me to my mother's house because I help her to take a shower and wash her hair every Thursday. So I asked her if she has ever voted as late of a date as the 9th ever before, and she asked me what in the world I was talking about. And I said, well, today is the 11th. To which she said, no it's not, it's the 10th. So I went to look at her calendar and sure enough, it was back to the 10th. I was back. I don't know when it happened, I never felt or noticed anything. A smooth transition there and back. So the next day my boss picked me up and I asked her if I had asked her what the date was the day before, and she said, yeah, I told you it was the 10th, why? What's wrong with you? So, back to her snarky self. I was back for better or for worse. Anyway, I consider this a gift. I promise on everything in my soul that this is the truth. Like I said, it may not be a big deal to anyone else, but it certainly is to me. Thank you, Raven, for finally letting me get this off my chest. Many blessings to you and all of your listeners. And one more thing, truth really is stranger than fiction. Hello, Raven. First, let me say that I love your channel. I usually try to keep my insane experiences to myself, trusted family members, and friends, but I feel like people here will get it and not judge as much. I've had so many confirmations of things that most would consider myth or nonsense. This experience, though, still makes my head spin. This happened back in 2011 or 2012, not sure now. It was a clear, beautiful day in the Sunshine State. I was going to pick up my then boyfriend from work at a quail ranch, about 20 minutes from home. I had driven most of the way there when I had to turn left off of the 2-lane highway that I was on. There was a red light there that I had to stop at before turning left. I'm sitting there waiting for the light to turn green in my gray tank of a car that I literally had to put oil in every time I left somewhere. Not every time I left the house, but every time I left anywhere. To say that this is not a common car you see on the road was an understatement. So I'm sitting there for a few minutes when I notice that there are two cars coming toward me in the lane opposite mine, going the other way. I probably wouldn't even have bothered to notice them, but they were identical and lime green. No cap, real life. Not one lime green car, but two in a row. I mean, I could go years without seeing completely lime green cars, and now there's two in a row. I figured they were probably traveling together somewhere and didn't think much more of it. Then I noticed the car directly behind them, as it was now getting closer to me. As it got up to where I was able to notice it, it was a car exactly like mine. I mean, down to every detail. This is where it gets really weird. As this car just like mine goes by me, the driver and I basically come face to face for a second. I almost swallow my tongue when I see them. It was me. Her hair was brown like mine, but not quite just like my style haircut. It wasn't much different though. Her clothes were different, of course, but it did look like something I would wear. Other than that, she looked exactly like me. She must have noticed too, because she never took her eyes off of me, and I never took my eyes off her either. Not till the car passed by completely did our gaze get broken. I was stunned, and I'm sure that she was too. I had to turn left at this point, and there was some traffic, so I couldn't really even look back, but I wished that I had. I might have caught the license plate. I was so freaked out that I didn't even think to. I just turned and said, WTF, about 60 times. I continued on the whole while trying to find logic to this, but to no avail. I feel like the two brightly colored cars were a signal from the universe to pay attention. I felt like if I paid attention, I would see that scenario play out in front of me in the future. You know, like those two cars would be in front of me. I've always looked for that to happen, but I don't think it ever did though, because I'm pretty sure I would have noticed. I don't have that car anymore, so maybe I wasn't seeing a future me, but maybe it was a past thing. But I feel like I would have remembered that even if all this hadn't happened yet. I'm pretty good at seeing both the past and the future, but maybe this wasn't that. Maybe it was a doppelganger thing. I don't know, but it severely weirds me out to this day. It sucks that I may never know what that was that I saw, but it just reiterates what I said in the beginning. It confirms, for me at least, that reality is far stranger than fiction could ever hope to be. Thank you for letting me share my experience, and I wish you only the best. Hi, Raven. As always, thank you so much for your content. I absolutely love listening to your stories. Thank you. I'm an Australian woman and a long-time gamer. I don't drink, smoke, or take recreational drugs. Gaming is my hobby, downtime, and fun. At the moment, I'm obsessed with Elden Ring and Palia, as well as Valheim. But the biggest commitment I have ever had to any game is World of Warcraft. I subscribed in November 2004 and have never unsubbed my two accounts. I love Warcraft and always will, despite the many controversies and terrible story and lore decisions by the dev team, but that's another story. Warcraft is an MMORPG, and for those who don't know, that means massive multiplayer online role-playing game. It can be very social, but over the years, most of my friends stopped playing, and I either play alone or with my sister. I'm fine with this. I'm extremely asocial and quiet, and am comfortable with being alone. In Warcraft, I have more than 80 characters. Over 20 years, it's been easy and fun to make them. try new classes, races, and specs. And I adore transmog, dressing them. I rarely delete a character because eventually I do play them all. Last year I decided that I needed a new mage, a human. I have many elf mages, and most of my characters are Horde. There are two factions, Horde and Alliance. But I didn't have an Alliance mage and decided that human would be a good choice. I made her, and when it came time to name her, I wanted something uncommon, but human. I'm half German, so I decided on Liesel. Liesel is not a name I have ever heard anyone called in Australia, and I was able to get the name in WoW with no issue. That's not to say there are no Liesels, rather it's a rare name here. I started her, leveled her to over 65 over a few months, enjoyed playing this character a lot, and as is the way with Warcraft, the lure of my main character eventually won out, and I stopped playing Liesel for a while. A few months ago, I was playing my main and thought I should log Liesel in. I hadn't thought about my human mage in a while and was logging off my main and going to the character selection screen to log Liesel in. I was interrupted by my phone ringing. No one rings me. Well, other than the occasional scam call, but I'm careful regarding online privacy, so even this is rare. I looked at the number and saw that it was a call from Western Australia, across the country. I decided to answer and said a tentative, "Hello? Liesel?" a man's voice demanded. I froze, looking up at my screen and at my human mage, Liesel on the character selection screen. "Pardon?" I asked. "Is Liesel there?" he said loudly. "No, and then he hung up. I wanted to call back, but was feeling quite panicked. Who was he? And why was he looking for Liesel as soon as I thought my mage, Liesel? I don't even understand how this can be a glitch. What is the purpose of this? Am I Liesel in another reality logging in my character who has my name? My windows always have blackout curtains because I like to game in the dark. I don't know anyone in Western Australia, and I had no friends online when this happened, nor would they have known that I was about to log Liesel in, and I hadn't even pressed enter when my phone rang. It's so bizarre. I don't understand what happened or why. It scares me a bit to remember, and it's just so unexplainable. First of all, I'd just like to say that I love these Glitch in the Matrix stories, and really look forward to listening to them each week. And keep up the good work, Raven. Thank you. I've experienced a lot of unusual things over the years, from premonitions to synchronicity, but most of these I would class as glitches. My most recent glitch happened on my way home from work a few months ago. I work in London and use several modes of transport to get to and from work. The last part, on the way back, involves getting a bus which drops me a couple of minutes from my house. On this particular day, as I walked to the bus stop to catch the bus, I passed a middle-aged Sikh man and a teenage girl, who I assumed to be his daughter. It's not unusual to see a Sikh man in London, but they do seem to stand out a bit more than other people because of their turbans. The man was wearing a royal blue one, which made him stand out even more as I hadn't seen one of that color before. I'd say that I'm probably a bit more observant than most people, and am very aware of everything around me. It's just the way that I am. Anyway, after passing the Sikh man and his daughter, I walked to the bus stop to wait for my bus. I was standing at the end of the bus stop looking down the road to look out for the bus, but I could also see the path next to the stop and see the people walking up to it. After about a minute at the bus stop, I was astonished to see the same Sikh man walk past the bus stop with his daughter. I was so shocked and bewildered that as they passed, I did a quick double take and stared at them in utter disbelief. So much so that the girl looked right at me. God knows what she was thinking, as she saw me staring at her and her father. But the expression on my face must have been a picture. How could this be? I passed them walking up the street 2 minutes earlier, so how could they be walking up the same street again? The bus stop is next to a gym, which is part of a block, which also contains a supermarket. Maybe they had walked around the block and had come around again, I thought. But that wouldn't have been possible in the time frame that it happened. I looked it up on Google Maps when I got home to see if this was possible, but there wasn't a connecting road to do this. I tried to think of any other explanation as to how they could walk up the road again after having already done so 2 minutes earlier. Perhaps they turned around after they passed me earlier and walked past the bus stop to look for something, and then turned around again and walked back up the road past the bus stop. However, if they had done that, I would have seen them, as I was facing down the same road and would have seen them walk past. Another possibility is that they could have crossed over the road and looped back to this side of the road, but again, I would have seen them do this. I even wondered if it was the same man and girl, but I know what I saw earlier, and it was definitely the same people. The only explanation, as crazy as it seems, is that I saw the same two people twice. Once further up the street, and again further down the street, but walking in the same direction. My question, if this was a glitch, is which one of these was the real man and his daughter? On balance, I think the second time I saw them was them actually walking up the street, and the first one was some kind of projection or premonition. As the girl looked at me when I saw them the second time, I think that one was real, if anything is real. Unfortunately, the first time I saw them was after they had walked past the bus stop, so I didn't see whether the girl turned her head to look at something when they passed the stop. I wish I had looked to see where they went the second time I saw them. Maybe they would have disappeared further up the road to loop back again, forever and ever. I don't remember exactly when this happened, but I know I was in my late teens. At the time, my family didn't have much money, so we would often go to thrift stores when we needed clothes or something like that. During one trip to the thrift store, I found an enormous bag of mixed postage stamps. Many of the stamps were still on envelope corners, some had been removed from the envelopes entirely. There were probably hundreds of stamps that had been stuffed into this plastic bag, which was then stapled shut and being sold for $1 to $2. This was before thrift stores checked eBay pricing for information, so things were usually really cheap. On a previous trip to the thrift store, I had picked up a stamp album, which had some stamps already posted in it, and I thought I would be able to fill up some of the pages with the stamps in the bag, so I bought the bag after cajoling my mother for the money. When we got home, I put the bag away, and forgot about them for a bit. I think I was busy with school or something. I eventually remembered the stamps and decided I was going to sort them out and see what I had. So I pulled out my album and the big bag of stamps. I also had some glassine envelopes. Glassine looks like wax paper, but isn't. It's often used in stamp collecting because the paper is acid-free and won't damage the stamps. It's to help sort the stamps. I labeled the envelopes in pencil with different categories like USA, West Germany, USSR, Rhodesia, etc. Because some of these stamps were a few decades old, while some were brand new. One of the envelopes was labeled with something like special. And this is where I put stamps that were of extra interest to me. For instance, a space stamp. An especially old stamp or a stamp with gold foil on it might go into this envelope for me to look at later. Anyway, I didn't have a suitable table for my sorting activities, so I sat cross-legged on the floor and carefully spread out my acquisitions. These special envelopes sat on one knee while the other envelopes around me in small piles as I slowly sorted through the bag. About halfway through the bag, I found a stamp that I thought was interesting. I don't remember if it was from a country that I hadn't heard of before, or if it was really pretty or what. I reached for the special envelope to put the stamp in there, and it was just gone. Thinking it had simply fallen off my leg, I looked under my knee. Then I looked under my other knee. I stood up and looked all around where I had been sitting. There was no special envelope. I sat back down and figured maybe I had just put it in the stack of other glassine envelopes. I put the stamp down, picked up the small stack of envelopes, and started sorting through it. No special envelope. I asked my mother to come look and help me find the envelope. We looked again and it was just not there. I was disappointed and frustrated because there were some really nice stamps in there. I don't think they were worth anything, but I thought that they were interesting. Eventually, I gathered everything up and put the half-sorted stamps away, intending to deal with them later. But I don't ever remember going back to the stamps after that. It was like once that envelope vanished, there was no point. The whole thing kind of creeped me out a bit too, but this was long before I had ever heard of Glitch in the Matrix stuff happening. We wound up moving out of that house a couple of years later, and the missing glassine envelopes never turned up as we emptied the house. Also, my entire stamp collection vanished during the move. I never saw the thrift store bag or the album in the new house. They weren't thrown in the trash because nobody would have done that without asking me. Nobody sold the collection either because they were all pretty worthless stamps. Essentially just colorful pieces of paper. I still do wonder what happened to my collection, but especially what happened to that one envelope that vanished by itself. Hi, Raven. I've been an avid listener of yours for more than a year now. I'm really weird because I don't ever listen to music, and I only ever listen to your Glitch in the Matrix stories, or the scarier ones when I'm with my boyfriend, because I can't listen to them when I'm alone. Your stories bring me a lot of comfort, as I struggle with anxiety, and listening to your stories always makes me feel like I'm in a safe place. So, thank you, and keep making these. Thank you, and I will. Anyways, on to the story. I've never really had anything paranormal or extraordinary or even glitchy happen to me. Maybe one or two things in the past that could be paranormal, but not to the extent that I could say for certain. But today, I am almost certain that I experienced my first glitch in the Matrix. This is sort of a short story and probably considered boring, but it was honestly so weird and I have no explanation, which has never happened to me before. Some background that probably doesn't pertain to the story but leads to it. I'm 24, female. I live with my boyfriend who's 25 and male, and I work as a loan officer at a small local credit union. Today was an especially long, tedious, and frustrating day. I'd been waiting for work to be over so I could get gas and fill my tires with air, waiting for payday, which was today. The workday finally came to a close, and I jumped into my 2008 Honda CR-V to drive to the closest gas station. I was already planning on buying a new tire pressure gauge since the last one my boyfriend let me borrow went missing. This might be a small glitch in itself, but I've bought 4 this year since my tire has a small leak, and I consistently have to fill it with air, and all of them have gone missing without explanation. I chalk it up to me being disorganized, but who knows. I went into the gas station, purchased a water bottle since I left my reusable one at work on accident, an air freshener for my car, and the new tire gauge. Mind you, I used my debit card inside the gas station, which is always in my wallet, inside my purse. I went back to where my car was parked by the air pressure station. I got in the car for a minute to take the air freshener out and pull out just my debit card so I didn't have my whole purse with me while going from tire to tire. I pulled my wallet out, which is a bifold wallet and fairly large, and one of my missing tire pressure gauges was sandwiched in the wallet. Like, I pulled my wallet out and it was right in the middle of the bifold. It was so weird because I had just barely pulled my wallet out inside the gas station and nothing was in it. I also know it wasn't the new one I just bought because it was still in the packaging on my seat. I had gone through my purse just a few days ago looking for my chapstick, and I fully dumped my purse out on my bed at that time. If the gauge had been in my purse, I absolutely would have seen it when I dumped the contents out. I also know for a fact my boyfriend didn't happen to find it and stick it in my purse because he has a much better memory than I do, and he would have remembered. He told me that he didn't see any of my gauges and never put it in my purse. It was such a weird moment when I pulled my wallet out and saw the gauge because I truly had no explanation for it. I kind of sat there stumped for a second trying to make sense of it in my head, but couldn't come up with any resolution that made sense. I know for a fact it was not in my purse. My boyfriend has no reason to lie about putting it in there, and nobody would have or even could have slipped it in. When I saw it in my wallet, which I had just used moments prior, I seriously had chills all over my body. It was one of the strangest things I've ever experienced. It was like it just materialized in my wallet when I needed it, but I had already bought a brand new one. I know I keep reiterating this, but it was so weird and eerie. I know this isn't exactly an exciting or crazy story, but it was my weird, unexplainable glitch in the Matrix story, and I guess I now have 2 tire pressure gauges? Well, at least until they disappear again. This happened to me when I was about 11 years old. I grew up living pretty close to my elementary school, so every morning I would walk by myself to school, usually about a 10-minute walk. As I was leaving my house, my mom and I noticed this homeless man who had just walked past my house. He didn't look dangerous or anything out of the ordinary. It was just a little odd to see anyone walk down our streets so early. As I started to walk to school, I stayed a good 10 to 15 feet behind him. I remember very clearly that he was a black guy, wearing a heavy blue raincoat, baggy jeans, a black beanie, and a bluish umbrella attached to his backpack. At the end of my street, there is a turn that only goes right, and part of this turn is obscured by an old, big, evergreen tree. As we make that turn, I see him turn first, and for a split second, like normal, his body is blocked by the tree while he's making the turn. Not even 5 seconds later, I make the same turn and I don't see him anywhere. I looked to my neighbor's house to the right, and he wasn't there. He wasn't further down the street, since I had a clear view of it and had seen him just turn. I even walked back up to look around the tree and he still wasn't anywhere. There was literally no place this man could have gone with how quickly he went. I could only conclude that he vanished once he turned the corner. Hi, Raven. I've just recently started following your YouTube channel, and I have a doozy of a story. So I don't know if this qualifies as a glitch or something else. I've been thinking about it for a while now. I'll try to keep it as brief as I can, but it's a story that dates back to my birth. Before I go on, I don't take any mind-altering drugs regularly, and I rarely drink. I was born in a hospital in a town on the Arkansas side of the Mississippi River. I won't reveal the names because, well, I don't like to spread too much information on the internet. I was born in April, and I was the first boy born at the hospital in the year I was born. Here's where I think the glitch might have happened. According to my birth certificate, my mother is not my mother. Without revealing anything, her maiden name has 6 letters. The name on my birth certificate has the same first 2 letters and last 2 letters. The 2 in the middle are different. Now, that wouldn't be too weird, but I've begun wondering if the me that was born to be in this world would have died at birth. I wonder if I was moved here as a replacement. I was born a week before the expected due date. If that was it, I could just chalk it up to a random mistake. When my parents moved to the home that my mother, my sister, and I share now, some weird things happened. I would visit periodically, and I started hearing odd sounds. Late at night, I swear I can hear people walking in the kitchen. I usually get up to check on it, but no one's there. Add to that, swearing I hear someone walking on the roof. I know it could be a squirrel or other animal, but this sounds like someone wearing work boots. Then there are the voices. I've heard someone clearly say a name when I get out of the shower. I was alone at the house. It might have been someone outside, except it was in a normal tone of voice. If it was someone from outside, they would have to yell for me to hear them. The other most notable one was last year, before my father passed away. I was in my bed and clearly heard a woman's voice say, "Mon Dieu." I didn't have my TV on that night. I often need sounds to help me sleep. It was not my mother's nor my sister's voice. Even if it was, they don't speak French. The only foreign language either of them speak is Spanish. My mother taught Spanish for a number of years. The drawback is that, as an exchange student from Colombia told her when I was still in high school, she speaks it with an Arkansas accent. I only knew the word because I had just been in a stage production of Murder on the Orient Express, and that is my favorite exclamation of Poirot. Now, one other incident with the voice tells me that I'm not just hearing voices in my head. When I was in college, I was a non-traditional student who had gone back to college after a long break. I was renting a room from a couple, let's call him J and her K, and I was in the hallway on the way to the bathroom, when I heard a woman's voice say my name. It was not either of the people that I rented from. On my way back to my room, Kay opened her door and asked me if I had someone visiting because she had heard the same voice I had just heard. I've since told friends who express interest in going on ghost hunts to take me with them if they want to hear something. I also wonder if these voices and sounds I hear are echoes of other dimensions. And I wonder if my whole life has been one big glitch. This story happened all the way back in March of this year, 2024, specifically at roughly 1 in the morning on the 24th. Since it happened, I've just accepted that it's a very weird thing that happened to me, but when it happened, I was both weirded out and initially terrified. And in case you read my recent comment where I brought up the haunted house I lived in until June, yes, it happened there. But before I describe what happened, I need to not only describe the dream that made it so bizarre in the first place, but also, I unfortunately am obligated to preface that understanding it requires not only tolerance, but at least a basic understanding of a misunderstood and marginalized group that I belong to. It's a double-edged sword because on one hand, it's an opportunity for me to teach people about us, but on the other hand, it makes my story seem suspiciously like a fabrication intended to do just that. Which, I would like to point out, gets significantly less suspicious when you consider that something you see frequently in your waking life would logically have a high chance of appearing in your dreams. And I had officially belonged to this community since at least October 2023. Here it goes. I am a furry. And no, that does not make me sexually interested in non-human animals. In fact, 1, I'm agisexual, So I absolutely hate the thought of myself being physically involved in something sexual no matter how arousing I find someone. And 2, I hate people who are involved with animals more than almost anything in the world. But even after informing you of that fact, if you don't like furries, then just skip my story. Now I can finally get back to my story. Again, this happened on the morning of March 24th, 2024, and again, my dream will be borderline necessary to understanding why this event freaked me out so much. In this dream, I had a mother and siblings, but although I can't remember what they sounded like or what their names were, I'm pretty sure they weren't my mother and siblings from real life, because we were literally all fursuiters. And considering that I already said I was, I'm sure I won't need to explain what that is. Anyways, another thing completely different from my real life is that we were all living together in a camper or trailer, just having fun in the wilderness or something like that. I also think I have vague memories of us watching Walking with Dinosaurs, because I'm pretty sure I can recall seeing that show's Ophthalmosaurus, particularly the one shot where the babies are in a cave that have perforations in the ceiling, being penetrated by sunlight. This isn't relevant, but I just wanted to bring it up for the sake of being comprehensive. And I know that, like the furry thing, it's also kind of suspicious to an outsider, because I adore that documentary, but again, it gets less suspicious when you consider that I see and think about it a lot when I'm awake. Though not as much now as I did from 2018 to 2020. But at some point, a pair of fursuiters who seemed masculine, I'm not necessarily going to call them men because they could have been something else, approached us, which my brain may have concocted because of me hearing so many scary stories of people meeting strangers in the wilderness. They specifically asked my mother for her compliance in what I believe was a business transaction, and she declined. They seemed okay with it at first, but things couldn't be further from the truth. After we had all gone to bed, this fanciful dream became a horrifyingly realistic nightmare. Those same exact 2 fursuiters had broken in. The next part is undoubtedly what I remember the most clearly, but ironically is the hardest part to describe. What happened next felt like, I don't know, it was as if a photograph had been downloaded by my brain, and it took over my entire vision. Like I couldn't look to the left or right, and there was nothing visible behind or to the sides of it. The photograph is still burned into my memory. It was clearly from a security camera, despite the fact that it was placed further down than what I would expect from one, and because it was taken at night when all the lights were off, everything was dark, colorless, and grainy. And the main subject of this photograph was horrifying. One of the 2 people from earlier were standing there after breaking in, staring straight into the camera lens. And you know what the worst part is? Their suits' heads' eyes had eye shine, exactly like a living animal. And whilst this photo was eclipsing my vision, I heard an angry masculine middle-aged voice saying, "The police keep catching these damn furries breaking into people's homes." Then I awoke. And here's finally where my story becomes worthy of being in one of your videos. When I woke up, I was facing the wall that divided my and my brother's room from what we call the back room. And the 2 walls of this room that faced the outdoors were almost entirely made of windows. Not only that, but one perpendicular to the wall I was facing had metal, for lack of a better word, bars on the outside. No doubt for better protection if anyone decided to break in. And, speaking of breaking in, I legitimately awoke to, I kid you not, the sound of that glass being pounded on extremely forcefully over and over again. In fact, it was so forceful that my bed was literally shaking. And you know what the downright creepiest part of this story was so far? Somehow, I was not remotely frightened. If that enough doesn't sound implausible, I first learned about home invasions in early 2022 thanks to Jacksepticeye. when he was playing a video game called Fears to Fathom, and I was so freaked out that day I was a little bit on edge. But after I think a few days, I was no longer scared. In fact, I also wasn't scared when my abusive older brother, who I hate more than anyone else in the world, would wander out of the house at night to sleep outside. I can only presume that that's because, again, he's an alcoholic, and then would leave either the front or the back door open, and because everyone else would be fast asleep, we would never find out until morning. And to rub salt into the wound, we didn't and still don't live out in the middle of nowhere or anything, but rather the populous urban areas of San Antonio, Texas. Believe me, if that happened today, I would be so mortified and paranoid of a stranger getting in. But to my knowledge, at least, no home invasions ever did happen in that house when we lived there. However, thankfully, someone did eventually bring me to my senses and make me want to live in as secure of a house as possible. And it was Mr. Ballin, my favorite YouTuber for scary stories, when I first saw his home invasion videos in December 2023, and specifically during the last week of school before the winter break. Now, home invasions are one of my absolute biggest fears, and I repeatedly check the locks on both the front and back doors of our current house multiple times in the hours leading up to when I sleep. And every time my mother looks out the windows at night, I'm always anticipating her to jump back and scream at a stranger spying in on us, or about to break in. But anyway, back to the story. Not only was I not remotely scared of the powerful, constant banging on the glass in literally the next room, but in fact, I clearly remember feeling annoyed that I couldn't go back to sleep, and I was instead intently staring at that wall out of, again, annoyance, waiting for the noise and shaking to stop. And then it was like a light switch had flipped, and instantly the silence of the night was deafening. That is, until a few seconds had passed and I heard a police car's siren whizzing past the house. This may sound trivial, but remember the voice at the end of my dream literally said, "The police keep catching those damn furries breaking into people's homes?" Additionally, something I would like to bring up is that this could not have been me just still dreaming, because I explicitly remember staring intently towards the direction of the noise, and when the police went by, I was still staring there, and there had been no transitions in my vision aside from, of course, my eyes gradually acclimating to me awakening. And I know that describing all of this took a while, but it probably only lasted 10 seconds at most from when I awoke to when I heard the police car. Then, after I heard the siren, I was snapped out of my feeling of annoyance and suddenly came to my senses. And I freaked out so hard that I had dreamed of a break-in, followed by mention of the police, and then woke up to slamming on the glass, followed by the sound of a police car. And not only that, but I had a petrifying thought. What if the break-in had been successful? I didn't know what I should do because I legitimately did not know if what I had experienced was real or not. But the evidence seemed to suggest that it was. So I stammered out something to my brother, who was in the same bed, about me having a nightmare that suggested I should check the house. I probably sounded crazy, if he could even understand what I was saying, but I didn't care. I then went through every room, except our grandparents' room because we never went in there, turned the lights on, and looked at every nook and cranny, waking up my mother in the process. Because of how the place was structured, the last room to check was the back room, the very same one where I heard that noise. But there was no one, and no sign of damage on the glass despite the fact I literally just heard it being repeatedly and forcefully pounded on. And, even weirder, I then noticed the metal bars protecting the glass from the outside. This observation brought up 3 questions. 1. Who could possibly want to repeatedly slam their body against those? 2. How could they hit the glass so strongly with those in the way? And 3. How would I have heard the glass being hit so clearly, but not hear the metal? And, well, obviously I found no strangers in our house that night. Thank goodness. But all the same, I just couldn't help but be extremely weirded out and legitimately curious at how on earth I could have experienced what I knew, without a shadow of a doubt, I just had, even when it seemed completely impossible. And the most annoying thing ever was that my phone was literally right next to me on a printer the entire time. But because I was so annoyed when the event was actually happening, I didn't even think to film it. But something important to note is that during late 2023, remember that this happened in March 2024, I started watching videos about scary true stories. Everything from Sasquatch sightings to pervert encounters to glitches in the Matrix. And as I was lying down in bed at 1-something in the morning, I know because I checked my phone after searching the house, and trying in vain to fall asleep again, I realized that what I experienced was probably the latter, because there was no way the banging could have happened with the metal protecting the unbroken glass. But also, I can't see how I could have dreamed hearing and feeling the slamming against the glass and shaking of the bed, all while my eyes remained opened, and I noticed no big difference aside from the sudden silence. And so I theorized that I awoke in a universe where the metal was not protecting the glass and someone was breaking in. But then I eventually transferred into a universe where there was metal protecting the glass and no break-in had been attempted. But as weird as that was, again, there was that dream. And this wasn't the first time a dream of mine had become a nightmare predicting the future. The first one was in 2019, and I'd like to describe it, but the story is already long as it is. But the fact that it had predicted 2 things that would happen right afterwards is bizarre, and proved to me that even though I'd already been 100% convinced of the existence of the paranormal, now I knew for certain of the existence of the paranormal. And I haven't even gotten to the most horrifying part of this entire ordeal. My brother was sleeping in literally the same bed as me. And when I asked him if he heard anything, and my entire immediate family has realized that he has the best hearing out of all of us by a landslide, or if he had felt the bed shaking, he said that he hadn't. That was really scary. I still don't know what to make of this, other than that it was most likely a glitch in the Matrix, but even though I can remember it so well after almost a year, I'm still scratching my head as to how and why this could have happened. Oh, and despite the horrible home-invading fursuiter my brain invented, I still love the fandom, and even more so now than ever before. I still don't want to experience anything creepy about it, though, and I really hope that that nightmare, and its accompanying glitch, it wasn't a premonition of anything that will happen to me in the future. I'm not sure how to characterize this story since I have no clue if it was a glitch or not, or something paranormal. But you guys can judge it instead, and thanks in advance. And my apologies for the story being a bit long. Some background details first. A few months ago, I went to drop off my husband at the bus stop because he woke up late to go to work. So we both get ready in a rush, and when we're about to head out, he decided to bring the dog. Mind you, this is past 5 a.m. or so. Our dog is a chocolate lab mix. He's a big boy and his name is Rio. I wasn't okay with the idea because it was a short trip, and I was moody because he disturbed my sleep. On top of that, my husband decided to bring him in the car without a leash or collar. We always have small arguments regarding the collar situation, because sometimes there are squirrels around, and our dogs tend to chase them. Anyway, we headed out with the dog to the bus stop. I let it be because I wasn't in the mood to argue. I just wanted to get back to bed. And as soon as I leave my husband at the bus stop, I make my way back home. When I get home, I try to take my dog out of the car, obviously without any sort of leash, trying my luck to convince him to go inside without issues. He usually does it without problems. Plus, It was still dark, and I was certain that no squirrels were around at that time anyway. When my dog gets off the car, he spotted a skunk and runs after it. I start yelling his name to come back, and it only took a couple of seconds to return because the skunk was fast enough and did his part on spraying his face with that nasty, smelly, oily fluid. My dog came back with one eye open and the other one closed, and with excessive saliva all over his mouth. When I see this, I rushed him inside so I could bathe him and take that stinky smell off his face. With no luck, of course. And, on the other hand, my husband doesn't stop calling my cell phone. But I'm unable to answer because I'm busy rushing lots of water on my dog's face. I was literally in the shower with him. When I finally finished bathing him, he calls again and I finally answer, and he's saying that he's on his way back home because he saw me coming inside the house without the dog. So he assumed that our dog got lost. He saw everything happen through the Ring app. My husband tells me at first that he thought I may have just come back inside to grab my phone because I left it behind or something, or to get the leash for Rio. But he never saw me coming back out, so he assumed the worst. I told him after, "What are you talking about? Rio came back inside with me. I just finished bathing him." And that was the reason that I wasn't answering the phone. My husband then tells me that it's not possible because the Ring app camera, there's no sign of my dog coming inside or near the house with me. My husband has the tendency to always check the Ring app to make sure we made it home okay, by the way. Anyway, Daniel, my husband, kept arguing that it seemed not possible, that the camera does not show it at any angle. Note, my husband is not a believer of the paranormal or anything tied to it. He brushes off everything that is not explainable, or tends to not question things like this. Anyway, I then explained to him that when Rio was making his way back inside the house with me, he was running a bit right next to me, and sort of ahead. Then I told him to go to work because we were okay. So he did. Afterwards, I started to think what my husband meant by not seeing him on the Ring app. So, I went to the camera recording history in the app and, yep, Rio is seen running out but never coming back. I came out calling his name and jogging back inside on my own as if I was by myself. I know what you're probably thinking. Maybe a camera glitch, and that it was dark. But everything is pretty clear in the camera. And Rio was not able to rush or run fast either, because he couldn't see clearly due to the skunk spraying his face. I swear my dog was next to me jogging back inside the house, but Ring does not show it. How? I thought that maybe I imagined it all, but how? I never went back outside. Rio was next/ahead of me, and I can see him at the very moment. I did see him. I swear it. I also have the video and will be sharing it as well. Also, after getting inside the house, you can hear me arguing with Rio a bit in the video. I know, he's a dog, but I was just nervous. I've shown the video to my friends and some family members, and they think the camera was just being glitchy. But why do I see myself then? What do you guys think? Any feedback is appreciated. Hi, Raven. I would like to start by saying that I absolutely adore your channel. I've been listening for about 3 weeks now, and I've been binge-watching mainly the glitch content, which I think is relevant to the story. But anyway, my glitch happened literally today, just a few minutes ago at the time of me writing this. For some context, I'm a 21-year-old female, and I live alone with my dog, Brooke, my 9-month-old Labrador. I was sat on my bed on FaceTime with my boyfriend. We're long distance right now. We met while I was on a trip in the US, but I'm from the UK. Not super relevant, but I thought I would clarify. My boyfriend and I were talking about some deep things. It was a personal conversation, and due to this, I was hitting my vape, as he was. I was talking to him about some stuff from my childhood, painful stuff that I find it difficult to talk about, and after I finished and he began talking, I looked around my bedroom, which was dimly lit with just my fairy lights on, and my dog was asleep in her bed. I realized that my bedroom door was still open, and the hallway light was off. Which, for context, I'm not afraid to admit that I'm terrified of the dark, and I'm not someone who can sleep or relax in a dark room with a door still open. And so I stood up from my bed and went to close my bedroom door, my phone still in my hand, and my boyfriend with me still on FaceTime. I shut my door feeling less uneasy and go to sit back on my bed, continuing to talk to my boyfriend. As we spoke, I reached down to grab my vape that I'm almost 99.9% positive I'd been hitting this whole time, and it wasn't there. So I reached to the other side, and again, not there. So a bit more confused now, I say out loud, "Where the heck did my vape go?" My boyfriend suggested that I look down the side of the bed and on the windowsill, etc., so I did. But again, it was not there. I got up, opened my bedroom door, and turned on the landing light, quickly checking around and still not seeing it. I returned to my room and start ripping my sheets off of my bed and looking under the pillows. Nothing. Hell, I even checked Brooke, my dog, her bed. It wasn't there. At this point, I felt absolutely crazy. I told my boyfriend so, and we began talking about how weird it was, and he was affirming that, yes, I had been vaping, and he doesn't understand where it's gone. I hadn't left my room, and he saw that for himself. Defeated, I closed my door and just said out loud to my boyfriend, "Damn, the Matrix got me," and we laughed. But then I was like, oh, crap, no, I think the Matrix actually did just get me. This was on the forefront of my mind because, weirdly, as I mentioned earlier, I had literally just been listening to Glitch in the Matrix stories earlier while I walked Brooke. I always listen to some sort of podcast or channel while I'm out, and that day was no different. So I said out loud again, "Matrix, do you know how rude it is to steal somebody's vape?" And me and my boyfriend laughed, and I turned to Brooke, who was probably confused as to why I was tearing the room apart, and then said, "Damn, Brooke, were you asleep on the job?" Referring to her non-literal guarding duties, and I sat down. Brooke jumped up with excitement, as dogs do whenever you use a silly tone, so I went to turn the bedroom light off and returned to my bed, when my boyfriend said, "I guess you gotta go check downstairs." I looked at him like he was crazy. I said sheepishly, "I'm not going down there, it's dark." And I laughed nervously, and he said, "Oh, right." I followed up with, "And also, I haven't left this room. I was just vaping. I don't see how it could possibly be downstairs." My boyfriend, in agreement, said, "Yeah, it 1000% would be weird as hell if you go downstairs and it's there. We both know you haven't been down there." I laughed and said, "It would be weird. It won't be there, but you know what? I guess I can check," deciding I could risk the dark for a few seconds to find my vape. So anyway, I open the door and Brooke runs out ahead of me. I turn on the landing light and go downstairs, turning the light on down there too. My boyfriend is still on FaceTime. I turn the corner, and what do I see right in front of my microwave? My vape. I was literally shocked, and my boyfriend said, "No way." I said nothing, still in shock as I nodded and showed the vape to my boyfriend. We both high-key freak out at this point, and I run upstairs as I'm like, nope. This really unsettled me and made me feel so uncomfortable. I have never had an experience like this before, and before this moment, I wasn't sure if I believed in the Matrix. But now, I'm absolutely positive that we're in a Matrix, and so is my boyfriend, and before we were both on the more skeptical side. I shouted, "Thank you, Matrix," thoroughly freaked out. I really don't know what to make of this situation. I've been sat here talking to my boyfriend and discussing the situation. The Matrix really did say, "Bet, watch this," and scared me at 1:30 in the morning. Hey Raven, love your channel, and thanks for helping me sleep at night. I have a weird glitch/creepy story. I was in high school, and every weekend I would spend at my then girlfriend's house. I spent so much time at their house that her mom would jokingly refer to me as her other son. Her mom was divorced and very independent. She was always running around working in her yard, cutting the grass, trimming the bushes, cutting down large tree branches, etc. Me being a tall guy, I used to help her around the house occasionally since my girlfriend's younger brother didn't want to help much. I will refer to her younger brother as Brandon. I felt obligated to help since I was always there and eating their food. It was the least I could do. One Saturday night, I was at my girlfriend's house and her mom came home with an excited look on her face. She was happy to see me there and asked if I wouldn't mind riding with her down the road to gather some big white rocks she saw piled up on the side of a dirt road. Her mom wanted to use the rocks to decorate a corner area in their backyard. Of course, I wouldn't say no, and I hopped to help her. Her mom then yelled for Brandon, who was upstairs, sealed away in his room, to come and help us. My girlfriend would stay home since her mom didn't want to have all of us tag along. We hopped in the mom's SUV. I sat in the front passenger seat and Brandon crawled in the back. Her mom put down all the seats in the back and laid a tarp over everything. We took off down the road, and the construction site was about 15 minutes away. It was late at night, midnight to be exact, and the mom was telling me and Brandon along the way that we should be careful not to get caught, which was funny because we were just taking rocks. The neighborhood was empty and dark, and looked like a tornado had torn through. The streets were covered in dirt from all the construction. The only thing standing was a few houses in the distance. It was dead silent as we parked the car on the dirt road, the only light being the headlights shining on the pile of big, chalky white rocks, and a few dimly lit streetlights in the far distance. We hopped out and started hauling the rocks into the back of the SUV. We loaded up a decent amount of rocks and made some jokes as we all hopped back in. I quickly jumped in the passenger seat, and we sped off. Once in the car, we all laughed and joked about the police chasing us down for stealing rocks from a neighborhood. My girlfriend's brother, Brandon, let out a loud laugh from the back seats, as he seemed pretty hyped. We all had a clean getaway. The ride home was quick compared to the journey there. As we pulled into the driveway, the garage door slowly opened as my girlfriend stood there with a smile on her face. She quickly investigated the back seat to look at the rocks that we had taken. As she opened the back door, she says, "Hey, where's Brandon?" Her mom and I looked at each other and laughed and said, "He's in the back." My girlfriend, confused, then said, "No, seriously, where is he? Did he go in the house at the front door?" Me and her mom turned around very confused, and sure enough, in the back seat, it was just the chalky, white rocks. We all stared in disbelief at this pile of rocks. Her mom then said, "What the hell? Where did he go?" My girlfriend was convinced that we were playing some kind of prank on her. We all just looked at each other waiting for one of us to confess to playing the prank. We stayed in silence for about a minute, and then her mom's cell phone rings. It was an unknown number. She then looks at us in confusion and picks up the phone. She says, "Hello?" And we could faintly hear Brandon on the phone saying, "Mom, can you come and get me?" Her mom and I had chills running down our spines. We were so confused. Her mom then asks where he was, and he replied, "I'm at the construction site. Why did you guys leave me?" Her mom quickly hopped back into the car, heading back to the construction site, confused. I stayed back at the house with my girlfriend and explained the whole situation to her. The creepy thing is, me and her mom were carrying on a conversation with Brandon the whole ride back. I remember hearing his distinct laugh. It was a funny squeal-like sound that he would burst out with when excited. I heard that laugh from the back seat. My girlfriend's mom heard it too. So then, the question remains, who did we have a conversation with? Who did we hear laughing from the back seat? I ran things through my mind over and over, thinking that we made up the conversation with Brandon in our heads, possibly. But how did we both hear it? It turns out, we did leave Brandon by accident on that dark dirt road, unknowingly. Him being just as confused as us, having to walk to the nearest house and knock on the door at 1 a.m. in the morning asking to use the phone. The family then opened the door for Brandon and then called the cops. Rightfully so, since some teenager was knocking on their door claiming his mom left him in the middle of the night. The mom had ended up putting the rocks back and tried to explain to the police that it was an accident leaving her kid behind. I, to this day, have no idea who we were talking to that night. I remember Brandon boasting and laughing about how we had a smooth getaway. Well, it turned out to be a not so smooth getaway. Hey Raven, long-time listener here, but first-time submitter. I have two stories that are seemingly small, but that I can only explain as being glitches, as nothing else makes sense. The first story I have has been read on another smaller glitch channel before, so if anyone here has heard it before, that would be why. I travel a lot as an out-of-state college student, between going home for the holidays and visiting my long-distance, at the time of the story, boyfriend. Side note, we didn't break up. We just recently got engaged, making him my fiancé now. I always travel in and out of DFW, and specifically out of the same gate, as I'm usually only flying to and from the same place, on the same airline. All of this is to say that I really know the airport, and especially this terminal. When I first started flying out of this terminal, it was pretty cruddy and run down. But within the first year of traveling, it had been completely renovated to a gorgeous, almost futuristic-looking terminal. Prior to the renovations, the one thing I hated most about the terminal were the bathrooms. There was a single women's bathroom in the area, with only a handful of stalls. A majority of them didn't lock, and the ones that did had such wide gaps by the door that I swear I could stick my hand through the gap and shake someone else's hand. Plus, make eye contact with the person in the stall next to me, if we happened to stand up at the same time. After the renovations, the bathroom was amazing. All of the stalls are floor to ceiling now, and it's just super nice all around. Anyways, there was a time post-renovations that I had just got to my gate and had a bit of time to spare, so I went to use the restroom. To my shock, when I entered the bathroom, it was not the glorious renovated bathroom that I had grown to love, but the rundown janky bathroom from before the renovations. I was truly confused and a little bit disoriented by it. I stepped out to see if I was in a different terminal this time and hadn't realized it somehow, but sure enough, it was the nice new terminal. I went back in, quickly did my business, and got out of there. A few weeks later, when arriving back at DFW from my trip, I was coming into the same terminal. I got off my flight and went to the same bathroom again, but this time, it was back to its nice renovated self. Did I somehow step into a time portal bathroom or something? I'm not sure, but it truly weirds me out. This second story takes place around Christmas of 2021, but I swear I can replay it in my head like it was yesterday. That's how weird it was. My siblings and I were all home for the holidays. We all were, / still are, in college and grad schools in different states. Since this is one of the very few times we were all together in the same place, we were catching up and wrapping presents. My sister and I were sitting in her room with the door shut, so that no one would see what we were wrapping and spoil their presents, and our brother would come in intermittently to join us. We had probably been wrapping presents for about an hour or so, and we had a pretty good system down, where we would take turns wrapping a present, the other person helping to cut the paper and hold edges down when needed, so the other person could tape. We were having a conversation, and I had handed the scissors to my sister, as it was her turn to wrap a present. She cut the paper and then set the scissors next to her for a second, so she could pull up a picture of someone to show me. We continued wrapping presents and then set it off to the side when it was finished. I pulled out the length of the wrapping paper that I needed, and then asked her to hand me the scissors. She reaches to her side but realized that they weren't there, and said that she must have already handed them back to me. I looked around on the floor, but they weren't by me. So I lifted up the wrapping paper as I thought, maybe, I had rolled it out over the top of them. But they weren't underneath it. We looked at each other puzzled. I proceeded to look under the bed, thinking that one of us could have accidentally pushed them under, but they weren't there. This turned into a 20-minute search of her room. On top of the bed, the dresser, nightstand, checking under the paper again, etc. Literally everywhere. But they were nowhere to be found. She asked me if we had possibly wrapped them in the previous present, as we'd been pretty engrossed in our conversation and could have overlooked them. So, we unwrapped the previous present, but no, they're not there. We were both starting to feel pretty weirded out. Our brother then knocked on the door and came in. We explained the situation to him and he joined our search party. I kid you not, the three of us looked all over the room again for a good half hour, to no avail. Finally, freaked out and defeated, we went downstairs to tell our mom, because we were so confused. It had to be hysterical from her perspective, seeing her 3 grown children walking into her office, utterly terrified, because the scissors had seemingly ceased to exist. We tell our mom, and she follows us upstairs into our sister's room. The first thing she does is lift up the wrapping paper that we had already looked under 3 times, and boom, they're sitting right there. We were all shocked. I guess moms really can find anything. I don't understand most of what I'm about to write. I was born in 1981, but I have lived much of my life many times. I would like to say that it all started a long time ago, but it's not true. It started sometimes later and sometimes earlier in my life. I feel like I've been alive for thousands of years, but it's always been between 1981 and 2043. As far back as I can remember, I was always able to manifest all of what I've wanted, or should I say what I needed. You know people who talk about the secret and positive thinking? Something similar. Imagine if every time you think of something happening, it happens, positive or negative. At first it wasn't anything extraordinary. It was more like going to the bank to find that my account was empty, then wondering what I should do for food the next week. Then, as I look for a solution, I see that someone lost money on the ground. One time I forgot to bring a fork for lunch during a night shift. I look all over to find one to finally give up and accept that I'll have to eat my pasta with my hand. Then on my way to the lunchroom I see a fork left where the fire extinguisher is. I know that those stories don't seem extraordinary, but this is how I started to understand the power of manifestation. It's almost like having a guardian angel that gives you what you need when you need it. I wasn't rich, and I didn't want to be. I wanted to be happy. But happiness is hard, and the power of manifestation can happen in negative ways. In 2006, I was in Banff. I took the bus to go to Calgary. In the bus, there was a beautiful woman. The type of woman that I couldn't stop looking at. And I felt as if I knew her. An automatic connection. I didn't know her and was way too shy to even talk to her. When my bus stops, I left the bus and went shopping in downtown Calgary. On my walk towards downtown, she was on the other side of the road. Then, an hour later, I saw her at the Starbucks. Our eyes crossed. She seemed stressed. It was weird. It was as if I could feel something, as if it was a reason for why I was there. She then crossed the road and went to a hotel. I then decide to do something that seems crazy. I decide to test myself. I knew that she was in the hotel, but at that moment, I couldn't see her anymore. So I decide to walk and listen to my inside feelings. Elevator, floor 5. The elevator door opens. I walk in and try to imagine on what would be her room door. Again, I thought I was crazy. Why am I doing this? I just felt it inside of me. I had to. Door 55. I look at it and I feel it. She's some type of escort. I could see it in my mind. I could see men abusing her. I could see him taking advantage of her. I could see him killing her. Or was it all just my imagination in my head? But inside of me, I wish that I could be her man. She needed me to be that man, so that I could give her love, protect her. If I could enter that man's head, then I could change the story. Maybe. Do I just imagine the story, or do I use something I know? At that moment, I can see myself doing exactly that. It was as if I was in some type of trance. Again, am I crazy, or am I able to take over this man's brain? I'm connected to them, to her, to him. Then it stops, and I don't feel anything anymore. I feel crazy. What's going on? I run to the elevator and go to the lobby. I later see her get out of the hotel, but I now don't feel anything anymore, other than the satisfaction and accomplishment. But what happened to me? I walk for a long time in the town the rest of the day, not understanding myself, not knowing what was true or not. I took the last bus to go back to my house in Banff. I later found out that that woman was killed with her daughters in 2016, by the exact same men. It was as if I couldn't stop it from happening. I like to think that she had an extra 10 years on her life. Another time, in 2015, I'm driving a truck of CO2. I lose control and roll over in the ditch. My tank explodes and the cold white vapor enters my cabin. I'm suffocating and dying, and I can hear people yelling. Then I wake up and was now 8 years old. Sometime I woke up at 52 years old. Each time knowing what the world should be. I can see people who have accomplished great things in other timelines now being very ordinary. So I have given myself a mission to help them, to be this angel. It's impossible to imagine how hurtful it is to see someone who you know as a country's leader now being a street junkie. I know my story sounds a little bit like Groundhog Day, but it's not the same. It's not always the same day. It's hard for me to remember past timelines. Sometimes 25 years can happen without timeline changes. It's like thinking of something that happened many, many years ago, but technically it didn't happen yet. And maybe it won't. I also wonder what happens to myself when I move to the next timeline. Do I always die? Or does life continue on for myself, but my mind moves? I don't understand why it happens. It feels like I've been alive for thousands of years. 1,000 years between 1981 and 2043. I know that others will deny this story to be true, and honestly, I don't know who would believe me. It had been one of those weeks. My husband was away on business, and our dog was very unwell. After days of refusing to eat, I had him admitted to a vet hospital, where they decided an ultrasound was necessary to get to the bottom of his symptoms. The earliest appointment was 2 days later on Thursday. The night before the scheduled ultrasound, I ran through my morning plan. I need to get his lead, muzzle, and harness. I need to have him at the vet by 7:40 a.m. This should give me time to check him in and still make it to work by 8:15. It'll be tight, but I can do it. Then I remembered that Thursday was also bin day. Normally my husband handled the bins, but with him away, it was up to me. The last thing I needed after the week I was having was rubbish overflowing down the side of our house. I was about to get ready for bed when I thought I should take the bins out now before I change into pajamas. You know how those nagging feelings go. The realization that a million things could happen between now and the morning. So I threw on a dressing gown and slippers, went outside into the damp, drizzling rain, and wheeled the bins from the backyard to the end of our driveway. The next morning, I woke up, showered, dressed, got the dog to the vet, and even managed to get to work on time. I congratulated myself for being proactive enough to take the bins out the night before, despite the dark, cold, and damp. It was one less thing to worry about on Thursday morning. A good decision. That evening, when I went to collect our beloved Pooch after his ultrasound, the vet gave us some unexpected news. I was in shock when I arrived home with the dog, and I didn't even think to bring in the bin. I honestly don't even recall seeing it. The next morning, I left for work as usual. In the afternoon, when I returned home, the bin was still on the verge. Oddly, I didn't remember seeing it before I left, but there it was, sticking out like a sore thumb. It was the only bin left sitting on the verge in our small 9-home cul-de-sac. Feeling a bit guilty, I wondered if my neighbors were gossiping about my laziness for not bringing it in on collection day. I quickly walked down the driveway to collect it, expecting to grab a lightweight, empty bin. Instead, it still weighed a lot. It was full. It hadn't been emptied. A pang of annoyance hit me. After all of my efforts to get it out early, how did the rubbish collectors miss it? I dragged it back behind our gate, causing the thought of struggling for a week to find space for our household rubbish. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I resolved to check our security footage. Here's where things started to get weird. Comfortably seated on the couch, I pulled up our 8-camera motion security system on my mobile phone and loaded the footage from Thursday, the day the bin should have been collected. To my absolute confusion, there was no bin at the end of our driveway. In all of the recorded Thursday footage, our driveway was empty. I stared at my phone for a long time, searching and researching, double-checking and triple-checking the date. Nothing. No bin. I checked all 3 cameras that record the end of the driveway, and there was no bin there. So I went back to Wednesday. I clearly remembered taking the bin out at 8:23 p.m. It was the day before the dog went to the vet. Before we found out he had a life-changing illness. But according to our security system, there was no footage at all between 8 p.m. and the early hours of Thursday morning. I passed 3 security cameras on the way from where our bins are stored to where they're set out for collection. Yet there wasn't a single frame of footage showing my late evening, dressing gown-clad, slipper-wearing self delivering that bin to the verge. Completely perplexed, I fast-forwarded through the footage from Wednesday afternoon through all of Thursday. There was footage of me and my 2 boys arriving home from work on Wednesday afternoon. There was footage of me and the dog leaving the house on Thursday morning, as well as us arriving home after his day at the vet. There was footage of my 2 adult children leaving for and arriving from work. of the postman delivering mail and of random cars and vans passing our house. But the bins? It didn't exist. It didn't exist until just after midnight on Friday morning. Our cameras are motion censored, and while it seems they captured everything except my trip to the Verge on Wednesday, they did trigger just once on Thursday night/Friday morning. Just after midnight on Friday, something triggered all 3 cameras facing the end of our driveway. However, all they managed to film was a lonely-looking wheelie bin, the only one left in the street, sitting on the verge at the end of our driveway. I've racked my brain, Raven. I've gone over these events again and again. Could I have mistaken Thursday night for Wednesday? Did I take the bin out a day later than I thought? I suppose it's not impossible, but it's hard to believe I could have mixed up the night before my dog's procedure with the night after, especially when my thought process is so clear in my head. I have to take the bin out tonight because I don't want to be late for the vets tomorrow. It seems a silly thought process to have if I had returned home from the vet just hours before. And then there's the fact that no footage of me wheeling the bin out exists. Not on Wednesday, nor on Thursday, despite the fact that the trip requires me to pass not 1, not 2, but 3 motion sensor cameras. No, there's only one logical explanation, if logic can even be applied to the situation. It was a glitch in the Matrix. I may have taken the bin out at 8:23 p.m. on Wednesday, but the bin actually didn't arrive on the Verge until 12:06 a.m. on Friday, August 2nd. This is a true story, and it happened to me today. I want to begin by saying I love your podcast, and I've been listening to it for about a month now. Thank you. My 5th grade teacher, who we will call Miss Apple for the story, Miss Apple celebrated Chinese New Year with us and gave us red bookmarks with our names in Chinese, and on the back it had our names in English, so we would know whose was whose. And mine said my name, which is Bella. So I was like, cool, I'll bring it home and use it, because I love reading. So that day I brought it to my house and lost it a week after. Of course, I was really bummed to lose it, and I searched for it every day, but I just couldn't find it. So fast forward to today, my now 6th grade teacher tells us to go get our library books for silent reading, and of course I was happy. So I walked over to my cubby, and right when I opened it, guess what I saw? My red bookmark. And at first I was like, oh, someone probably replaced theirs, so I flipped it over to see the name so I could return it, but instead of saying one of my classmates' names, it said Bella. At first, I was confused because no one else's name is Bella in my class, and then I realized it was mine. I'm still confused right now because, like I said earlier, it feels like the Matrix just grabbed it to use it, then gave it back. I really don't know what happened, but thank you for reading my story. Hey Raven, this is my 2nd story that I'm submitting. I loved hearing you narrate my last one, and while this one is different, I thought it would be just as interesting for your listeners. I listen to you every night before falling asleep, and I love your channel. Thank you. When I was in 4th grade, a girl named Sarah stole my boyfriend from me while I was sick out from school with strep throat. I did not like her after that, and so we were not close. In the 8th grade, I had a dream about her house. I went in through the living room, kitchen, then walked through a sitting room with dozens of pictures hanging on the wall, before going into a bathroom she shared with her sister. I had never been to her house, heard what it looked like, or known that she actually did share a room with her sister. So, it was weird when she told me that it sounded just like her house, when I told her about my dream one day at our lockers. Her locker happened to be right above mine that year. The next year, in ninth grade, we had every single class together. This was unheard of. All 4 classes first semester and all 4 classes second semester we shared. The chances of this happening were rare, especially since there were countless combinations of elective courses, math options, and various levels of English courses. So, that year, we became very close friends. I would say best friends. We discovered our birthdays were only 6 days apart, too. I ended up spending a lot of time at her house having sleepovers, and was shocked to see that her house looked just like it had in my dream. We stayed best friends for many years. We were in each other's weddings, and even started working together for a period of time. Eventually, busy lives led to us not seeing each other much, but we kept up with each other on Facebook. Fast forward to 2018, we were both pregnant with our second child. We ended up delivering the same day at the same hospital, just hours apart. She wasn't even supposed to be at that hospital, but ended up there for some reason that I can't remember. After I had my son, I asked the nurse to stop by her room where she was relaxing with an epidural before she delivered her daughter. Exactly a year later on the same day, she had her third child. I just feel there are too many freaky coincidences with this. What are the chances? Even though we aren't as close today, she will always be such a special friend to me, and will always have a special connection. Hi, Raven. I sleep to your stories almost every night, and honestly, they're very soothing. I've never posted before, this is my first time, but I always listen to all your podcasts. Thank you. Now, I will tell you my story. It all began around 2020, when COVID-19 hit, and everyone was stuck at home. I belong to a religion with specific customs, such as praying multiple times a day and fasting from dawn to dusk during a particular time of the year. This detail is important because it plays a key role in my story. During 2020, while many were fasting, it became common for people to stay awake until dawn so they could eat before sunrise. Around this time, many young people in my country, particularly those aged 15 to 30, became captivated by a man who gained fame by dancing live online to keep everyone entertained. It was an unusual phenomenon, but it brought people together, almost like a virtual social gathering during a period when everyone felt isolated and had nothing to do. However, due to my country's mix of strict religious norms and political instability, this man was eventually arrested. During his arrest, he was allegedly harmed, and his death was widely reported. I remember vividly how his lifeless images circulated on social media, and many people that I knew mourned him. Despite his peculiar behavior, he provided a much-needed distraction during a challenging time. Here is where things get strange. Just a few days ago, I saw people sharing his latest livestream, and I was utterly confused. I clearly remember the reports of his death, and the photos proving it, so seeing him alive now felt absurd. I have since moved to a different country, and I shared my thoughts with my husband during a call. He laughed it off, saying he recalled the man going silent after his arrest, but that he was never declared dead. I don't know what happened, but a lot of things I remember seem different from how others recall them. It's honestly making me feel like I've shifted realities, and I'm left wondering how long things have been like this. I wish I could see what's happening in the timeline I originally knew. Every time I try to revisit the past, this scenario seems to change. Thank you for reading my story, and I hope your audience can relate to this strange experience as much as I do. Hi, Raven. I started listening to your show about a week ago, but have been interested off and on the past few years. Due to life being busy, I sort of stopped consuming glitch content, but started again last week. I really enjoyed this podcast and listening to it at work. The second day I got home from work, I returned home to a glitch. My ceiling fan had been replaced. All 4 of its light bulbs. I tend to procrastinate and had been stressing all month about needing to replace them, but kept forgetting to buy bulbs when I went to the store. The funny thing is, after listening to your stories, I remember thinking it would be nice to have some sort of confirmation from the universe. My daughter, who'd mentioned me needing to buy new bulbs, suddenly didn't recall them ever being out. But that isn't where it ends. I said out loud when I got home and saw that glitch. Alright, some small glitches are fine, but nothing too weird. I didn't want anything too creepy happening, but wanted to outwardly acknowledge that I recognized what was being shown to me. The next day, I was reading some stories about people reporting they could do incredible things as a child. One specific incident was the ability to breathe underwater. This stood out to me because my oldest daughter, who's 12, loves swimming. She's out of state at the time, and we have no shared accounts. She also is at that age that she doesn't want too much to do with her parents, so she had rarely called me while at visitation with her dad. 2 p.m. the same day, I spent a lot of time reading about children breathing underwater. I had noticed 2 missed calls from my 12-year-old. I called her back thinking it must have been an emergency. What she said left me a little stunned but not scared, and intrigued. She announced to me randomly that she was able to swim underwater, and it's like I'm breathing air. She wanted me to contact a scientist or someone to figure out what was going on. I made sure she wasn't sleeping while floating and certainly wasn't intentionally trying to recreate the experience. She said that this had happened every few months, but whether she is or isn't experiencing it isn't really the focus of how weird this is. We don't talk about these subjects, and I had never talked with her about glitches. What are the chances that she calls me to talk to me about a glitch I'd been interested in, from states away, like it's an emergency? When the first question in my mind was, I wonder if my daughter has ever swam and experienced this, and then she calls me to talk about the same random subject that day? Is that a coincidence? Or a glitch? I've been sitting on this story for a while. I've sometimes questioned if it was just misperception, but I can't understand how else this might have happened. At the time of this story, I was 19 and a student in my county's community college. I live right near a local highway with 2 lanes running each direction, and it is the first major portion of one of the 2 routes I would always take to get to school. From where I live, it takes about 20 to 25 minutes, depending on traffic, to get to the college. One particular morning, I was moving a bit more slowly than I usually do, and therefore running the risk of arriving late to class. I don't remember exactly what I had for my first one on this day. It could have been a test or a lab or something of the sorts, but it didn't matter. I value being on time in general, and so I found myself rushing out the door. As I reached the right turn onto the highway, that's where things got weird. I looked to my left to make sure no cars are coming. But sure enough, about 20 were barreling down the highway, including a giant semi-truck, as the light a few hundred yards back from the spot onto which I was turning had turned green a few moments before I arrived at the stop sign. Since they had a couple hundred feet to go, and I was pressed for time, I decided to barrel out onto the highway in front of the barrage of cars. Now, I'm normally a pretty defensive driver, and I wanted to make sure I didn't cut anyone off or upset any of the other drivers. But when I looked in the mirror, there was nothing. The onslaught of cars against which I was racing had suddenly vanished. My first reaction was to be skeptical of what I was seeing. Perhaps, although not likely, they had all turned into the gas station lot right before the spot from which I turned. But there were two problems with this theory. For one, they were all going way too fast, and there were too many of them for all of them to enter the gas station lot that quickly. And secondly, I could see the gas station lot in my rearview mirror, as there was nothing obstructing it. And it was pretty empty, save for one or two cars, and definitely no semi-trucks. I really wasn't sure what to do with what I had just experienced, so I carried on with my day as if nothing happened. I'm 26 now, and still living in the same place. I don't think about it often, as it wasn't incredibly consequential to my life, but every now and then I look back on it as one of the strangest things I have ever experienced. Hey Raven, I wasn't going to do this, as I've never told this story before to anyone, but like many others who send in their stories to you, I've been listening to your channel for a while now, and thought, well, why not? So, too, unlike most of the others, there was nothing unusual about or around me when this happened. In other words, there was no sense of any unusual foreboding. No sudden stillness or feeling of any shifts in time or the atmosphere around me. Nor any sudden change in the weather, say, or any equally sudden change in the light hue or anything like that. I think you get my drift. Anyways, to get down to it, I live in Regina, Canada, and have worked as a steelworker there for a very long time. I'm an average dude with no major hang-ups. I have a stable home and a decent network of good friends. So, basically, my big party days and going out regularly are behind me. I work, pay the bills, and mostly putter around my house or polish my car on my days off, and can even reinforce my basic sameness and tranquility by saying that I even have a cat and goldfish now. I'm not saying that I'm a total bore, but I just want to emphasize that I have a simpler, more stable life than other times in my past, when I was much more of a hellraiser. And actually, I think most of us as we get a little older can totally relate to this as well. Okay, so now I've laid the groundwork with just one other caveat that, as a steelworker, I've been working 12-hour graveyard shifts on a rotating schedule as well. So needless to say, when I get off a shift, it's straight to the shower and then to bed to crash. This applies to between shifts, or to my first day and the start of my days off as well. Again, after a long, tough 12-hour pull with the work I do, sleep is simply mandatory for the body as needed. So, now getting down to this event as it happened to me in October of last year. I had just started my days off and woke up way later in the day, around supper time, and as it was mid-October, it was also the start of hockey season in Canada. So, for those that live here, this needs no further explanation. But for those who don't, well then I can simply point to the start of another cricket season in India, or rugby season in South Africa, or baseball or football seasons in the United States. Yes, Raven, as any avid sports fan can tell you, when it's a new season, it's time to once again ride it out with your favorite team or teams. All the highs and the lows, the screaming and yelling, and whooping it up after a win. And the despondent nights of moping after a tough loss, especially if it's to a fervently hated rival. Anyways, I had just got up, charged downstairs, grabbed some leftovers out of my lunch cooler box, snagged a beer out of the fridge, and got settled in on the couch just as the national anthems wrapped up, and the players started circling the ice for the puck drop. So I sat and watched the first period closely, as this was the first look at my hockey team for the new season, and I wanted to see some of the new players we had acquired in the off-season, and just simply get a good first feel for the kind of team we might have for the run this time. and naturally get a feel of where my hopes might go. So, I watched closely, until it was late in the first period and after the next offside whistle. I knew there would be a short set of commercials and thought this is a perfect time to run my empty plate into the kitchen, dump my empty beer can, and snag another cold one out of the fridge. I'll also add that I felt perfectly too, as I had just started days off. It was the start of the new season. My team certainly did look good out the gate, and we were skating well to a 1-0 lead over a hated rival. So all was grand. Until I stepped back into the living room with my new beer, frozen just as it was dangling in my hand. And total and complete shock set in. For I was not gone from the living room or my game for more than 45 seconds, if even that. For now, in fact, the first period was over, and the whole intermission between periods. And it was now well into the second period, and my team was down 2-1. I know what I saw. I know what I saw and cannot describe the feelings really accurately here. Just complete disconnect. Total shock. My eyes darted all around my living room looking for anything or something that could possibly explain this. No, I was not looking for something else out of place, and as it turned out, there never was. But just looking around wildly, like you've been lost suddenly before, or panic when you've misplaced something vital that you suddenly need, that you were sure was right there beside you. A complete and utter disassociation. Slowly, I put my beer down on the coffee table, and stepped slowly back after more than a good minute had gone by, and backed up again into the kitchen through my entryway. This time, I took a short pause to try and regain some of my balance and composure. Not really succeeding all that much, but at least enough to tamp down the sense of disconnect and spinning confusion. This time, I looked very slowly around my kitchen, and through the entryway in reverse back into my living room. Nothing to see here. Situation normal. So, slowly I moved back into my living room thinking automatically that I must have been seeing things, or got something wrong somehow or some way. Obviously the score I knew to be real had to be there. So I looked over at the TV and stared very carefully at the screen once more. Fleetingly, I thought maybe it was a tape delay, and they'd run the program forward. But I knew better, as I've been watching this sports network my whole adult life, and knew full well that a tape-delayed game did not play the national anthems, had far fewer commercials for the shortened game, and the live logo at the bottom corner of the screen would have been overlapped with the tape-delayed one. No, this was indeed a live hockey game where at least 40 to 50 minutes of it, including the full intermission, had disappeared. Gone. And as one final ode to transparency and full disclosure in this story, I knew also that I had not lost that time. For you can believe, had I been watching the whole time, then there would certainly have been more than one empty beer can sitting right over there on my kitchen counter. So, no question about that, either. As my long rituals of several beers into hockey game goes back several decades as well. And most Canadian hockey fans would swear to this alongside me without a second thought. So, anyways, that's my story. And that's what happened to me one day in my home last October. And like everyone else out there, when confronted with the totally inexplicable, like many have posted here, I know what I saw. I have no rational or possible coherent or tangible explanation. And like everyone else out there too, even after pondering the event many times since, I have not once doubted what I had seen. So that's it. And thanks to all for hearing my story, and hope for myself at least, that I never get knocked out of my senses like that in this life, ever again. Hello, Raven. These are two short stories about how I've been able to see, two separate times, when my ex-husband was in trouble before they happened. The first one, he worked at a couple pizza places as a manager. I had never been to the store he was in. This specific store had a broken lock on the door where the drivers would go out and come in for deliveries. This was around Christmas time, so they were very busy, and he had not had a chance to get the lock fixed. I did not know any of this, and he was my ex at this time. I had a dream that someone had come into the door with a broken lock and went straight to the manager's office and beat my ex pretty bad to get to the cash. I told my ex about this and he asked me to describe the store layout, and I was able to tell him the exact layout of the store with the broken lock. Remember that I've never been to or seen this store. It was in a totally different state than where I lived. He got that lock fixed right away. The second one, this one's really short. I had a dream that my ex-husband's car had a blowout from a tire on his car, and the car flipped. He then took his car to get his tires checked, and the one tire had a bubble that could have blown at any moment. I don't know why I had these dreams, but I guess that I kind of saved his life. When I was a child, my mom started dating a football player. He wasn't too famous or anything, more of a local celebrity. She came home one evening with a cut rose that he must have given her on their date. She displayed it in the glass cabinets, and life went on. Eventually, they got married, we moved across the country twice, and the years went by. Although it isn't relevant to the story, I really didn't get on well with her new husband. He was verbally abusive towards me and worse to her. Anyway, we moved house quite a bit. Years went by, and all the time she kept this shriveled, dead rose in the glass cabinet. One night, they had an explosive argument in the kitchen, and I woke up the next day to find the rose in a glass vase by the sink. I suppose she had put it in view to remind him of their first date. It was almost black at this point, petals shriveled and beaten. I remember thinking that it somehow mirrored their dying relationship, which, I guess, looking back, was a profound thought for an 11-year-old. At the same time, I was kind of impressed it hadn't completely disintegrated in the glass cabinet after 6 years and several house moves. Perhaps a week later, I was in the kitchen cleaning some dishes when I noticed something that did not make sense. Water had condensed and collected in the glass vase, and the rose was somehow looking more full. The bottom of the blackened stem was green and small. White roots were creeping around in the water. When my mom came home from work, I pointed this out to her. She was just as shocked as me. This rose had been dead for years. There is no way any life was left in the thing. More weeks passed, and the rose grew out more of its fresh green stem, a few leaves, and eventually my mom potted it in soil. A healthy rose bush grew from under the dead, shriveled rose, that rose remaining at the top, never losing any of its blackened petals. Now, I'm no horticulturist, so perhaps this can be explained by science? Even so, it amazes me that something can survive for so many years with no nourishment or care. I thought roses were meant to be temperamental things. Annoyingly, the rosebush was destroyed the year my mom finally found the strength to leave her ex-husband. His poor dog, which he left outside all the time, got bored and ripped the thing up. I remember seeing the crumpled mess of thorny branches topped by that rotten dead rose lying on the patio. I didn't know if I felt sorry for it or relieved. This will sound crazy, but I'm absolutely 100% sure I saw what happened. Your viewers might know this as the Mandela effect, which, for me, up until now, had been vague spelling changes or celebrities I knew nothing about. But whatever we're in has messed up big time. I watched videos back in 2023 of the various roles played by Tim Curry. He's the famous voice actor who plays various villains in children's shows. He has an unmistakable voice, and I was watching a video listing his various appearances such as Freakazoid, Red Alert 3, and many others. The comments mentioned that he was dead, and they were saddened to hear this. I double-checked to see if one of my favorite voice actors had died, and sure enough, he had died. He had died at age 77. I read how he succumbed to COVID-19. I thought, what an absolute shame it was that we lost such a gifted voice actor, and that only these recordings of him remain. I even secretly wanted to make a video game just as an excuse for Tim Curry to play all the roles and chew out the scenery, but deep down I knew it could never happen. Then I read today that not only is Tim Curry still alive, but he suffered a stroke in 2012. This is definitely not the Tim Curry I remember from my universe, my other timeline, whatever you want to call it. Apparently he's been bound to a wheelchair since 2012. I find that absolutely impossible. I'm sure the Tim Curry I knew starred in a few roles in movies, but I don't recall what movies they were. Whilst I wouldn't call myself a hardcore fan, him being wheelchair-bound is not a detail that I would have missed about the man. In my universe, not only was he not in a wheelchair, but the man was still walking prior to his death. He's so visually distinctive in this universe, from his facial appearances to the fact that he's slumped in that wheelchair. I would have noticed this before. I would have seen it when checking if he had died, or not regarding his health. In fact, I feel bad for this universe's Tim Curry because it almost feels like he's been brought back to life, but in a state of suffering. Almost as if some entity had creepily fulfilled my want to hear him again, but with a penalty. It's almost like, as strange as this sounds, the only way to have prevented him from dying is for him to be wheelchair-bound. Never once prior to this day did I ever see him in a wheelchair, and now I'm told that he's been like this for 12 years? No, that isn't possible. I wonder if any of your other viewers remember the other Tim Curry. My husband and I experienced a sudden shift to day, or something else, at about midnight one night. We were outside late smoking in my driveway. It was dark because it was the middle of the night. Suddenly we saw a wall of light approach us from far off. Not like a flash or explosion, it was a wall of light. We could see it approaching despite happening in theory at the speed of light. Then, it was upon us. It lit up our entire neighborhood like it was day, but oddly it felt like we were both in this light, and we felt it pass through us. Then it passed behind us and was gone. I checked our security camera. It indeed showed the entire world lit up like day, but it was so fast in real time. Like a sudden blip that, when I paused the video and found the point in time it was dark, then light, and then dark, it was literally one frame of the video footage where everything was lit up like day. I saved the video and the screenshots. I sent a screenshot to my mom and then realized the light created no shadows. It also didn't alter the shadows formed by our security light, where that light shined behind us, towards the cars parked in front of us. Like the source was from everywhere, all around us, just as if we were in the light source. There were no shadows from us, none of our cars, not even below the cars or in front. So the source was neither above us nor in front of us like a flash. The source was everywhere for that split fraction of a second. Yet we had been able to see the wall of light approach, as if it had a physical edge. And we were able to see in the moment that all was daylight for just a moment. Daylight without shadows. It was a significant enough length of time experienced by us both to take this all in, despite seeing on camera that it had been so fast that only one single frame of film caught it. What was that? How can that be explained? Had it been a brilliant flash of light or explosion, we'd have seen the shadows created. Was it alien, paranormal, or otherworldly? Was there an atomic bomb and we shifted realities? I doubt that, as we had video evidence in our new reality if that had been the case. I don't get it. There was no temperature difference. There was no sound. We were just suddenly in a pure light source for that moment in time, as it physically traveled through us, around us, and was then gone. Any thoughts or rational explanations? So, I just recently stumbled upon your channel. You make it easier to submit stories than most, so this will be the first story of many I intend to share. I think this may be my only glitch story. The rest are scary or paranormal. I decided to go with this very short story first, as it just happened a few days ago. It seemed fitting that I experienced a glitch in the same week that I discovered your channel. I'm a 40-year-old woman and a nurse by nature and profession. I recently changed jobs. I've always worked in nursing homes as I love the elderly, and I feel they are underappreciated. However, I have always had to drive to another town for work, as there are not many places in my rural farm community to work. I was recently offered a job in my hometown with a company that houses and cares for mentally challenged adults. It pays the same as my previous job, and only having a 5-minute commute to work was an offer that I couldn't refuse. There are 3 houses that some of the clients live in, and 1 community building for day service, where we provide activities and socialization. The building that provides day service was to be my first place to learn. There is an hour in the morning and hour in the afternoon where there are no clients in the building, only staff. So during the first hour, I was sort of walking around the building, familiarizing myself with everything there. I began looking at the pictures on the wall, and realized I knew several faces in the group picture I was looking at. I saw a woman around my age in the photo that I hadn't seen for nearly 20 years. But her first and last name popped into my head immediately. Let's call her Rebecca. Rebecca lived in the house across the street from my grandparents. I had 2 small children back then, and I would take them on walks down that street frequently, as my grandparents had a big hand in rearing, and I was quite close to them and often at their house. Rebecca had a walker and a ramp to her front door. She lived alone. Rebecca has special needs but is very high functioning. Most every day she would be on her front porch when I would come walking by. She would get up excitedly and come down the ramp to greet us on the sidewalk. We were always happy to see each other, and we would have short conversations while my children sat in their stroller. As I said, this was a near everyday occurrence. She lived there for about 2 years, until she moved into a better house somewhere else in town. I hadn't seen or heard about her in years. Anyway, I didn't say anything to my new coworkers about knowing her when I saw her picture. It wasn't until the community service van came to drop clients off for day service, and Rebecca was one of the first ones to get out of the van that I mentioned. As soon as I saw her approaching the door, I turned to my boss and said, "I know Rebecca, and she used to live across the street from my grandma and papa." My boss looked at me strangely and asked me where that was, because Rebecca had just moved here from another state, and she had always lived in that other state. We live in Kansas, and I was being told that she just moved to Kansas from Iowa that year. My boss even asked Rebecca if she had ever lived in Kansas before this year. She said no. She lived in Iowa with her mom her entire life. My boss told me that I must have been mistaken. Rebecca does not live in one of our community homes. She lives with her mother, who confirmed that she has always lived with her and never stepped foot on Kansas soil until this year. But then, how could I be mistaken? I knew her first and last name, just from seeing a picture. I knew her voice, and I never, and I mean never, forget a face. My grandparents are both deceased now, and both of my grown children were too young at the time of our short meetings to remember her. But I did ask my mother if she remembered Rebecca, the girl who lived across the street from Grandma and Papa. And my mom's response was, "In that house with the ramp out front, she had a walker, right? The girl was about your age with special needs?" So that confirms that I'm not the only one who remembers her. This is by far the craziest story that I have, and this may not seem weird to some people, but my mind is blown. I remember her, clearly. As I already stated, I knew her first and last name before anyone could even tell me. She had the same speech pattern that I remember, the same inflections, the same voice, the same face. Everything about her was the same, except that now her hair is longer than it was before. That's the only difference. How do I have all of this in my memory if it never happened in the first place? Hi, Raven. I'm so glad to hear that you're feeling better. Thank you. I've been binge listening to these stories, and it inspired me to give you one about a small glitch I experienced earlier this year. Ever since my early teen years, I've noticed a small phenomena where random items go missing. This was before the term glitch in the Matrix, so I wouldn't call it that. My 12-year-old self described glitches, specifically things that inexplicably disappeared and then reappear, the things that are flung into the fifth dimension, go for a spin and then drop back into my lap. It wasn't due to forgetfulness or negligence. Some things did inexplicably vanish, especially things that I treasured. Sometimes things that weren't mine liked to also disappear. One time, my mother was absolutely convinced that someone stole her Nickelback CD. This was the early to mid-2000s, before smartphones became a thing and streaming took over the world. It never came back, but some things would, and in the most random of places. Sometimes I feel it was just me being a child trying to make sense of the world, coming up with explanations for things to help me feel better. Today, I now know that I was onto something. I'm starting to wonder if this phenomenon is connected to the complex that I live in. Like you, Raven, I'm a Kansas City local. Yo, Kansas City mentioned. I've only moved around a few times, but the only instances where these glitches happened has been in a complex that I grew up in. Then, in later adulthood, moved back into again just a block away. For obvious reasons, I can't tell you where I live. But I live relatively close to where former President Harry S. Truman once worked. In that, there's an alleged ghost child that occupies a restaurant close by. Curious things happen here. Anyway, I've never experienced glitches anywhere else. Not my first apartment, or my second or third. There was that one time living with my in-laws. I swear there was a spirit portal that opened up, and it smelled so awful, like a rotting corpse filled with something rancid, and my spouse dealt with night paralysis at the time. Another story for later. This brings us to the heart of my tale. The latest sacrifice given unto the fifth dimension or glitch as I describe now in 2024, I had these wireless earbuds that comfortably wrapped around my ear. They are a bit larger than regular buds, and subsequently easy to see, easy to find. I could shake my head or do a handstand and they would stay on. They were so nice. I used them frequently to listen to podcasts and music, and often did so while folding laundry in my bedroom. Nothing like listening to scary ghost stories while folding socks, right? One evening, I finished putting up said socks. I was exhausted from a day on my feet doing housework all day. I threw myself into bed and took my glasses off, sitting them on the side table. Then, my earbuds. Except I missed my mark, and one of the earbuds dropped to the floor. With my blurred vision, I watched it fall. I saw where in the general area it fell. In front of the dresser, close to a wall and beside the side table. Annoyed, I got out of bed, put my glasses back on, and turned on the side lamp to look for it. Like I said, these earbuds are large and hard to miss. They shape around your ear, so it's not like it can get trapped in a small corner somewhere. It was gone. I began to tidy up the area, thinking maybe it somehow bounced into the sock drawer that I was too lazy to close. No. I looked under the dresser, where there are decorative gaps at the bottom. Not there either. It hadn't bounced into or onto anything. The side table was actually a tiny bookshelf, so it was solid without feet propping it up, and it was too close to the wall for anything to fall behind it. I started detail searching, and nothing. I watched it fall on the carpet, and it vanished before my eyes. I saw it happen, and when it did, something deep down told me it was gone for good. I just had to try hunting it down before accepting the truth. It had flung itself into the fifth dimension. Why did it have to happen to all of my favorite things? It was the left one, the dominant earbud that connected to my phone, so the right one was useless to me. I still keep it on my side table just in case the left one decides to come back to me, but I'm not holding my breath. I have since bought a replacement pair, and I make a mental note to keep them together and in the case when I'm not using them. That was the fatal flaw I had made that day. I didn't put them in their case. If I had done that, who knows? Maybe the glitch wouldn't have happened. Thanks for reading my story, Raven, and wishing you well. I started my new job not too long ago, working for a non-profit organization that's deeply personal to me. It's a place focused on giving back to the community, and being in the new role, I wanted to make the best impression on my team and supervisor. I'd been spending a lot of time getting the hang of things, learning the ropes, and making sure I didn't miss any details. This glitch happened about a week ago. I'd been deep in focus mode one morning, hammering away at my first monthly report. I wanted to make sure that it was perfect. Every sentence was scrutinized, every statistic double-checked, all in an effort to impress my boss. And since I was making great progress, I decided I would take a late lunch just to get the report wrapped up before breaking my stride. I have 2 phones. One for work and one for personal use. I'd been so engrossed in work that I hadn't checked my personal phone for a while. It's always on silent while I'm at the office, to avoid the constant barrage of app notification and calls that might annoy my coworkers. But when I did finally glance at it, I noticed a missed call. It was from a number that I didn't recognize, though it had the same area code and first 3 digits as mine. Strange, but not unheard of. I got the call around 12:50 p.m., but I didn't answer it. Sometimes I get spam calls or people dial the wrong number. Since there wasn't any voicemail, I assumed it wasn't anything important and went back to work. A little while later, I checked my phone again. There was a text message from that same number. "Who's this?" The message gave me pause. I've had this number for 12 years, so I wasn't about to start giving out personal details to a stranger. Instead, I responded with, "Who is this?" Seconds passed, and my phone buzzed again. "You called me," the message read. I frowned, my fingers hovering over the screen. What? I hadn't made any calls that day, especially not to this number. I double-checked my call log and nothing. No outgoing calls at all. The only thing listed was their call to me at 12:50 p.m. I hadn't made any pocket dials either. Feeling increasingly uneasy, I texted back, "When?" Their response came quick, 12:30. I checked the time and it was just past 1 p.m. I was sure that I hadn't even moved from my chair since I'd started working on my report. I hadn't made any calls, let alone to this stranger. I replied, "That wasn't me. I only received a call from you." My phone buzzed again. This time they had sent a screenshot of their call log and there it was, my phone number. Not once, but twice. I had allegedly called this person at exactly 12:30 according to their logs. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I stared at the screen trying to make sense of it. How could my number have called someone when I never touched my phone? Was someone spoofing my number, or was this something stranger? I quickly replied, "That's bizarre. I didn't make any calls. It could be a scam using my number. You should block it." I set the phone down, but my mind was racing. A scam seemed like the logical explanation. People can spoof numbers. It's not uncommon. But why would it feel so wrong? Could someone have really been calling using my number? Could it have been some glitch with my phone or something deeper? Some nagging thought whispered at the back of my mind. Something I didn't want to admit. Was this a scam or was it a glitch in the matrix? A tear in the fabric of reality? I've read stories about people experiencing strange overlaps in time. Cases where people swear they saw themselves in places they shouldn't be, or received messages they never sent. Was that what was happening here? I glanced at my phone again, half expecting another message. What if there was someone else? Some other version of me out there? The rest of the day passed uneventfully, but the incident haunted me. I kept checking my phone, half hoping for an explanation that would make sense. Was this just a trick of modern technology, or had I somehow crossed paths with another reality? That night, as I lay in bed, I stared at my phone. Should I get a new number? Was my current one compromised somehow? The thought of changing it felt like giving in to whatever strangeness had happened, but maybe it was safer that way. I rolled over and tried to fall asleep, but sleep wouldn't come. My thoughts kept drifting back to that moment. I wondered, was it a coincidence or something more? Would I ever have the truth? Or had I simply caught a glimpse of something beyond my understanding? Some sliver of the unknown that exists just behind the fabric of our everyday lives. I don't know. Maybe I'll never know. But I haven't been able to shake the feeling that somewhere, in some other reality, another version of me is asking the same question. When I was about 16, I walked into the living room and my parents had just started to watch a movie. My mom asked if I wanted to watch it with them. I looked at the TV and without thinking I said, "I've seen this movie before." My mom looked at me, calling me out on my lie. The lie that I didn't mean to tell, and she said, "How could you have seen this movie? It's the first time it's playing on TV." Without missing a beat, I turned to the TV and then back to her, and word for word I said the next 3 sentences that the woman in the movie was saying. My mom looked at me shocked, and I left the room. The thing is, I've never seen that movie, and I have no clue what it was. Hi, Raven. I'm a big fan, especially of your Glitch in the Matrix stories. I wanted to share my own experience with you. This morning, I was sitting in my living room looking outside to see what my dad was doing. The front door has glass panels, so I can clearly see if anyone passes by or is at the front of the house. I watched as my dad, who had just returned from cutting grass for his sheep and goats, walked to the side of the house where I could no longer see him. The strange part is, as soon as he disappeared from view, he immediately walked in through the back door. I was so confused. I glanced again through the front door, knowing that it usually takes about 1 to 2 minutes to walk from the front of the house to the back. Given my dad's usual pace, it's impossible that he could have covered that distance so quickly without running. And even if he had, he would have been out of breath. Yet he walked in perfectly normal, calm and unhurried. It left me wondering, did he somehow pass through a portal or something? Hi, Raven. I found your channel this year and I relate to so many stories. Your voice is also nice to listen to while I fall asleep. Like many storytellers, I have many stories that I have to send in, but it's nighttime, so I'm skipping the scarier stuff for now. When I get time, I will send it in. When my son and I first moved into our apartment 4 years ago, I was 34 and he was 11. He was just old enough to be home alone while I worked, and I was put on afternoon shift or midnights. When he would message me that he needed me, I would come straight home, which was about a 7-minute drive. Just setting the picture up. One night, I was home and it was a cool night. We had one fan that my son had, even though he had screens in his windows, and I did not. I still cracked open my windows just to get a cool breeze into my room. That night, I had a dream that I was above myself watching me sleep, and something was scratching at the wall under my open window, and it was about to jump into my room. I do not know what it was, but it was not friendly. I jumped out of my bed and shut my window. I went into my son's room and crawled into bed with him. I can't sleep when I'm hot, and I was a little scared. I forgot about that dream, and a week later my son was home alone, and he would sleep in my bed when I would work midnights. He messaged me at 3 a.m. asking me to come home because he was really scared. So I clocked out and drove kind of fast. I was worried. When I come in, he hugged me and told me about his dream. He'd had the same exact dream that I had the week prior, and I was in shock. I didn't tell him about having that dream. He knows now, but he's 15, and I'm home every night now too. We had the same dream down to us both jumping up and shutting the window with our eyes shut. At that time, I took a few days off to get him a cat. Cats typically protect you from bad spirits, and I told him that. We did not have issues again together. There've been a few times that I've had sleep paralysis, and I believe my son has too. The other issue is things go missing and then show up out of the blue. I had a press-on nail pop off in the past week, and I set the nail to the side to glue it back on, and when I grabbed the glue, I had nails in all of my fingers, even though I was looking at the nail that popped off on my side table. There are so many glitches, but these are the least scary. I also have paranormal stories, but I live in Appalachia, and we don't talk about those at night. Hi, Raven. I recently became one of your listeners, and I have a few stories I could share, but I believe this is the first I should. The story is for no one younger than 13 years old. Background story. My parents were divorced since I was a baby, so I had a stepmother, stepsister, and half-brother from my dad's side. One weekend when I was staying at my stepmother's house, I was hanging out with my stepsister, and the front house neighbor who was a teenager. At this time, me and my stepsister were 8 or 9 years old. We were talking, as one does, and they broke the news to me in a making fun of me for not knowing way that Santa wasn't real. I have always been a very honest person, so I felt betrayed by my mother for lying to me about it. Obviously, now that I have grown, I understand the magic of Christmas and all, but back then, my world crumbled, as I had just found out my mother had been, quote, lying my whole life. So when I went back to my mother's house, I started crying, telling her I knew the truth about Santa because my stepsister told me, and how mad and hurt I was that she had lied to me. The next weekend, I was at my father's house. I was talking to my stepsister about the existence of Santa, and to my surprise, she didn't know about it. I asked her, "How don't you know if you had told me the last time I was here?" She denied ever saying such a thing, and I got heavily scolded by my father and stepmother for ruining that for my stepsister. Fast forward to when I was 20, I was telling my stepmother how my stepsister told me that Santa didn't exist, and she said that couldn't be true because I was the one who told my stepsister. I called my mom thinking I was going crazy, and I asked her if she remembered who had told me about Santa, and she confirmed by saying, "Yeah, it was your stepsister. I remember that I was fuming about the fact that she popped that bubble for you, but yes, you had even thrown a tantrum on how betrayed you felt." So this made me question, how can I remember what my mom is telling me, but also recall the scolding I had from my father and stepmother over telling my stepsister? How can the person who told me Santa wasn't real also know that Santa wasn't real? I oddly believe the most logical answer is that I possibly traveled to another universe after the weekend when she had told me. Or maybe I dreamt it. The dream is not very logical because I typically recognize I'm dreaming in my dreams, and know how to differentiate reality versus dream easily. And if anyone has any other explanations, I'm all ears. Hi Raven. New listener, first time caller. I love everyone's stories, especially the glitch stories, and actually found your channel by searching for them. I believe a glitch possibly happened to me last week. I wish I could say it's an exciting occurrence, but it's pretty mundane. It has stuck with me nonetheless. A little background. My city picks up trash once a week and recycling every other week. We have one bin for each. Last week, on the day prior to our trash pickup day, my boyfriend and I couldn't remember if it was the week of recycling pickup as per usual. No problem. Our city's website has a lookup page which allows you to enter your address, and it tells you whether you are recycling group A or B. The homepage indicates whether we're on week A or B for pickups. So, you would look up your group, and then check what week it is. We are group B. I have to check the website periodically because, for whatever reason, it's hard for us to remember this. So, I visited the city's website, but I found a somewhat different interface. Similar looking, but not the same. Here I entered our address, and the screen returned indicators saying it was both our trash and recycling week. I didn't even have to go back to the homepage to see what week we were on. Cool, I thought. The city updated the website to be more efficient. I even called my boyfriend over to show him the change because I was pleased. Sometimes it's the little things. So, groaning a bit because it's double the work, we put the trash and recycling bins out for pickup. But by the end of the next day, the recycling bins sat untouched. Oh well, I thought. We'll just have to call the city's hotline to report a missed pickup. The next day, prior to calling the city hotline, I decided to double-check that it was indeed our recycling week. Upon visiting the website, I found the old version of the city webpage. It indicated we're on recycling week A. It wasn't our recycling pickup week after all. We're thoroughly confused. as we both saw the city website indicate that it was our recycling week. Our city's name isn't common, so there's no way I accidentally visited another city's webpage, one that happens to look similar and had our address in it. Maybe an IT person working on the city accidentally released a new version of the webpage, one with incorrect information, and then reversed the change by the next day. I don't know. That's all I can think of, but I'm not an IT professional. Other than something involving a glitch or parallel universe or alternate timeline, I'm not sure what could have happened. I'm just glad that we both witnessed it so I don't have to question my sanity too much. My story is hard to classify as a glitch, as it hasn't happened yet. So let's call it a potential glitch. I don't usually like to talk about it because I try to forget it, but here we are. In 1989, I was 10 years old and my father was diagnosed with cancer. Don't worry, it was a curable one, but still, back then the chemotherapy treatments were rough. I remember my father being really sick for about a week between each session. Anyways, he happened to have 2 surgeries during his treatments, and every time he had total anesthesia. When he was about to fall asleep, he would have very vivid and short dreams. Dreams or some sort of visions. I like to think they were regular dreams, but usually dreams are made of nonsense or things that we do or worry about during the day. The first time he had surgery, he had one of those dreams of my cousin holding 2 newborn babies and saying, "Hey, look," while being extremely happy. The year after, my cousin's wife was pregnant, and you guessed it, they had twins. We couldn't believe it. We felt that my father had seen some sort of future during his surgery. It was just so incredible. On his second surgery, my father had another dream, and this one is a bit more creepy. It has haunted me since I was 10 years old, and even if I try, I cannot forget it. So, this one was about me. He saw me old, lying in an opened coffin. While being creepy, we also all know that it will happen someday, so no big deal and no surprises. However, he also saw or knew somehow that the year was 2054. I don't really believe in visions or premonitions, usually. I'm more on the coincidence side. But obviously this one is, and always was, hard on me. Although it was useful once in my life when I've been hospitalized, and was so sick from pneumonia that I thought I might die from it. Then I just kept remembering that I was not due until 2054. So this kind of comforted me. But as the years go by, I feel the clock ticking louder and louder. In 2054, I will be 76. I feel like I won't be going out that year, but this frightens me so bad. What if my fear triggers an event? Or if I don't care and go on with my life, am I going directly into what's set to happen? Can I change the course of things while being careful that year or with my death? Or is it already written in stone somehow? What do you think? And what would you do? Hey Raven, I just recently found your podcast and I love it. My story is short and sweet. I will preface by saying that I do tend to lose things more often than any 31-year-old woman should. My husband, for Christmas, a few years ago, got me a pair of AirPods. I use them every night to fall asleep as I like listening to podcasts. One morning I woke up and did the normal thing of putting my AirPods back in their charger. Well, I was able to locate the right AirPod, but the left was missing. I tore the bed apart looking for it, but it was just gone. Defeated, I just assumed it was gone forever. I wasn't even able to find it with the location. Flash forward about 2 weeks from the time I lost it, I was lying in bed and stuck my arm under my pillow and felt something. To my surprise, it was my missing AirPod. Shocked, I thanked the universe for giving it back. Good afternoon, Raven. I've listened to the podcast for a while, and it always keeps the gears in my brain going as I clean houses all day. Thank you for making this platform, as it helps a lot of people. Thank you. I've contemplated submitting a few of my stories for a long time, and now I have finally found the courage to submit my glitch story. About a year ago, I decided to create my own business. I have worked for other people countless times, and been taken advantage of or treated poorly, so I found something I enjoy doing and stuck with it. I clean houses. It takes long hours, monotonous work, and lots of motivation. Although I find it very rewarding. I allow myself to listen to podcasts while I work, since it gets so routine and quiet. I decided after a few months that I should reward myself with my newfound earnings and buy something that will help my productivity. Since I was still using wired earbuds at the time, I decided to order some online. I won't say the brand here, but it starts with a B and rhymes with meats. They were quite expensive, but I've used this brand before and I liked them. So I got them in the mail and opened the box they came with. There was a storage and charging case that was about the size of the palm of my hand. I wore them a few times, but for some reason they always gave me a headache, and my ears would hurt after wearing them. I decided to put up with it for a while, but discussed trading them with my boyfriend or selling them. The last time I wore them was at a client's house. I grabbed all of my things, including the earbuds, and took them to my car. I got home, went inside, and as I do after a long day, I forgot about them for the night. Keep in mind, I live in the woods in a rural area, so chances of a stranger stealing them are very slim. The next day, I started wondering where my new earbuds had gone. I went to my car and looked in the cup holder, the last place I remembered putting them. Not there. I checked the washer. Not there. I logged on to the Find My app and it said they were in my house. I looked everywhere, even places that I knew they wouldn't be. I checked under my mattress, went through all of my office stuff. I even asked the client whose house I was at before they disappeared. They hadn't been there either. It has officially been about 6 months since they disappeared, and I still don't know where they went. I deep clean my house weekly, and I just deep cleaned my car for the second time since I've lost them. How could I have lost something the size of the palm of my hand, and something that expensive? I've been thinking about it for months. It's not like me to misplace or lose things like that, and I never had them long enough for them to have been stolen because only one other person knew I had them. Maybe after writing this story, whatever took them will return them. It's just weird they vanished into thin air and that my GPS said they were still in my house. The battery is long dead now, so I can't check it anymore. Thanks, Raven, for being awesome and reading my story. Keep cool and stay spooky. First off, Raven, your podcast helps my creative outlet. I love your podcast and so does my sister. Oh, thank you very much. Anyway, this started about a year ago when I first moved into my current home. My glitches started small. My ring's color changing, a window being closed when I had just opened it, and little things like that. When I had just got my new bedroom after my parents and grandma had finished building it, I had put my guitar in the corner next to my bed. I had gone upstairs for dinner. My grandma and my little sister had left for their grandma date an hour prior. My parents and I were all upstairs. After dinner, I went downstairs to finish moving in, and my guitar was back in its box. My bedroom is next to the crawl space, but it's boarded up, so nothing could have put it in the box. I do have a cat, but she's small, and even if she wanted to, she could not have put it back in that box. Hi, I've been listening to your podcast for a while, and I have a strange experience from a while back that has shook me up for quite a while. This may help me to get it off my chest. So basically, when I was in 8th grade, I remember having a dog named Diddy, who I remember so much, and I have awesome memories of me and Diddy. I recall that my parents had him ever since I was born, but I mainly took care of him. So Diddy was my dog. I don't ever remember what happened to him, but when I asked my parents and siblings about the dog, they said that they never had a dog when I was growing up, and my siblings remember nothing of the dog. I can't even seem to find any pictures of Diddy when there should be some. I've been researching glitches in time, and perhaps this was an alternate universe that I somehow got sucked into, but I'm not sure. And I don't really believe in the paranormal or alternate universes, but this experience got me wondering. Please do let me know if you've had something similar to this, or know what happened. Back in February, I got really sick. My brother took me to see my doctor, then to the grocery store to get some food. He handed me my phone and the bag with the food. I then headed into my house. I put the food in the fridge and went to bed, and then about 1 week to 2 weeks when I was starting to feel good, I realized I couldn't find my phone. We both searched his car. In my house, I searched the 3 places that I would have been in, which were the living room, the kitchen, and my bedroom, and no phone. A friend came over and did some cleaning and searched for my phone. For the past 6 months, I have looked for my phone and it is not in my house. Well, 4 days ago, I found out why it was not in my house. My brother was looking in his car for something when he looked under the front passenger seat and he found my phone. We had both looked there and didn't see it. When I looked, it was daytime and bright out. I could clearly see under the seat. I had to buy a $200 phone to temporarily replace it. I don't know what happened, but I do know that I am so glad to have my phone back, as it's a Galaxy S23 Ultra. When my sister and I were kids, we loved to play with cat figurines. We had a lot of them. Different characters with personalities. We had our own extended multiverse of cat characters. One day we were playing a game on the table in our room. There was one character who I always played as, who was one of our favorites. We both loved the character. He was like a fatherly mentor type doctor, and we played with him every game. In the middle of an emotional scene, I had set him down to switch characters, and I accidentally knocked him off the table. The floor was a bit messy, but we both saw where he landed, and he wasn't there. He had just vanished. I looked around the floor, even places where he couldn't have been. I deep cleaned the entire room searching for him, but he was gone. My little heart was broken. I never lost another character before or after, and I even still have them in a box in my closet at 27 years old. But I never found my favorite boy again. As a kid, I thought that God was punishing me for loving something material, or something. This feels silly to write out, but I was really emotionally attached to my toy cats. It's probably autism related, I don't know. I just wanted to share my most heartbreaking glitch story. Hi, Raven. I listen to you when doing chores, gaming, or when not even gaming can distract me enough to stop thinking about how I feel like I'm getting stagnant because of my life situation. I don't seem to have the best of luck obtaining jobs without help. It helps more than one might think to hear others' crazy stories, and you have such a voice for telling them. I thank you for it, as it does help. Thank you. I think I have one for you, however, it's barely even notable. Nor am I sure whether it's a glitch or a ghost story. I was sitting and playing Skyrim, I think it was about a year or two ago, when a palmetto bug crawled across the wall closest to me. You know, the really big roaches that most females will run screeching from, a room away to get away from. My roommate was the one who drew my attention to it, as I was way too engrossed in unaliving bandits in one of the caves near Whiterun. I got up, grabbed a book, and went hunting. I found him, and I nailed him with said book. Where he was, there was absolutely no way to escape without me seeing him, but when I pulled the book away, there was nothing there. No buggy guts and no squished palmetto. Not even a sign of him having fallen before I hit him with it. There was literally no place that he could have gone without me seeing. It was barely notable in hindsight, as I said, but still very, just, random. Hello, Raven. I always have had vivid dreams and nightmares. I wake up, usually to realize I was dreaming, as they seem as real sometimes as the reality I wake up to. Because of this, I've begun writing down my dreams. This was one of the weirdest dreams I've ever had. I titled the dream in my journal, The Woman in the Mirror, and it happened September 24th, 2024. When my husband gets up for work, I usually wake up briefly to say goodbye and I love you. But then I usually go back to sleep as I have an extra hour before work. Well, I went back to sleep that morning for the hour, and I had a horrendous dream of a vampire trying to possess me through the bathroom mirror. I was in front of the bathroom mirror in my house, and when I looked in the mirror, it wasn't my face, but a pale, skinny woman with black eyes, black irises, and pupils. She had black hair with the wolf-style haircut that women had a lot in the 2022 to 2023 range. Originally, the haircut style is from the 70s and 80s. She wore deep red lipstick in a black and red outfit. This woman in the mirror was trying to possess me. Instinctively, a thought said, vampire. I was staring at a vampire in the mirror. I could sense my body, but this woman was in my reflection. I needed to turn on the light in the bathroom as it seemed very dim lit but not dark. It was like a gray sheet was pulled over my eyes. When I turned on the bathroom light, it was still dark/dim for me. I remember being confused and scared, turning on and off the light thinking that it was out. But I could tell that a small bit of light was working. She moved when I moved in the mirror. I tried to take a photo of this woman in the mirror with my cell phone so that I could show my husband my experience, but some unseen force was restraining my arm and hand. I couldn't move like normal. It was like she was trying to stop me from moving my own body. When I finally held up my hand in the struggle, my eyes saw in the mirror that she didn't hold a cell phone, but an old wireless phone with an antenna that you pull out. In the mirror was a phone from the 80s, not my cell phone. I looked at my hand, I held the old phone. I laughed at how convenient it all was that I couldn't prove my experience. The woman's lips began moving in a speech in the mirror, but I couldn't hear anything she said. My hearing was like I was underwater. I couldn't read her lips either because it was hard to see in the dim light. I noticed her bathroom was slightly different than my bathroom, but similar. It looked similar in the reflection, but we had identical sized mirrors. She used her left hand to reach for her older style hairdryer talking to me, but I couldn't hear her. My left arm also moved in a reach like she did, mirrored. I was matching her movements now. I leaned forward to the woman to look at her really close in the eyes. She copied my movements perfectly. I was smiling at her, telling her how amazing she was throughout. I was not afraid of her, but inside I was terrified of the situation. At the same time, I felt like something was protecting me. I felt a warmth of love protecting me. It was not love for this woman in the mirror, but something full of love was protecting me like an angel. At the same time, I felt like the woman in the mirror was warning me somehow. I didn't feel good vibes from her or anything. I just felt like she was telling me to be careful who I allow inside, or they will take over, as she demonstrated by resisting my movements. Was it a ghost trying to possess me in the dream realm? Or instead, did I go back in time? The old phone is evidence to that theory. It was a bizarre experience nonetheless. It felt so real. My hearing was muted, my eyesight was dim, and I couldn't move fluently. I'm just glad that I woke up. I woke up 3 minutes before my alarm went off for work. I'm sharing this because I heard others in your community describe their eyes having been dimmed somehow in glitch experiences. It intrigued me to maybe think that it's related somehow. Did this vampire connect to me somehow with the mirror? My sister thinks that it could have been a goddess, but I don't believe in such things. Who knows? It was only a dream, after all. I'm sure most people who watch Glitch in the Matrix content know about the Fruit of the Loom cornucopia. But if anyone doesn't, there are many accounts of the Fruit of the Loom having a cornucopia behind the fruit in the logo. While the company claims to have never had one there, it's pretty weird. People claim it's an instance of the Mandela effect. I would recommend looking it up if you're curious. I want to share my account of this glitch. I have a very distinct childhood memory, around the age of 6 or 7, of standing in the underwear aisle in Walmart while my mom shopped. I was examining the logo on a pack of socks, listing the fruits. Apple, green grapes, purple grapes. I thought the yellow berries were lemons, and the leaves behind the grapes were spinach. But I didn't know what the big, brown fruit was. I asked my mom, and she described it as a cornucopia. It's like a basket for displaying fruit. I said that I wanted one, and she said maybe around Thanksgiving. I remember when I was around 12, looking at a new pack of underwear and being slightly disappointed that they changed the logo. I learned about the glitch pretty recently, and I googled it. The recreations of that version of the logo look exactly how I remember it. I don't know if this is an indication of us jumping timelines or just a programming mistake in the Matrix, or what. Well, Matt Raven, I would like to share 2 uncanny experiences that left me questioning reality, both of which seem to fit the theme of Glitch in the Matrix. First experience. A couple of months ago, I was at home on a clear sunny day, feeling bored. I wandered into the room where my cats were napping and began petting one of them. Suddenly, I noticed an odd shift in the shadows around me. It felt like time skipped forward, as if everything had gone dark for a moment longer than a blink. The shadows shifted abruptly, remaining perfectly still for several seconds. I felt an overwhelming sense that I had witnessed something I wasn't supposed to see. I rubbed my eyes, ensuring that I was seeing clearly, and looked outside to find the leaves on the trees unmoving. I even checked for clouds or planes, but the sky was clear. I can't shake the feeling that I may have lost time during that moment. Second experience, just yesterday, my wife and I were running errands. While she rummaged through her purse for her wallet, she discovered that the keychain I had given her was missing one of the photos. This keychain is made of solid clear plastic with a tightly sealed back. The only way to remove the picture is with a narrow screwdriver, yet one of the two photos of her cat were inexplicably gone. The back panel was still securely in place. We both stared in disbelief, unable to explain how this could have happened. Both experiences left me feeling disoriented and curious about the nature of reality. I also hope that they resonate with you and your listeners. So, when I was younger, maybe around 11 years old back in 1993, I was taken to Disneyland by my brother's girlfriend. We rode rides and had lots of fun. As the day went on, maybe on our third or fourth ride, we went on the Pirates of the Caribbean. It's a little boat ride which just so happens to go around a seating area for a restaurant called Blue Bayou. I told my brother's girlfriend that I wanted to go eat there, and she told me that she didn't have enough money for that, so when we got off the ride, we ended up just getting a turkey leg. Now, this was before California Adventure was built, and Downtown Disney. My glitch is that restaurant was called something very different from the Blue Bayou. It was called Rainforest Cafe. I swear that it was called Rainforest Cafe, and I've been there 15 to 20 times, knowing this as the Rainforest Cafe. And this last year, my wife, she bought us annual passes for us and the kids, and when we went on the Pirates of the Caribbean ride, I immediately told her, hey, they changed the name of the restaurant there. It was called Rainforest Cafe before. And then I told her that I'd always wanted to eat there. She told me that we would have to make reservations for this place, and just yesterday we went, and she told me that she has reservations. So, we went to the restaurant, and when the older man came to refill our water, I asked him when they changed the name of the restaurant. And he said it's always been the Blue Bayou, ever since 1968 when they opened this restaurant. Anyhow, that's my glitch. Anyone else been to this dimension with me where the Blue Bayou was once called the Rainforest Cafe? Hi, Raven. My name is Kashera. I love your voice and vibe. Great work, and here's my glitch experience. When I was 14, the year of 2004, thereabouts, I was home alone during school hours. I used to skip school regularly due to many reasons that I won't get into. So, I'm sitting at home on the couch watching a Disney show called Monday Night Football Club, or something like that. I'm watching this show, and sure as shiitake mushrooms, I see my remote on the television show. They're using the same remote as me, and I chalk it up to just being something interesting. Then the pizza delivery guy rings the doorbell. I answer the door, pay him, and take the pizza back to the couch. Now that I'm getting settled in with food, I want to surf the channels, but I suddenly cannot find the remote anywhere. I tore the living room apart, looking high and low. I ended up looking throughout the whole house. No remote. My family starts to come home, and they all look for the remote with me, but nothing. All I could think was that I maybe absent-mindedly somehow gave the remote to the delivery guy, but I'm assuming he would have pointed that out and returned it. We moved eventually, and still never found the remote. I believe that my remote somehow ended up in that television universe, or something equally as strange, and that this is a glitch in the Matrix. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to write this story out, one that I find entertaining to think about. So, I hope that it can also entertain others. I'm a 35-year-old guy living in Sweden, and this story of mine is truly mind-bending. There's a precursor to this story that happened to me when I was around 7 years old that I won't go into here, but just know that paranormal experiences set a firm belief in me when I turned 12. That if I ever were to experience something like that again, any paranormal things, I would face them. If it so takes 10 years, 30 years, or 50 years, I will wait for it and I will face it head on next time it happens. So when I was 21 years old, I went out one late night from my parents' house, where I lived, to have a smoke. We lived in an ordinary Swedish neighborhood, with houses stretching along both sides of my street. As I went outside, I saw that it was a clear night sky, and as I'm fascinated by our universe, I always took my time looking at the stars whenever I could. To get a better view, I went out through our fence gate and stood in the middle of the street looking up. The stars were beautiful, and much clearer than it usually was. As I'm standing there, I start to hear someone approaching me from a distance down the street, maybe like 30 to 40 meters away from me. It was very dark since it was late autumn, and very late at night, but I still tried to see who it was as I could only hear the footsteps. As I'm standing there, squinting with my eyes and adjusting as you do with your body, rocking back and forth to get a better view, I realized that, what if the person could see me? He would probably think I'm mad, standing there, late at night in the middle of the street, smoking a cigarette, moving around, and looking intensely. So I just went inside our fence gate and stood there instead. I still wanted to know who was approaching on my street, so to speak, so I still tried to see him. I moved to our driveway where I could have a better look down the road. There's nothing blocking my view here except for my closest neighbor's hedge that's about 70 centimeters tall, so I have a good overview down the whole street. Nothing. Just the sound of someone's footsteps slowly walking towards me down the street. It was when I stood there that I realized that this isn't normal, but paranormal. This guy was about 10 meters away now, and I couldn't see anyone. When I realized this, every cell in my body screamed, "I've been waiting for you, you bastard." I had sworn to myself to confront it whenever it happened the next time, and boy was I hellbent on it. The whole thing made no sense. I could feel it in my bones that it was paranormal. But in my logical brain, the only rational possibility left was if it was a small person approaching that was shorter than our neighbor's hedge, thus blocking my view of him. So, to eliminate this possibility, I stepped out from our driveway, looking right down the road with nothing to obscure my vision. Nothing. There's no one there. Just the sound of footsteps right in front of me. I kid you not, the sound of the footsteps were now coming from 3 to 4 meters right in front of me. He's right there, right in front of me, but I saw no one. I now truly understand the mechanism of fight or flight, because my whole body just acted on its own, and I started to run. You see, I was hellbent in my mind to confront him. I've been waiting nearly a decade for it, but your body just goes on autopilot, and in my case, runs. There's no controlling it. After all, there was nothing to fight against. I ran to our house entrance door that was further away from him, but I was still damn determined to find out what the hell was going on. So I stood there looking instead, as I felt a little safer close to the door. Sure enough, the sound of someone walking slowly was still there. But now he also had a bicycle with him that he led beside him. How did I know? Do you remember when you were a kid and you put those small plastic balls in the bicycle spokes, so it made that cling 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 sound as the wheels turned? It was exactly that sound, alongside his footsteps. I looked as he passed the gate where I could see right through to the whole street. No one there. Cling, cling, cling. I tried to see him through the gaps in my fence as he passed, but to no avail. The next clear path to my eyes was between my fence and my other neighbor's driveway. He walked with his bicycle halfway up my neighbor's driveway, cling, cling, and then it all stopped. I was certain that he had now noticed me. I felt that he was looking at me, and for some reason, I just knew that it was a boy. I could feel it. For a brief moment, I was terrified that some ghostly apparition would come flying any second towards my face. But suddenly, he dropped his bicycle and started to run down the street. It was like lightning struck my whole body. Oh no, you won't get away that easily. I sprinted towards our fence gate after him. When I got through the gate, I looked down the street where he had sprinted to, and I found nothing. No bicycle left behind and no boy. There was no way that someone would have sprinted the 30 meters down the street to the first turn before I sprinted my 7 meters out to the street. I calmed down. The experience was over, but then I noticed something. I noticed just how bright the street was. I could clearly see down the whole street. How could I not have seen him in the first place? I looked up. The stars were not anywhere near as bright anymore, and suddenly I realized. The street lamps were on. They couldn't have been turned on the first time I went out into the street. It was very late night, and the lamps come on as soon as it gets a little bit dark outside. No, they hadn't just switched over to night mode. That boy that I heard had extinguished the entire street's electricity with his presence. I never had a feeling that this was a ghost. He felt very much alive. I believe I got an audio glimpse into a clashing parallel universe where maybe most things are similar and some are not. Maybe it was daytime for the boy, and he was out with his bicycle. Maybe my house was an old abandoned one, and maybe he eventually also clashed into my universe, seeing my silhouette standing there in the doorway of this creepy old house, looking intensely at him. Well, then no wonder the poor boy dropped his bicycle and ran for his life. Hello, Raven. I really enjoy your glitch stories, and so I'm submitting mine. About a month ago, I was sitting on my couch. It was about 10 p.m., and I was actually listening to a glitch video of yours. I'm pretty new here, so I'm backtracking, checking out the older videos and catching up on stories I've missed. Anyway, I'm listening on my phone with my AirPods in my ears. I get through a couple of stories, and as I hear the 6 musical notes that are between the stories, I decide to pause and take a bathroom break. My bathroom is about 10 paces from my couch, so I go in and do my thing. As I'm looking in the bathroom mirror while washing my hands, I noticed my right AirPod is missing. I look on the floor and in the sink, which did have the plugs, so it didn't fall down the plug hole. It didn't fall down the neck of my t-shirt, and I didn't hear it hit the floor. I retraced my no more than 10 steps back to the couch in the living room and searched the floor thinking that I would find it. No. I looked on the couch and between the cushions. It was nowhere. I decided I would find it in the morning. Next morning, I did a thorough search of the whole bathroom, hallway. It was nowhere to be found. Now, I'm thinking maybe my dog picked it up and took it somewhere, so I did a phone search for it, but it could only locate the left AirPod. Now I'm thinking, damn, I'm gonna have to buy a new one. Fast forward 2 days and I'm doing my weekly wash, and as my clothes are now ready to go into the dryer, I open up the dryer door before loading it with my clothes. And right there is my missing AirPod, sitting by itself on the bottom of the drum. I have no idea how, but oh well. By the way, the AirPod still worked okay, so wherever it was for 2 days, it didn't affect it. So, I wake up at my girlfriend's apartment, a little foggy from the night before. I was totally fine for about 20 minutes, when abruptly, I had to throw up. I use her restroom, and what came out, I can only describe as not so watery spit, with what looked to be remnants of leaves. Dumbfounded, I flushed the toilet, cleaned myself up a little bit, walked out to tell her I'm feeling better. I do not, however, tell her about the leaves out of embarrassment and plain confusion. So, anyway, I had plans to go and help my brother who's moving. I get to his house and start working. Hours go by, and I get a text from my girlfriend. She just woke up from a nap, and she said she wasn't feeling too well and that she had to throw up. She then mentioned that there were leaves in it. My heart sank, and I lost it for a moment. I tell her about my experience that morning, and she proceeds to freak out. We never got food together or separately the entire night before. It doesn't make any sense. We catch up on the phone later that night, with these leaves being the main topic. We both agreed on all the details. Not watery, but with a bunch of crushed up bits of leaves, with the stems and all the veins they have. Needless to say, we were pretty stultified. I'd had a few beers that night, and she had a vodka drink or two, and the only logical answer, I think, is that clearly we both must have eaten a bunch of leaves and just don't remember. But that's not likely for obvious reasons, and she's somehow convinced that it's paranormal. I don't think we'll ever close this case, but it's left us thoroughly stumped. The goosebumps have been very strong with this one. I've never posted here, but this weird thing just happened and I can't really explain it. I was changing a light bulb, and it's above my kitchen table. It just kind of hangs on its wire, that's how it was designed. But that's besides the point, I think. So, I was changing it from one round bulbous bulb to a larger round bulbous bulb. Also, the new one is opaque white, whereas the smaller one is that yellowy tinted vintage LED style. Two completely different light bulbs. Merely, they're the same shape, like a ball. So, I got the small one out and proceeded to screw in the larger one, while holding the smaller one in the same hand I'm using to hold on to the light fixture steady, while I screw the big one in there. I said to myself, I should have put this bulb down first. I feel like I'm gonna drop this crap right, and then I dropped it. The smaller bulb. Now, keep in mind, I am standing on a hard surface, kitchen table, which is standing on another hard surface, hardwood kitchen floor. There are no soft surfaces in this room in the house. It's a kitchen. So the bulb slipped out of my hand, and I brace for the sound of glass shattering, and I'm thinking about the mess that I'm going to have to clean up. But there was no sound of glass shattering. No sound at all. And I can't find this light bulb that I dropped anywhere. I'm freaking out right now. What is this? Where is the smaller light bulb? And why did it not shatter or make a sound when it inevitably hit either the table or floor upon slipping from my fingers? I'm at a complete loss. It's as if the bulb never existed. But there's a completely different light bulb in there now, so explain that. Has this ever happened to anyone else? This past July, my husband and I traveled 3 hours to eastern Washington one Saturday to visit some friends for the night who had recently built a beautiful luxury home on the Columbia River. There were 10 of us total, including my husband and I, the owners of the home, their daughter and son-in-law, their daughter's friend, and her husband, and then 2 other friends/coworkers. I had gone shopping at Target a few days prior for food and drinks to bring with us. I kept the drinks on the counter for a day or two, and then put them in the fridge the night before. On the day we left, my husband, who I'll call Chris, packed up the cooler and was busy loading stuff into the car while I checked the fridge one last time to make sure that we got everything. I saw that he had already packed up all of our flavored water and hard cider, but left a bottle of wine that I had put in the fridge the night before. I grabbed it on my way out the door along with my water bottle and another bottle of flavored water for the drive. And since our cooler was already packed up tight in the back of the SUV, I just threw the wine bottle into a canvas bag and set it in the back seat. When we arrived around 4 p.m. that day, we initially left all of our things in the car so we could take a tour of the house, and Chris said he would unpack the car later. We mingled, ate dinner, and sat by the pool admiring the beautiful scenic view of the river. At some point, Chris unloaded the back of the SUV, which had our cooler and overnight bags. He didn't even know I had put the wine bottle in the back seat at the last second, so I made a mental note to get it later. One of the guests, I'll call her Beth, offered some mixed drinks that she had made, so I had 2 of those after dinner, but made sure to hydrate with water in between because it was a hot July day in the desert. Once it got dark outside, 6 of us decided to take a golf cart ride around the neighborhood for about 15 minutes. When we drove back up to the house, I remembered the wine bottle in the back seat of our car, which still needed to be chilled. So I hopped off the golf cart, walked over to our car, which was unlocked, grabbed the bottle out of the canvas bag, closed the door, walked past everyone in the driveway and went inside. I set the wine on the kitchen counter and opened the fridge, which was a French door style fridge. There was really nowhere for it to fit on the shelves, since the bottle was too tall, so it had to go inside one of the doors. I moved a few things around on the left side door and put the bottle of wine right next to a small glass mason jar of something homemade. Then I went outside and sat in the hot tub for several hours. Around midnight we got out. I took a shower, came back outside and sat around the fire with a few others talking until around 2 a.m. Finally, everyone that was still awake went to bed. The next morning we had breakfast and were packing up our things to leave. I realized I never did open the bottle of wine the night before, and since the hosts don't drink wine, I figured I might as well bring it back home with me. So I opened the fridge, and not only was the wine bottle missing, there was no empty spot where it had been either. The fridge was full of other stuff, just no wine. Not a single bottle in sight. I asked Chris if he already packed it up, and he replied that he didn't even know I had brought it with me in the first place, and suggested that maybe someone else had drank it. Since our group was small and only a handful of us were drinking at all, I thought that would be really weird if someone opened the bottle of wine without asking whose it was. I even checked the garbage can for any sign of an empty bottle, but there was nothing. No empty wine glasses anywhere either. Although it didn't add up in my mind, I decided that Chris must be right. Someone else must have drank it, so I let it go. We drove the 3 hours back home that day, and when we pulled up to our house, Chris told me to leave everything in the car and that he would unpack it later. So I just grabbed my water bottle and purse and went inside our house. This is where things get weird. When I opened the fridge to put my water bottle back inside, there it was. The bottle of Chateau Saint Michel Rosé that had gone missing at our friend's house. I was the first one inside of our house, and nobody else lives with us, except our cat. So I truly had no explanation for how the bottle of wine just magically reappeared back in our fridge when it had gone missing from our friend's fridge earlier that day, hours away from us. I even went back in my order history from Target to see if I had actually bought 2 bottles instead of 1, but there was only 1 listed in the order history. and I only remembered having purchased one bottle and bringing that one bottle with us on the trip and putting it in their fridge. The shopping trip had only been maybe 3 days prior, so I still had a pretty clear memory of everything I bought. I even remembered contemplating buying 2, but decided I only needed 1. We didn't have any other bottles of that specific brand, and that was the only bottle of rosé that we had in the house. So did it teleport? It truly made no sense. This whole thing continued to bother me for the rest of the weekend, so I reached out to the owners of the house the next night and asked if they had any security cameras that would show me walking into the house with a bottle of wine around the time of the golf cart ride. They checked the camera and said that it did not show me going into the house with the bottle of wine at all. The thing is, if the camera had shown me bringing in the wine, then it would have deepened the mystery even more, because then there would have been proof of it having been there. But I know for a fact that I did go to the car, open it, take the bottle out of the bag, walk into the house, set it on the counter, open the fridge, move some things around, and then put it inside the fridge on the left-hand side. This is all a very clear memory for me. When I thought back on it, however, I remember not saying anything to anyone about it at any point. I was going to ask Chris aloud if the car was open, but instead I just walked over to see if it was unlocked, which it was. When I walked past everyone in the driveway holding the wine, I almost said something, but I didn't. When I sat it down on the kitchen counter, I almost said something to Beth as she was standing right there, but for whatever reason, I didn't. I just stayed silent the whole time. I almost felt like if I had spoke words aloud to anyone, then it would break the spell that I seemed to be in. It's hard to explain, but it didn't feel weird or off in any way at the time, only in retrospect. And the only part about it was a subtle feeling that saying anything aloud would have changed things, meaning the teleportation wouldn't have happened if anyone else could have confirmed the wine bottle's presence after the fact. So, for all intents and purposes, nobody that night knew that A, I had a bottle of wine with me, not even my husband, or B, that I was planning to drink it that night. Nothing was said aloud about wine at any point from me or anybody else, and no one else was drinking wine at all. So thinking about it from that perspective, I wonder if I was actually astral traveling during that portion of the night and only thought I had performed all of those actions, but actually did them in the astral realm instead, and it felt like it was happening in our physical realm. Or did the wine bottle actually teleport from their house to ours at some point in less than 24 hours? Or did I jump timelines somehow? Whatever actually happened, it feels like some sort of glitch in the Matrix. The homeowners asked everyone that was there at their house if they had any wine that night, and nobody had. I wasn't drunk either, as I'd only had a few drinks over the course of the entire night and drank plenty of water in between. But I'm certain that if I had decided at any point to go get myself a glass of wine, it would have been there. My memory is very clear. There's just no actual evidence of the wine having ever been at our friend's house. I really have no logical explanation for what happened. But what do you all think? Hey Raven, greetings from sunny South Africa. In 2017, myself, my then husband, and our 2 kids were driving home from a long cross-country road trip. The day had been awful and we were all tired of being in the car. Day turned to night, and the kids fell asleep in their car seats. We stopped for gas and some snacks as we still had a very long trip ahead. As we left the gas station, I felt a cold tingle run up my arms and thought, that's strange. You see, the last time I felt that was when I was 10, just before I electrocuted myself by accident and woke up on the kitchen floor. I let the strange feeling go and we carried on driving. About half an hour after leaving the gas station, we were driving through farmlands going uphill. A truck was coming up the hill on the opposite side of the road and he had his brights on. As we reached the top of the hill, said truck started blaring its horns at us. Just then, bright lights appeared in the windscreen. It was a truck. Another truck was overtaking the first one and had driven onto our side of the road to do so. I knew this was it. There was nowhere to go. We didn't even have seconds. I turned and looked at my kids, closed my eyes and braced for impact. I heard it. I heard the crunch of metal on metal. I heard myself scream, but I don't remember actually screaming. Then I tasted blood. And then I opened my eyes. We were driving downhill, still on the road. I looked at my ex and said, "What? How? How do we not get hit?" He smiled at me and said that he had ample time to swerve away. I was shook and out of sorts, body shaking, and my mind was going at 1,000 miles an hour. He told me not to be dramatic. I couldn't help it. I was pretty sure we had all just died. After that night, there were changes in everything. Our house burnt down, he lost his job, he became abusive and then in turn led to our divorce. It felt like I was married to a whole new man. If this is quantum immortality, then it's not the first time I've died. I gave my white hoodie to my cleaner to wash on Tuesday, February 16th, and I forgot about it. On Thursday, February 18th, I wore it to the gym in the morning. I trained from 6:15 to 7:15 a.m. Then, when I walked out, it wasn't in my bag. I thought I lost it. As soon as I got home, I had realized it was not in my bag, and I rang the gym right away, wasting no time. I got the instructor to check lost and found property to see if anyone has handed it in, and in the locker room lockers and the bench. I also got the manager to check the security cameras to see if anyone had stolen it. No such luck. Nothing in the locker room, lockers, or bench. She sent the picture with me walking in wearing the white hoodie that morning. She thinks that it's gray, but it appears to be white unless there's color distortion. I sent her a past pic of me wearing that same hoodie, so she knows what exactly to look out for. However, nobody had walked out with it. It's like my hoodie vanished into thin air. It was impossible for it to be stolen on my return journey either, with only 2 other people on the bus that early in the morning. And I had my bag with me the whole time. Then on Sunday, the 21st of February, my cleaner had returned that very same hoodie back to me, cleaned. The one that I thought I wore to the gym on Thursday, February 18th and lost. When I saw it, I stared at it for several long moments in shocked silence. I was totally flabbergasted. I had checked and double-checked all of my drawers to see if I had worn the wrong hoodie. I have no similar hoodies that are the same. My memory isn't that bad, and I most definitely was not absent-minded. Although it was early in the morning, I was wide awake after a hard workout anyway. So, what was it that I wore to the gym? That night, when I had Russian class, my Russian teacher said that this incident reminded her of a novel she read. Could be Mandela effect related. Was it a mind manifestation of an object because I needed it? After all, it was a cold morning, only 6 degrees. In a trip to the UK in 2011, my husband and my cousin and I got in on a pub quiz in York. We weren't really interested at first, so We didn't take any answer sheets, but to pass the time, I went ahead and started writing down the answers on my own sheet of paper. I started with number 1 so we didn't miss any. Around number 15, I believe, I heard the lady that was calling out the questions skip to 17, or something. I can't remember the exact numbers, but I know that she skipped at least 2. As my husband was ordering at the bar, I looked to my cousin for confirmation that I had heard correctly, and he agreed that she had skipped a couple of numbers. I expected some participant in the quiz to correct her or ask her about it, but nobody said anything. The lady went on calling out questions. She continued in order to number 25, and then suddenly she skipped to 29. This anomaly was confirmed by both my husband and cousin, and again, nobody corrected the lady or asked about the skipped numbers. I could only assume that 1, the quiz worked in some odd way that we weren't familiar with, that the locals were, or 2, somebody would point out the mistake before the lady called out the answers. Maybe ask what the number to those questions were. However, that never happened. The questions stopped at 30, and then the lady began calling out the answers. I waited curiously for her to get to the numbers that she had skipped. I was positive that when she called out those numbers, somebody in the pub would protest and say she had never given the questions. Instead, when she did get to those numbers, 16, 19, 26 through 28, I remembered those questions being called out. By the end of the answers, I realized that every answer she had called out had been to a question that I had, in fact, heard her ask. What's more, my husband and cousin remembered all the questions too. We couldn't figure it out. We never did figure it out. There appeared to be no confusion in the pub whatsoever. Unfortunately, we didn't think to ask anyone else in the pub if they had observed the same thing we did, and I wish so much that we had. I will add that none of us were drunk or even buzzed. We had just had 1 beer and had barely started on them when this was happening. First, thank you for opening this platform. I've been wanting to share this for years. I'm just afraid people will look at me like a weirdo because it sounds so unreal. This happened when I was just 17 years old. Let's just say I was moderately rebellious in my late teens. If anyone told me not to do something, there was a 98% chance that I would do it anyway. I went out to smoke marijuana with a friend that I had just met. I had never smoked it before, but I wanted to try it. I had friends that had smoked it religiously. They'd actually done so with my new friend and told me not to smoke with her, but of course, I went anyway. Long story short, I took a few drags and passed out. Externally, I was unconscious and barely breathing. Internally, I was experiencing one of the most terrifying events of my life. I don't want to go into too much detail here, but if people want more detail about this, feel free to share my info. My friends told me that they were just about to call 911 when I suddenly woke up, took a huge gasp, and asked to be taken home to my mom. I changed a lot after that day. My core values changed. So much so that my values come off as deeply rooted. My vocabulary changed. I talk and act way different than the way that I used to. My humor and interests changed. Literally everything changed. I also lost memories of my past. My past is very vague. There's more to this story, but it's way too much to elaborate, so I'll stop there. But sometimes, I wonder if I really did die that day because it's like the person that I used to be died. There's no way to know, of course, but sometimes I can't help but wonder. Am I still that same person that passed out and was barely breathing for 8 minutes? Hello, Raven. I have always enjoyed your channel and decided to write you a story that happened to my sister Mary and I in the year 1982. I was born in 1962 and was 20 years old at this time, and my younger sister, born in 63, was 19 years old. Neither of us were believers in the paranormal or time slips, but that day made us at least rethink things. Our late grandfather had left our father, the owner of a huge antique shop in New York City. Business was good. Back in those days, people wore suits and dresses to work more so than today. On this day, I was wearing my single-breasted navy suit with black shoes, while my sister was in her body-hugging pink dress and sandal high-heeled shoes on her feet. She looked lovely with her blue eyes and long brown hair. In our antique shop that was family-owned, only the family workers could take the elevator down to the basement to get more antique supplies to bring upstairs to sell. On this day, my sister and I took the elevator downstairs to the basement to look for more supplies to sell. When we were doing this, I felt like a smoke. My sister Mary and I are light smokers, and only enjoy smoking sometimes. I asked my sister to join me as we both opened up the huge basement side door to get a breath of fresh air in the summertime and enjoy a little smoke. But as soon as we did, we noticed we were not in 1982 New York City anymore, but more like 1930s Manhattan. We immediately noticed the Empire State Building looming over us, and the many old-fashioned cars, even a Pierce Arrow luxury car. We saw many enormous in size yellow taxicabs carrying their passengers to their destination as a middle-aged cop directed traffic. "Come on," my sister said to me, smiling and grabbing my hand. "Let's get a newspaper and see what year this is." Mary and I soon came up to a newsboy. We paid for a paper, and I could see that the year was 1963, the year of our father's birth. We also read that it was the month of June, and notorious mob boss, Lucky Luciano, was being sent to prison. This was all fascinating to me because I loved reading about gangsters. The paper also talked about the American president at the time, Franklin D. Roosevelt. While we were reading the newspaper, Mary and I saw another man buying a paper from the newsboy. He reminded me of my favorite old movie star Humphrey Bogart, in his gray fedora hat and double-breasted gray pinstripe suit and black and shiny shoes. Like Bogart, he had a cigarette dangling from the side of his mouth. The way Mary and I dressed actually fit pretty well in this time period. Male dress suits did not change too much from 1900 to 1980s, and Mary's dress did not look too out of place either. At least neither of us looked glaringly out of place in 1930s New York, we thought. Nobody was staring at us unusually, and we were both thankful for that. While my sister and I were still reading the paper, we noticed a very good-looking but dangerous-looking couple walk up to us, with a gang of toughs in back of them. They looked like the Chinese tongs of New York City, 1930s. The young man had black hair and was wearing a big bowler black hat, black suit, white bow tie with a white flower, with black and white spectator shoes on his feet, while his lady next to him was gorgeous and shapely, with long straight black hair and bangs, wearing a beautiful Chinese red kaipao, I hope I said that right, body-hugging dress and sandal high-heeled shoes on her feet. While the rest of the male mob, numbering around 12, wore suits with bowler hats or fedora hats. They all looked very nice, but dangerous looking and not to be messed with. The young man, probably the leader with the gorgeous woman in his arms, asked me if he could have a light. His lighter had died. I gave him a light. As he thanked me, he then looked at what I was reading about the mob boss, Lucky Luciano, and he replied that he was happy that Lucky Luciano went away to prison because it was less competition in the New York underworld with him gone. He then straightened his jacket, and I could see a big .45 handgun in his holster. Even though there were other mobsters at the time aplenty, Luciano was considered public enemy number one. This mobster told me. I nodded my head when this tough-looking man said this to me as he smiled at me, and then his gang left my sister and I alone, thankfully, after that. Because my sister Mary and I were starting to sweat in fear from them. After my sister Mary and I ate some hot dogs at the hot dog stand, my sister looked at me worriedly. We've been gone for about an hour and a half in 1930s New York, but I'd like to return to our time, you know? I don't want to be stuck in the 30s forever. I nodded my head to her and told her that we should retrace our steps and find our family's antique shop. Our late grandfather was the owner of the antique shop at this time in the 1930s, and it was in the same spot as before, so we would just go back to that, since we knew Manhattan like the back of our hands. My sister seemed relieved as she followed me back to our family antique shop. When we saw the antique shop in the distance, we surprisingly could see our late grandfather standing by the big glass window, waiting for more customers to come in. He was smiling, wearing his three-piece brown suit. Mary and I could not wait to see our grandfather again since he did pass away when we were just kids. But as soon as Mary and I opened the antique shop doors, we were back in 1982 again, and it was not our grandfather we saw, but our own father. We were kind of disappointed. We told our father our story, but he just laughed it off a bit as we got back to work again. Before we did, Mary and I both wistfully looked up at the huge family-framed photo of ours, overlooking the whole antique shop for all to see, that had our now late grandparents, our parents, and Mary and me smiling at the camera in this 1972 picture. You read my story about how I would randomly daydream about these random memories of me being in high school and having a girlfriend. I'm not sure if you remember reading it, but either way, I just started working at my second job because I kind of went and financed a car I probably won't be able to afford with just having my primary job. Anyway, the first day at my new job, I meet all of my coworkers. A coworker named Sarah mentioned that a girl named Michelle was out sick and that she would be back tomorrow, and how she's such a great and smart girl. So I kind of just shrugged it off and got back to work. The next day comes, and I walk into work and say hello to everyone, and then, boom, I see Michelle. I literally go into the bathroom and basically have a full-on panic attack. Michelle is the girl that I've been daydreaming about for the last 2 years of my life. I haven't really said much to her throughout the last 2 weeks of working here. Like, how did I have memories of a girl I never knew? Since that day that I first saw her, the daydreams have stopped. It's crazy stuff, and if this isn't nuts, then I don't know what is. I live in Prince Edward Island, Canada, just outside the capital city of Charlottetown. I'm a cleaner at a food processing facility where I work 5 days a week. Sometimes I take the car to work and other times I ride my bicycle, but normally I ride the bus 3 times a week. I've been taking the bus for about 18 months, so I've met all the drivers on my route. Today I experienced something that continues to blow my mind. I wasn't drinking or under the influence of any substance. What I saw that morning must be a glitch or something bizarre. It was about 7:35 a.m. on August 20th, 2024. It was a Tuesday, so I expected to see Dave driving the bus, but instead a middle-aged blonde man was driving. I've never seen him before, so I assume he's a substitute driver. I tell him that I will need to transfer to bus 2 at the upcoming junction so I can continue my commute. It is a 10-minute drive to my transfer bus, and I read a book that I happen to have with me. The book is quite good and I'm engrossed in my reading. We reach the transfer point, and I'm relieved the local road construction didn't cause any delays so I won't be late for work. Putting away my book, I approach the door right across from the driver and turn to thank the driver as I always do. And I'm stunned to see my regular Tuesday driver Dave is driving the bus. Dave is a thin, middle-aged man with brown hair, and Dave looks nothing like the blonde man who picked me up 10 minutes earlier. I hide my shock and exit the bus without saying anything besides, "Thanks, Dave." I didn't want to waste time trying to explain what I saw. How could a totally different person be operating the bus 1 minute and the normal everyday driver be there moments later? I boarded the transfer bus to continue my commute, and there was no further incident, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I saw. I didn't even resume my reading. Arriving at work, I told the one person I trust the most about my bizarre experience on the bus, and she didn't appear to judge me. Did my mind play tricks on me? Or was it something else? Hi, Raven. I want to start by saying that I love listening to your narrations. I find your voice soothing and often fall asleep listening to your videos, and find myself rewatching them the next day to hear the part I missed. Thank you. That being said, my story takes place approximately 20 years ago. I was a young mother and my son was 2 or 3 at the time. Him and I had laid down for an afternoon nap. I was cuddling with him, big spoon, little spoon, as he always tended to sleep better whenever we cuddled. Shortly after we lay down, he dozed off, and I quickly followed. I had a dream about him and I being in a candy store. It was a small mom-and-pop type store, and my son picked Hot Lips as his treats. Not sure if everyone knows what Hot Lips candy is, but it's a cinnamon-flavored gummy candy in the shape of lips, and it's about 1.5 inches long. Although, in my dream, the candy was approximately the size of a candy bar. There was another little boy in the store as well, and he snatched the candy from my son and climbed up on a shelf and sat there eating the candy. At that point, I woke up. I don't know how long we slept for sure, an hour or 2 at the most. He woke up first, and I quickly woke up when I felt him moving. And what he said to me when he woke up, I will never forget. He said, "Mama, that boy took my candy bar." I've never been able to explain how this happened, and I remember it like it was yesterday. I often wonder if he saw my dream or if I saw his. Whichever way it happened, I'll never know, but it has definitely stuck with me over the years. This person submitted 2 glitch stories that were on the shorter side, so I'm going to combine them into one story. Hi, Raven. This is my biggest glitch. It began innocuously enough. One day, I decided I would make a list of all the cats I've had since childhood. When I got to my cats Kip and Pandora, I came to a realization that I still can't wrap my brain around. I hope I can explain it well. I have 2 different memories of each cat when I lived in the same place. I should have had them both at the same time, but I didn't. In one reality, I had my white seal point male Kip. In the other reality, I had my black female Pandora. My friend remembers both cats, but has a different memory of how I got Pandora. And when I think too hard about my life situation in those years, it begins to fall apart and make no cohesive or linear sense. Like the movie Dark City, which I highly recommend if you haven't seen it. I have a lot of other glitches, but this is the most perplexing. And then their second story. For a long while, I made a living doing balloon sculptures at a Chevy's restaurant. I always wore a tip badge as that's how I made my money, and I was darn good at it if I do say so myself. One night while getting ready to go, I reached for my tip badge. I always had it on my VCR, and lo and behold, it was gone. I searched everywhere for it. I even felt on top of my VCR in case it was there, and I couldn't see it. Frustrated, I made a lame one on the fly and ran out the door. Cut to getting home and flopping on my couch, and the badge is there, on the VCR, just sitting there. I lived alone and there's no rational reason for this. It disappeared and then poof, there it was again. Not thrilling and maybe mundane, but it got me to notice that something crazy happens. And it happens a lot. When I was little, around 5 or 6 years old, me and my sister, 7 to 8 at the time, were sitting in our tent in our summer cabin's yard. We were playing with Legos and just having fun when our mom called us over. I very vividly remember holding the Lego guy in my hand as I exited the tent, and when I got up, I accidentally dropped it. I started looking for it in the grass, panicking because neither myself nor my sister could find it. We looked for it every day, but couldn't find it anywhere. Now, a small side part to the story, my sister had this little case meant to carry lipstick. We used it for carrying the little Lego men so we wouldn't lose them. It closed with the button and was very firm. Back to the main event. We left the cabin 5 hours away from home, presumably leaving this Lego man in the grass never to be seen by us again. But a few weeks later, as we were looking through the Legos, my sister started gathering some small items she was going to put in the case. When she opened it, something flew out into the Lego box as I was rummaging through it. I immediately looked for the thing that fell in, and it was the Lego man. It was the same one, but its face was faded as well as the logo on his shirt. To note, we did not have any other Lego men like that. It was an ambulance driver from a Lego kit, and I can assure you that we had only this one man from a kit like that. So we looked at each other in shock and disbelief, and decided to go ask our dad and mom if they had found it. But they had no clue what we were even talking about, and my mom even got mad at us for not believing her. To this day, I think about, and me and my sister both still remember it the exact same way. So it wasn't just in our heads. A couple of years ago, 2 friends visited me. We'd been eating and drinking coffee and had a nice evening. Later, I was going to drive them home, and my one friend was checking that she didn't forget anything. When she was in the hallway putting on her shoes, she had the phone there. When we sat in the car, she was sending an SMS to a friend. I saw the light from the phone. After a few kilometers, she reached for the phone to check it, to see if she got any replies from the friend, but she couldn't find her phone anywhere. We stop at a gas station and look because me and her boyfriend were convinced it fell under the seat. We looked everywhere, but no phone. Then, her boyfriend, who doesn't believe in anything like glitches, says, "You probably forgot it at my place." So, we went back, and the phone was lying on the living room table. I saw her holding her phone walking to my car, and I saw the light from the screen when she sat in the car. I can't explain this. How did the phone disappear from a car kilometers away back to my house? I've never told people about this because they just think I'm crazy, but I know what I saw, and there is no explanation. When I was 11, my mom's friend got me a necklace with a big amethyst stone, about 1.5 inches tall, 1 inch wide and 1/2 inch thick, carved into the shape of a raindrop. He said that it would protect me from evil spirits, and it was my favorite color, so I loved it. I wore it everywhere, even when asleep. After a few weeks, I noticed that I was feeling pretty tired all the time. I complained to my grandma about how tired I was, and she said that amethyst drains your energy. I was super disappointed, but I believed her and took it off. I set it on this chest in the hallway while I went to the bathroom. It was right outside the door, and I planned to put it in my backpack after I was done. But when I came out less than a minute later, it was gone. I asked my grandma if she saw what happened to it, but she said that she didn't. She was washing the dishes in the kitchen, and the sink was on an island counter facing the hallway. And she would have seen one of my cousins or siblings if they had come inside and grabbed it. And I would have heard if anyone had come down the hallway, because it was an old trailer with creaky floorboards. And you could always hear where people were in walking. I also heard the dishes in the sink the whole time I was in the bathroom. So it's not like my grandma could have run over and grabbed it without me hearing her. I opened the chest, pulled it away from the wall, and looked behind it. Lifted it, looked under it. It was gone. I was so upset. Every time I went back to my grandma's house, I looked for it again, until the year that she moved out. But it never turned up. Hey Raven, I recently discovered your YouTube channel and I really enjoy it. Your stories are interesting. They make me feel like I'm not alone in experiencing weird stuff, and you're a truly talented narrator. Thank you. I come from a very down-to-earth working-class family, and I grew up in a rural area in Norway. Both me and my family are logical, level-headed people. I grew up to become a lawyer and have lived a quite normal life with work, family, and all the usual stuff. Nevertheless, I have encountered a lot of strange things in my life. Things that defy any kind of logic. Things that I have never asked to experience or even considered possible. Things that I couldn't have made up even if I wanted to. I have numerous weird stories, but for starters, I'll only tell you one of them. If you want more, please let me know. It was the 1960s, and I was a little girl, about 5 years old. I remember this event as clear as if it had happened today. It was broad daylight, and I had visited some neighborhood boys about my age that lived less than a mile away. Even though I was only 5, I was allowed to go alone through a small forest to see them. This was quite normal, and I was never afraid. I knew the way perfectly. As I was on my way back home, I went through the forest and, for some reason, I stopped by a small field close to where my grandparents lived. I was a little grumpy at the time as the boys had been a little rough with me, leaving me with some small bruises. It was more annoying than painful. All of a sudden I froze, and just stared at what happened right beside me. As if from out of nowhere came 2 brown horses with a brown carriage behind them. In the carriage was a grown woman. The woman looked very classy with a bright blue long dress, and she had a big brown hat with some kind of ornaments on it. The carriage had a grayish top. Most people had stopped riding by horse and carriage by then, so this was highly unusual to me, especially a carriage like that. Very expensive looking. Being a little girl from an environment without glam or abundance of any kind, I had never before seen such a classy lady either. I had seen pictures of some, and I remember that I thought to myself that she must be a rich lady from a big city, even though I had never even been to any big cities at all. She was not from around my area, that's for sure. We had a TV with only one channel, but I was way too young to be allowed to watch westerns or any other films or series. I had therefore never seen a western or anything like that, but in hindsight, What I saw looked like something one could have seen in an old Western series. I just stared at the lady, the horses, and the carriage for several seconds as they passed right beside me. Neither the lady nor the horses noticed me as they passed. I was puzzled by this strange and unexpected sight. And then I noticed something that made this even weirder. The horses and the carriage did not touch the ground. It was as if they passed on a normal road, only that it was maybe 2 or 3 feet above the ground. Then, I realized, even if it hadn't been in the middle of the air, it wouldn't have been on a road because there was no road there. I was in a field just outside a forest. But it got even weirder. I followed them, wide-eyed as they passed me, but after a few seconds the whole image disappeared into thin air. Like one moment it was definitely there and the next it was just gone. There was nowhere that they could have hid because it was an open field. I ran home to my mother and told her what had happened. She actually took me seriously and said that she could see that I told her the truth. I wasn't a child who would make up stories like that and present them as true either. She could not explain to me how I could have seen this. She consulted other family members and someone said that I must have seen some kind of mirage. None of them could explain properly what the heck a mirage was, at least not so that a 5-year-old girl could understand it. Several days later, my mom told me that my grandparents had told her that at least 50 years prior, there actually had been a dirt road exactly where I saw the lady pass me. The road was moved closer to my grandparents' house and gave way to the little grassy field that was now there. My family thought that that was really weird. There's no way that I could have known that. To make things absolutely ridiculous, 2 years later, a new, broad asphalt road was established from the highway a couple of miles away, through the field, and all the way through the little forest to my neighborhood boys' house. Guess where they laid the road? Right exactly where I had seen the lady and the horses, and where there had been a road before a long time ago. I've been at that place many, many more times since. My family still owns the surrounding property and I regularly visit them. But I've never experienced anything like that ever since, there or at any other place. To this day, I still wonder what the hell happened that day. I'm not usually a very good storyteller, so I will do my best here. This is something that I witnessed a couple months ago, and my kids keep telling me that I need to share the story. One early Saturday morning, I was up before anyone else in the house was up. I had some coffee and watched a little TV. Then I decided to tidy up the kitchen a bit, wash the few dishes in the sink. There's a kitchen window over the sink where our 2 outside farm cats, one orange cat and one black, who are never allowed in the house, sometimes come to say hello to us if they hear us. We never open that window. We just say hello back by tapping on the window and saying our normal, "Hello, kitty kitty." So, as I was washing the dishes, our orange cat, Dennis, was in the window, rubbing on it. I tapped the window and said a few things to him. I like to think they understand what I'm saying through the window glass. I got done with the dishes, grabbed another cup of coffee, and then sat back on the couch. A half hour goes by, and I start hearing some noises. I can't figure out exactly if it's from upstairs, the attached garage, or the basement. I feel a little scared by the noises, so I just sit and wait, and hope that someone else gets up soon. Then, another half hour or so later, I look to the side of me and see the orange cat Dennis walk through the kitchen, heading to go upstairs to the 2nd floor. Of course, I grab him and set him back outside our front door. I think to myself, shoot, the garage door must be open. What other animals got in? I went to check the garage and the door is still locked, and all the windows are shut. My husband then came downstairs, and I told him what happened, and then made him go down to the basement with me to check the windows. They were also all locked up. The direction the cat came in would have had to have either been through the garage or from the basement, but according to all the windows and doors, that wasn't possible. Out of curiosity, I checked every window and door in the house, and everything was locked up tight. This incident will forever boggle my mind. Hello. I don't know if this is worth telling, but it's really the only significant event or happening I would say that I've experienced that I really can't explain, and I find myself thinking about it years later, racking my brain as to find a logical explanation. I'm personally very skeptical about glitch in the matrix or paranormal stories, as I know there's usually a logical explanation. I find myself listening to your stories and other listener stories from other podcasts, and always find myself skeptical, reasoning multiple real-world explanations to rationalize those kinds of stories. But then of course there's my own story, which has me messed up and second-guessing myself to this day. So to start off, I'm a crazy rabbit lady. Think cat lady, but instead of being obsessed with cats, I'm obsessed with rabbits. As a side note, rabbits are better and more involved pets than the general public think. Most pet stores sell rabbit cages or hutches as if they're rodents or something that belongs in a cage, with wood shavings. It turns out rabbits are actually wonderful house companions and are more like dog/cat hybrids versus guinea pigs or hamsters that just live their lives in cages, only occasionally being taken out to pet or hop around before locking them back up. In actuality, they are easily litter box trained, they can learn tricks, and are much better suited to live in a pen or throughout your home, not in tiny metal cages or hutches with those god-awful metal ball water bottle things. That being said, I've been obsessed with rabbits my whole life. I got my very first rabbit in high school from my best friend. This rabbit was my very first pet that was only mine, not a shared pet such as a family dog. I loved this rabbit more than anything. He was my buddy and was my source of happiness through high school, moving to another state in college, and through a terribly abusive relationship. As my bunny got older, I lived in a one-bedroom apartment with wood floors. He refused to walk on the wood, so I had area rugs as he would hop from rug to rug, sort of like the floor is lava. I did want to keep some boundaries, so I chose not to put any rugs in my bedroom. From where I slept at night, I had a clear view of my dining room table. And this rabbit was my little buddy, while also being a creature of habit. He had a favorite spot right under this one chair to my dining room table, which was in perfect view of where I slept. Every night I went to bed, I kept my bedroom door open, and he slept under the same chair facing me, and for the most part would be there facing me in the mornings when I woke up, just waiting for me. He was light gray and white, so sitting in the same spot every morning and every night made a clear furring in contrast to the dark brown rug. Eventually, shortly after turning 8 years old, he ended up having some medical complications. After multiple vet visits and thousands of dollars later, he did end up passing away. Saying I was devastated would be an understatement. I grieved for quite a while. What most people don't think about if they have pets, which is rather morbid, is one day there will come a time where you have to vacuum up the last of their fur, forever erasing any trace of them in your home. I'm slightly OCD and I've always kept my apartment very clean, so I have vacuumed and cleaned my whole apartment multiple times after getting my stuff together, but I put off vacuuming up his little fur ring under that chair. I dreaded doing this. It felt like doing so would make it real or solidify that he's actually gone. I remember waking up most mornings and my first thought was to gaze under that chair only to see his little fur spot. After a few weeks to a month or so, I can't remember when, but I do remember gathering up the strength to vacuum up his little fur ring for the very last time. I distinctly remember doing so because it was such a significant thing for me to do. I remember crying and being super upset about this. I did vacuum that ring one day. Over time, the grieving process got easier. I kept myself busy with work and school, and eventually my days became easier to handle. But one day, I'm not too sure how long after cleaning his spot this could have been, maybe a few days or a week later, I woke up, and I swear to God, his little fur ring was there. Like, there. Right in the same spot on my dark brown rug under the chair of my dining room table. His gray and white fur spot was there, clear as day. I remember crying and psyching myself out, like, did I actually pull the trigger and vacuum up the spot? I distinctly remember doing this because it was so significant to me, and I was really upset about it. Even thinking I made a mistake and should have just kept it there. Could I have possibly been so upset and messed up that I had dreamed or daydreamed doing this? There's no way leftover dust bunnies or fur balls could have rolled onto the carpet or something because it was literally a packed fur circle in his usual spot. That freaked me out so bad that I never told anyone about it, thinking my family or friends would think I'm crazy. Even more crazy for being so grief-stricken about a pet rabbit. But anyways, I did eventually end up cleaning his little fur spot again. I've eventually moved on, rescued, and lost more rabbits over the years. I'm in a new apartment with new bunnies, married, and happy. But I will never share a bond with another bunny again like I had with my first. I don't know if this is paranormal or a glitch in the Matrix. Or maybe I was just so upset that I dreamt I had done it because I was dreading having to do it so much. But in reality, I actually hadn't. I swear I cleaned that spot up for the last time, now twice. Anyways, thanks for taking the time to read my weird story, and take care. And if you have any fur babies, be sure to show them some extra love. You never know how long you have with them. I wrote to you last month, and I was actually surprised you used what I wrote. But if you want to link my last story with this one, it's a follow-up. If people have questions, I will be happy to answer with the best of what I believe to know. I have trouble believing in myself. How can I expect others to believe me? Today is a tough day. I feel sad. I try really hard not to let myself fall into this state of mind. I know that I create or attract my own timeline, or more like what I need in general. This was in a Montreal suburb. 1988 seems to be the year that I mostly wake up, or maybe I remember this one because at this age I was 7 years old, in my bed. I want to cry. I could remember my girlfriend and her beautiful smile, a toddler named Bobby. He was 2 years old. I was in High River, Alberta in the spring of 2013, I believe. I had a job in a big restaurant franchise, but when I opened my eyes, I was back in 1988. I wake up, and it's morning. I have to get ready. My dad and his new girlfriend are preparing to go to the market to sell everything they have. They will soon move north of Quebec to build a house in the forest. I already know that it will fail and they'll be back in about 2 years. Tomorrow, I'm going back to my mom's house. It makes no sense. I was 32 years old yesterday with a family. I've learned not to talk about my experience. It makes people act weird toward me. You don't realize the impact this has on someone's mind, not knowing if what you live or what you are is real. It's been happening many times. I've lost track. I mean, I never really kept track, I guess. When exactly did I start to realize this? To explain how it feels, I'll give you an example. Do you remember exactly where you were 2 years ago from now? What you did? You probably do, but it's most likely a vague memory or an approximate idea. Now, imagine you live about 50 years and wake up at 7 years old, but it's the same life. It's easy to think and believe that you just have to buy a lottery ticket, right? Remember the numbers for 50 years, or whenever my life ends this time. Or that I just have to make all the same choices again, as if that were remotely possible. When I was 7 years old, I felt consistently sad and depressed. I found myself knowing and talking about things that didn't interest other children, often discussing concepts related to the future. As I grew up, I lived my life to the best of my knowledge, and eventually my life became different from what it had been before. I made different choices, because how I felt inside diverged from how I was feeling and acting in my previous timeline. I suppose. It was simply different, leading me to make different decisions. At times, I would recall or feel certain things. Example, I spent many nights with a guy who worked at a gas station in the late hours, sharing hypothetical stories with him. I would clarify that these tales weren't true, but rather imaginative scenarios about what our lives could have been, as if we were characters in a TV show. He never really understood why I stayed awake so often to hang out at the gas station with him. To be honest, I wasn't entirely sure myself. I just felt like I should be there. Then, one night, I decided not to go and instead chose to sleep. I was tired. At 3 a.m., I opened my eyes and felt an unsettling sensation that I shouldn't have been asleep. It felt like I should have been with him for a reason, an inexplicable pull. I tried to convince myself it was all just my imagination. The next morning, I realized that he had been the victim of an attempted robbery. But fortunately, he wasn't hurt. He was just in shock. It happened right at 3 a.m. I have to believe in myself. Did I know something, or did I somehow manifest the event by merely thinking about it? What I do know is that I need to follow my instincts because I seem to know things without fully understanding why. So when I had the chance to take a trip to the west of Canada in 2004 with my friend, I decided to go. Fast forward to 2008, when I got hired at a fast food restaurant in the south of Calgary. There, I met a girl I had somehow anticipated meeting. It felt almost too easy. I believed I only had to follow my instincts to navigate life smoothly. I thought she might be falling in love with me. In a way, she was, but I became overconfident and started sharing everything about my life and feelings with her. I told her that I had known since I was 7 years old that we would meet and have children together. What can I expect? My story does feel crazy, and she probably thought I was crazy. So, it didn't work. I eventually lost my job. I had to move away. No children. This life doesn't exist this time. Seriously, I was now wondering if it ever even happened. Did I make up that story about timelines? I had my answer 4 years later. Spring 2013, the town was flooded during the night. It matched. It made sense. The flood happened, and I woke up at 7 years old remembering her and my children because I probably died that night. We probably died. All I know is that I sometimes take a look at her Instagram, and she's happy, with 2 little girls. And I'm not 7 years old again. For now. Hi, Raven. So, to begin, since I was very little, I would have dreams in places I had never gone to. The funny thing would be, when time went by, on a random day, I would actually be at that location that I dreamt about. I understand if some don't believe me, and you might think I had previously gone there, but I remember very vividly once dreaming of a place that looked kind of old, and had a statue of Abraham Lincoln, which I had never seen before. Where I'm from, there's no white statue of any president. After a hurricane hit the island that I live at, I had to make an emergency trip in order to get a power generator. On that trip is when I stepped into the place that I had dreamt about. So, fast forward, it was maybe a month or two into my relationship, and I told my boyfriend how I had dreamt about a drawing a classmate was doing, and actually guessed right what he was going to draw next. How, in my aunt's wedding, I had a glimpse of a dream I had where my granduncle, my grandmother's uncle, was looking to the side while a beautiful sunset was behind him, and he was wearing a hat, which is unusual for him. He was very skeptical. I understood, as I would be the same way if I were someone else. So, one day, I asked him for help with our move. The thing I needed help with was to undo the whole bed frame in order to take it in pieces. As I'm unscrewing it, I tell him, a few days ago I had a dream where I was in the same room, except in the wall that I'm standing at, there was a male energy sitting around where you are right now. Then, a wood board fell on my foot, but maybe I'm crazy. As soon as I finished saying crazy, the board that was connected to the one I was holding fell right on my foot. My boyfriend was in such shock that he was just sitting there paralyzed, looking at me with wide eyes. I just acted as if it was nothing because, again, this had happened to me before. So I grabbed some ice, put it on my foot, and kept working. He was silent for a good 10 minutes until he spoke and said, "I'm sorry for not helping you to bring the ice and all. I just can't believe that happened." Now, every time someone doubts my clairvoyance, he tells them this story. I'll also be submitting some paranormal stories that I have, the good, the scary, and the bad, but until then, thank you, Raven, for entertaining me as I work. Hey, Raven. This happened a few years ago, but it shaped the course of my life. I've always been a spiritual guy. I believe in God, not that I follow anything too closely or ritually, but the odds of this happening randomly are surely too wild to comprehend, so I believe it's a glitch, or at least an event engineered by a greater power. I'd been wanting a copy of Cormac McCarthy's All the Pretty Horses for a while. A bookstore in the city had it in. I took the train in and picked it up. I got back to my apartment complex and went in the back entrance, which I don't normally use. At the back entrance are the mailboxes, all stacked like beehives. I only rent a bedroom there. I'm not legally registered, so it's rare that I get mail. But as I passed the mailboxes, I thought I would do my housemate a solid and collect her mail. Again, it's rare that I carry the mailbox key, but I had my backpack on and thought I would check the compartment in the off chance that I'd chucked the key in at some point. I had. The key was there, front zipper. I knelt and wrestled the mailbox lock, opened up to a sea of detritus. Apparently nobody had checked our mail in time. Maybe 30 letters lay there, some damp and some muddy. I made myself comfortable and took them out a pile at a time, leafing through for any clean ones addressed to my housemate that I could take in for her. About a dozen in, I came across a small, pristine envelope, wider than the rest, and on the front, my name had been written by hand. I was intrigued. It's always interesting getting mail addressed to you in pen, but also because, like I said earlier, I'm not registered to this address, and I live in a different country. None of my circle around here would write letters. I assumed that maybe it was a birthday card that had sat there for months. Anyway, I nonchalantly slid the envelope inside the novel I had just bought, All the Pretty Horses, and then I shut up the mailbox and headed in, deciding that it was nothing worth fetching in the house for my housemate. Just a bunch of junk. I got in my home and took the envelope from inside the novel, chucked the novel on the kitchen counter, and tore open the envelope. My excitement faded when I saw that, even though it was a letter written in beautiful cursive font, it was clearly a religious letter, not a personal one for me. I read the first line and then my eyes were drawn to the middle, to the only line written in marker, or stronger pen at least. It stood out, dead center, as if everything else was written around it only to emphasize its importance. It was a Bible verse. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. I don't know the wider context because I didn't read the rest of the letter, but anyways, my attention turned to All the Pretty Horses, the novel I had just bought. I picked it up from the counter and read the blurb, smelled the pages, and then, as I often do with new books, turned to a random page to read a sentence. I was stupefied. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was reading the same Bible verse. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. The first random page I had turned to, the first sentence I randomly looked at, contained the same Bible verse that I had just read on the letter. The letter I had carried into my home inside the novel. Any Cormac McCarthy fans out there will know that All the Pretty Horses is not a religious book. It's about two guys cutting through Mexico on horseback looking for work. What are the odds on that being a random event? Sure, the Bible verse is one of the more famous, but even if the novel was a Christian book, what are the chances of me opening to a random page and seeing first the very same Bible verse that I had just read highlighted on a different, unrelated letter? A letter I happened to acquire on the same day, in the same hour, as the book. And then there's the synergy of me carrying the letter inside the book, as if somehow the verse had transferred from one medium to the other. I just want to know what it means. I have two moderately interesting glitch stories for you. I live near a sort of smallish-sized city close to Dayton, Ohio. On July 15th of this year, 2024, I saw something unnerving. I have experienced some odd things in the past and maybe wrote them off as me just imagining things, and my previous experiences were long before I was aware of the theory of living in a simulation, or matrix. However, the other day, I was completely 100% sober, and I can remember faces like a steel trap, but I'm not as good with remembering the names. I probably would have been an excellent CIA agent if I worked on correlation of names with faces. I live in a town of 60,000 plus people, and I see some of the same ones all the time, and I recognize them even though I don't know them. I was traveling from South Limestone to North Limestone for a morning doctor visit. Nothing serious or unusual. It's a 35-mile-per-hour road that goes all the way from the south end to the north end of town. It's a several-mile-long street. It's one of the longest main roads that cuts through the middle of the city. In South Limestone, I see a black male about 6 foot, wearing stone-washed blue jeans, a grass-green polo shirt with a beige V in the front that has some sort of pattern. He was wearing a bright red ball cap, and the only reason I mention that was because it might have been a political hat that we won't be getting into on this channel because we do not participate in politics here, but the point with this was that he didn't quite fit the common demographic of the people that would be in that political affiliation. I slowed down slightly and looked to see. It was not a political hat, but had some very small white logo or design on the front, but I couldn't see exactly what it was at that distance. I got a good look at his face, though, when he looked at me. Several minutes and miles later, I'm up near the Casano's Pizza place on North Limestone, and I see the exact same dude walking in the same direction, like he had teleported or had a clone. He had on the exact same hat, clothes, and even his shirt and his blue jeans were the same color shade as the guy before. I didn't stop the car on my way there, and there was no car speeding past me which he could have hitched a ride in that quickly. I really don't know what's going on anymore, but I'm not crazy. Again, I was 100% sober and not having delusional issues. So, what the hell? Glitch? This was definitely the same guy. Same exact outfit. There was no possible way he could have caught a ride or gone flying by me and blowing every single traffic light in the process. The only possible explanation is that he has a twin who lives on the other end of town, and they coordinated their clothes like some twins do. But they were both walking on the same side of the road and in the same northbound direction. Just really weird. The second story is not as interesting, but I know that I wasn't losing my mind. I was at a party and I wasn't drinking heavily. I had 2 low ABV beers over the span of 5 or 6 hours with food. When I go to leave, after I've burnt it all off, I can't find my car keys, which I always keep in my front pocket. There's no way that someone could have pickpocketed them without me knowing. I was not inebriated. I searched every single pocket of mine, even the back pockets, which I never use because I don't like sitting on uncomfortable things in my way other than a chair. Suddenly, the party becomes a search party, and we spend about 15 minutes combing the place, and nothing. I double-check all of my pockets again, and they were in my back pocket. No way. I don't ever put anything in my back pockets. Anyways, I think a few people thought I was actually drunk or crazy. But I know that I wasn't, and even my wife checked all of my pockets for me when looking to make sure I didn't miss them. But I really just don't know. Hey Raven. Long time since my Lola story. I've been recovering from knee surgery number 2. Hope you recover quickly. I was living with my abusive ex back in 2015 at her equally evil mom's place, where I had quite a few crazy experiences. But this one takes the cake. Oftentimes I was by myself, thank God, due to her job, until one of her kids came home. There were only 2 animals in the house. A cute little parakeet who sang when you walked by, and the dog who wouldn't cause much, if any, issues. One day, I was working on details for my debut wrestling promotions show, booking guys, etc. I was getting pretty hungry, so I walked through the hall into the living room and into the kitchen. When I walked by, I heard the familiar singing and said hello to the parakeet who was climbing all around its cage. Dog was being a dog, sleeping on the couch. I recall having a serving of Oikos 000 yogurt and some leftovers or something along those lines. I grab all my stuff, head back to the room to eat, and continue working on things. After eating, I don't like leaving dishes or trash lying around for too long, letting my tummy rest a few moments before I traverse the hallway into the kitchen once more. Suddenly, I realized, where's that familiar chirping? Not a single claw noise? Not a peep of anything? Drumroll, that damn bird 100% completely disappeared off this planet. If not the universe. I've had a completely paranormal life, but this? Oh no, this was the pinnacle of experiences. Outside of out-of-body experiences or near-death experiences. How does a little parakeet disappear in a 10-minute span of time? I checked the house. I checked everywhere. And that's when I double-checked the cage, and guess what? It was locked. I called the ex saying that she needed to get home ASAP because the bird had vanished. We checked the dog's mouth just to make sure he didn't somehow eat the poor thing, but no. Couch cushions? No. Behind the couch and other spots? Nope. What we did find was a trail of feathers from the kitchen to her mom's door, which was shut and locked. Those feathers were in a circle, Seeing this is typically a bad sign, get out of Dodge kind of issue. Eventually, I did legitimately plan an epic escape from her, considering all the ridiculous activity inside and outside the house. It's a literal miracle that I got out without a single issue. Due to a lot of experiences, such as the loud hiss I once heard, there was some badness in this house. My theory is either whatever was there actually helped me to get out, because it couldn't affect me, or I had another type of supernatural friendly help. Even evil has its own rules, codes, and morals, despite popular belief. Perhaps my attempts to reason with it, asking if it could chill until I can get out, benefited me in the end. Because there's simply no other way I could have gotten out of that house without spiritual intervention. My bags, PC, and everything else were sitting in the room packed, door closed. Her mom came home and I had an oh crap moment. Luckily, she didn't stay very long. I made my escape and here I am. Whoever, or whatever, you did me a solid. And I'm sure the bird is somewhere happy and safe. I'm an arborist, and I cut and load tree limbs into my trailer daily. When I arrive, I park my truck and set my keys on the passenger seat. I do this so routinely that it's a muscle memory movement, and on the day of which I perceived a glitch in my reality, I was doing a typical job. I loaded my trailer and was set to leave. I reached for my keys, and they weren't there. The homeowner saw that I was confused and we began looking through my truck. We couldn't find the keys. We took everything out of the truck and still no keys. We looked in the cracks of every seat. We looked under every floor mat. He called his son out, and we tore through my truck all the while I kept insisting that I always leave them on the passenger seat. I eventually unloaded the tree brush off my trailer 3 times and sifted through the brush with the father and son. Soon after that, I called my wife because she is the best I've met at finding lost items, and she couldn't find the keys either. It got dark and I gave up and paid a locksmith $250 for a new key. This vehicle is my only truck, and I work out of it every day. It's also my personal vehicle. I'm stating that just to say that I spend more time in it than my house. I continued working every weekday in my truck like normal, and then 3 weeks later, as I'm driving down the highway to a job, I see in my peripheral my original keys. Same broken key fob and everything, just sitting dead center in my passenger seat. The only thing on the seat were the keys. Dead center. I called my wife and the client and told them both, and they couldn't believe it. As much as it was weird to them, it was 5 times more weird to me. I immediately felt like I was in the Matrix. Just a week or so later, I stumbled upon your podcast and felt inspired to tell this story. I've been listening to your podcast for a few months now, and I wanted to share something that has happened to me now a few times. I don't know if this is a glitch or if my brain was causing me to hallucinate, but to the best of my knowledge, I am healthy and there wouldn't be anything to cause me to hallucinate long-term like this. I live in a suburb that has a lot of foot and public transit traffic. It's a fairly nice area with a lot of rentals, which is why I live here. This started about 6 months ago. I was walking home from my late night shift at a warehouse that I work for. It was around 2 in the morning. I was walking with my earphones in, staring at the sidewalk, and looked up towards an intersection nearby when I saw a bus. It was your standard city bus, just idling on the side of the road. But it was 2 in the morning. The buses stopped running around midnight. I watched the bus just sit there for a moment thinking that something was wrong with it. When I looked down at my phone to pause my music, and then looked back up, the bus was gone. It was there one moment and literally gone the next. I stood there thinking that I was just way too tired to be dealing with it, thinking it was like a waking dream kind of thing, and just kept going, deciding to not let it get to me. But then, when I was most of the way home, I saw another bus idling at the corner past where I lived. It was just sitting there, not moving, no turn signal or anything. It had on its headlights, but that was it. I was a bit unnerved by it, so I went inside and just pretended like it wasn't there. Over the last 6 months, I have seen buses sitting idly at random spots way after the buses are no longer running, around 2 in the morning. I keep randomly seeing them on the road near my home or in various places on the walk, and I swear they disappear when I notice them. They don't like poof disappear. They typically disappear when I look away or blink. They are always the same bus. Standard city bus, no discerning marks, no lit numbers or anything. They're just your standard everyday bus. Now, I did something that most people don't do. I decided to confront my glitch, after working up the courage for 6 months. I was walking home about 2 weeks ago, and I saw a bus in the same place that I saw it the first time, which was a pretty common spot for me to see the buses over the last 6 months. I decided I was going to physically confront the bus. I would walk towards it, not take my eyes off of it, and I would physically touch the bus. I wanted to make absolutely sure that this bus was real and that I wasn't going absolutely mental and seeing things. So, I held my eyes open, walked to the bus, and looked in. And much to my surprise, there was a man sitting in the driver's seat on his cell phone. Much to my surprise, I blinked, and the bus didn't disappear. It was still there. I stepped up to the front door, and the driver looked over at me and saw me and gave me a friendly smile. He then opened the door and looked at me and said, "Hey, sorry, we're done for the night. I was having some engine trouble, so I'm waiting for a tow truck to get me back to the depot." I just kind of nodded and said thank you, and we both turned away to get back to whatever we were doing. As I turned away, I reached my hand out and physically touched the bus to make sure that it was real and not in my mind. And it was very real. So, the one time I went to confront this oddity that kept happening over and over randomly over the last 6 months, it was real. This one time, it was a real bus. It didn't disappear, and it was physically there, complete with a reason to be there and a driver. It makes me wonder if any of the other times I saw a bus, if I had chosen to approach it, would it have stayed and been real? Would those buses have been actual buses? Or were they glitches / fake / out of place in this existence? As I said, it's been 2 weeks since this happened, and I haven't seen the buses since. There haven't been any odd buses in places where they shouldn't be. The ones that I have seen have been at normal times, and they don't disappear when I look away. I don't know what this was. I don't know if this was a series of the most impossible coincidences over half a year, but that's where it all ended. That's how it all came to its conclusion. I saw a real bus. I approached this real bus. And I guess that set things into the right way? I honestly have no idea. I have experienced a few glitches in the past couple of years, but this one really bugs me. It happened a little over a year ago. I live in an apartment complex, and there's a couple around my age that lives a couple buildings over. I know them well enough to talk for a minute or two if we run into each other, but not much more than that. We are friends on Facebook, and I saw the wife post that their son had died. He was in his late 20s and I had never met or seen him, so I had no real connection. But I expressed my condolences. A few days later, she posted his obituary, which included a picture, funeral times, the norm. This was the only time I had ever seen their son. A few weeks later, I went out to a karaoke bar with a few friends, and I saw that the couple was there. I approached to say hello, but chose not to mention their son. They seemed to be in good spirits, and I thought, why bring something like that up? After a little while, in through the door walked their son. My friends immediately asked what was wrong as they could see the look on my face. I told them the story. The couple called me over and introduced me, stating, "Oh, this is our son," with the same name as the man in the obituary. I had thought that initially maybe they had another son, though they'd only ever mentioned the one in person or online. The introduction with his name killed that idea. I had no idea what to say. Could I have dreamt the obituary on Facebook? Sure, but then how did I know exactly what their son, who I had never seen, looked like? This still has me stumped to this day. Hi, Raven. This is less of a story and more of a supposition. A thought experiment, if you will, for your readers. Based on prior experiences, which I may elaborate in another story, I know quantum immortality, or quantum suicide as some prefer to call it, is real. However, I've been left wondering a great many questions. 1. When one dies and ends up in another timeline, what happens to the alternate version of you's original consciousness? Does it get swapped? Overwritten? Am I hijacking or killing the alternative me's consciousness? How come I don't possess that alternate me's knowledge of how things are in the new or alternate timeline? Does quantum immortality apply for everybody or just a few people? At first, I thought it just applied to myself for some weird quirk, but having watched your videos, there's many people reporting the same or similar things, so it must apply to others. If it applies to everybody, where do the other people I see die go? Another timeline, right? If it's only a few people, what distinguishes them from the average Joe? 3. Does this produce a weird quantum survivor bias scenario? So, for example, a person who takes a medication and dies switches to a timeline where people taking that medication don't die, and a person who doesn't take the medication and dies then switches to a timeline where people who don't take that medication are the ones dying. Essentially, are the two people traveling to world lines that better favor their own particular views? And from their own perspective, it's the other one that appears to be dying. So, sort of a confirmation bias involving surviving death. 4. Why do most of the quantum immortality stories relate to either accidents or suicide? I've not yet seen a story relating to murder or attempted murder. Maybe I've missed a story, or there are stories out there, which I would love to hear about them. 5. What are the implications regarding old age? Do you just never die and become infinitely old? That to me is terrifying. 6. What are the implications for belief in an afterlife? If you just infinitely survive all deaths, then by definition you can never die and go on to an afterlife. You will always remain on Earth. Forever. Is there a true exit? 7. Is there some sort of quantum coalescence event where all alternative versions of you die? Say, the heat death of the universe. Then what? Where do they go? 8. There's obviously differences between different quantum immortality timelines. Is there any way to consistently detect these differences? Is there some way our alternate versions can communicate to each other? And 8. Why is it a bit like dying in dreams? where you, example, fall down a cliff and then it jump cuts to another scene, as if nothing happens just before you hit. I know this isn't a story per se, but I find the questions intriguing and trippy. And maybe your listeners might find them intriguing as well. Hi, Raven. I want to start off by saying that your podcast is my absolute favorite. I share it with all my friends and family, and now they're hooked too. Rightfully so. Thank you. Now, my story. I should have died back in 2021. This all started when my best friend and I were taking a trip to Florida. We're both from a college town in the Midwest. I'm used to driving on backcountry roads, never going more than 50 miles per hour because I'm a nervous driver. However, being the only one with the license, I became the driver once we landed from the airport. I was not thrilled about this, but my friend was notorious for not being the best driver, hence the reason I was the only one with a valid license. For those of you who have visited Florida, you know the driving there is no country road. The third day into our trip, we decided to go to the beach, so I drive us there. By this point, I'm getting a little more used to the roads, as well as the enhanced speed limits. I'm feeling more confident, so I'm feeling a bit more at ease, and just moving with the traffic. I'm going 70 miles per hour at least, as I'm in the middle of a 6-lane highway. My best friend and I are just singing along and having a great time, excited that it's our first trip together. The singing quickly stopped and turned into both of us screaming for our lives. There was a car coming right toward us at an excessive speed. It was going to smash right into us. All I could think was I needed to move, I needed to switch lanes, and we had to get away from this car, or we were going to die. As I looked around, we're boxed in. Cars around us in each lane. There was nowhere for me to go without hitting someone going at least 70. A crash like that with any car could be fatal. This is where things start to get very strange for me. I was terrified when this was happening, screaming. I don't scream. All of a sudden, the fear left my body and I turned on my turn signal. From that point until we were stopped at the next stoplight, everything went black for me. There was nowhere for us to have gone. No lane for me to switch to. We should have been killed. And maybe we were. The next thing I remember is being stopped at the light as the cars around me are full of people clapping and giving me a thumbs up. It was such a relief, but we were still so shaken the rest of the day. Now, I know this sounds like a bad driver story, but what still freaks me out to this day is the fact that I don't remember driving. I don't remember what I did to get us out of that situation. It was like as soon as I turned on my turn signal, I left my body and it was no longer me driving. I remember my best friend saying, "I don't know how you just did that. That was some Matrix crap." This was way before I really knew much about glitches in the Matrix, and I couldn't explain it. I don't know how 1 second we should have been smashed by a reckless driver, and the next we were sitting at a stoplight. Maybe it was a glitch. Maybe someone or something was looking out for us. Or maybe we did die that day, and we switched timelines. Hey Raven, I recently found your podcast on Spotify and instantly became hooked. Thank you. The story that I have for you is one that still stays on my mind and confuses the daylights out of me. It's just flat out weird to me. Earlier this year, I had reconnected with an old friend of mine who, for the story, I will call Leia. We went to the same school, but Leia was a few years younger. I hung out more with her older sister at the time, but just within the last year, we've become super close. We enjoy going to a local coffee shop and actually started attending church together. So a few weeks of us attending church, the pastor had been called to a new church, leaving ours without a pastor, and fill-ins had been preaching to us. The fill-in priests had already retired, and were just helping out. That being said, Leia and I had an extremely difficult time making it through Sunday service. Mind you, Leia and I have terribly rough ADHD, and a lot of these priests preached more so a CNN service. After 3 to 4 weeks of attending Sunday services without our pastor, we decided we would go to our local coffee shop and grab coffee and hang out, instead of attending church. We did this for about 3 weeks, going to the coffee shop every Sunday. It was an expensive hobby that we had. On the 4th week or so, Leia messaged me that she's on her way to pick me up, and within 15 minutes, she's at my house. Everything is normal. We arrive at the coffee shop in 10 minutes to find that it's closed. The hours sign says all the normal hours they have, except now it says closed on Sundays. We've come here the last 3 weeks, and the hour sign has always been Tuesday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5, Saturday and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 3, and closed on Mondays. Disappointed, we go back to the car thinking maybe they decided to be closed on Sundays as well as Mondays, and so the following Wednesday, I sometimes get Wednesdays off during the week and my job is closed on Sundays, we go to the coffee shop to grab a sweet treat. I would like to add, the manager of this coffee shop was a best friend of mine and an acquaintance to Leia during our school time together. We live in a very small area with a very small school, and everyone literally knows everyone. I'll call the coffee shop manager Sarah for the story. When we get to the coffee shop on Wednesday, Leia and I brought up how the shop is closed on Sundays now, and we were so bummed on Sunday morning to see they've closed on Sundays. Sarah then says, "We've never been open on Sundays, ever." And she looks as confused as we were. I know for certain that Leia and I went to the coffee shop on Sundays, as quite a few people from church had mentioned us not attending anymore. This was definitely enough to prove to me that glitches in this world are in fact a real thing, and Leia and I had experienced one together. Thank you so much for creating this awesome podcast. Hi, Raven. I found your podcast through my best friend, who listens to it at night. I got curious and have been enjoying listening to it recently. This weird sort of glitch happened to me and I thought that I would share it here. The story happened around late Christmas in 2023. At the time, I was an older teenager and had started working at a trampoline park in one of the southern states of the US. They were in desperate need of managerial work there, so I was promoted within the first 2 months. This was a weird experience for me as a teen, because I never really had to be in charge of people. But I quickly found that certain employees were easier to work with than others. The best of these was a guy that I'll call Jack. Jack was the most reliable employee at the park, but he was content to work as a regular attendant rather than a manager or shift lead. He tended to teach me things about my own job simply because he had worked there longer than I had. The first time something strange happened was when I saw Jack upon coming into work near the end of December. I greeted him like I normally did, and he asked me if I remembered seeing him the other day while driving. I hadn't, and I told him so. "That's weird," he told me. "I saw you in your car and you looked at me and waved." Confused, I asked him what car I was in, hoping to determine if he had just seen a look-alike. "It was a little red car, like a sedan. I don't know what make it was," he replied. I immediately knew that it hadn't been me. I drove my parents' old minivan, a Honda Odyssey, that was bright tan, a color that couldn't be misconstrued as red if you saw it at night with sunglasses on. I told him that it must have been someone else because I didn't drive a red car. "That's wild," he said, looking out at the park with unfocused eyes. "It was like you recognized me. You smiled at me and everything." The way he still called the person you made it seem like he didn't believe that it hadn't been me, despite my assurance. Jack commented on seeing me a few more times during that day, mentioning that I had my long hair pulled back in a man bun, and that even looking at my face made him think of the person in that car. My hair wasn't long enough to wear up in a bun back at that time, as I was still growing it out. I brushed off the occurrences at the time, telling myself that of course it had just been someone else who looked uncannily similar. I had a doppelganger in the non-supernatural creature sort of way. Since then, I moved out of my parents' home to a place about 6 hours away, and I bought my own car. Well, it's a small red sedan, and I tend to wear my hair in a bun whenever I go out to keep it from getting in my face. It just crossed my mind recently that I suddenly fit the description of the person that Jack had described. I plan to visit my parents for Christmas this year, and if I look out and see Jack outside my window, I think I'll be convinced that some sort of weird time glitch must have happened. The fact that he described the version of me a year into the future still weirds me out. This is messing with my head big time. I visit my mom every day. She lives alone. I drop my fiancé at work and drive straight to her house every single day. I hang for a few hours, go pick up my fiancé, and we go home to our apartment. Every day. Rinse, repeat. I don't know if this matters, but a few months ago, she had every lock in her house changed. I was there, and I have keys to all of them. Old owners of the house didn't leave keys to every lock, so that's why she did that. I usually show up before she wakes up for the day. I was here yesterday. I come in through the garage door that opens into the laundry room every single day. I only have 4 keys on my keyring. Her garage/laundry door, our apartment, mailbox, and my car. I always have to unlock the door when I get to her house. Always. Yesterday, my key worked fine. Today it doesn't. I stood there for what felt like forever, trying to unlock that door, and my key does not work. I eventually gave up and entered through the front doors. Keys work just fine for those. I keep them on a separate ring inside my purse. Once inside, I tried and tried again, and my key will not open the door that it opened yesterday. Then I checked her keys, and her key to that door doesn't work either. She had a few spares made of all the new lock keys, and none of them work either. It's like the lock was changed in the night. Assuming someone didn't break into her house, which has an alarm system, and change the lock, how is this possible? None of the keys work anymore. I tried a total of 10 keys. This is so stupid, but I am so confused. Now, this part may seem strange to some people because I am adding a bit of a caveat to this story. This story ended up not actually being a glitch in the Matrix. The reason I'm including this is to show that, sometimes, these stories do have logical explanations. By no means am I saying that every glitch story has a logical explanation, because, let's be honest, some of them don't. This one did. Apparently this was an issue with corrosion in the lock. The person ended up spraying Pam into the lock, the non-stick cooking spray, which, by the way, is never suggested because it will destroy the lock potentially, and the keys actually worked. Now you may ask why I'm including this if this isn't a glitch in the Matrix. Again, I'm doing so to show that even the strangest stories where something works one day and doesn't the next, they may appear to be glitches, but sometimes there's, again, logical explanations. Plus, still an interesting story in my opinion. Hi, Raven. My glitch in the Matrix story requires a little bit of context before I get into it. I had my eldest daughter young. I was pregnant for most of being 18 and turned 19 the month after she was born. The only work I had done up to that point was a server in a hotel for a short time, a retail assistant in a card shop over the Christmas holidays, and a little bit of work experience in a reptile shop as I was studying a course for animal management. Fast forward a few years, my daughter is now 5 or 6. I haven't worked anywhere else during this time, having the opportunity to stay home and raise her. I decided to take her swimming one afternoon. The swimming pool is laid out like a big loop, so you can just go around and around. I notice as we're going around the loop that there is a woman who is maybe in her mid-30s, early 40s, with dark curly hair that keeps looking back at us. I know that she's also there with more than one child, so I keep telling myself that she's trying to keep an eye on the older ones who are swimming around the loop faster than us moms with the little ones. It becomes apparent that she is definitely just staring, though, after a few loops around. I just keep trying to ignore her and act like I don't notice her staring, but I'm very aware of this woman watching us. Eventually, on one of the loops around, we end up coming close to each other, and she calls out my name. I'm already very guarded at this point, and it catches me completely by surprise, and I ask if we know each other. This woman seems a bit taken aback that I don't recognize her, but proceeds to tell me her name. I apologize to her and tell her that I'm very sorry, but I don't know who she is. We're both obviously very confused at this point, as she clearly knows who I am. She even inquires after some of my family members by name. I've lowered my guard a little at this point, as there doesn't seem to be anything sinister about her, but my curiosity is definitely piqued. I switch tactics and ask her, where do we know each other from? What she said next left me completely confused. She proceeds to name the place where we worked together 3 years ago. I tell this woman that this isn't possible. I've never heard of the workplace before, and I haven't worked since I had my daughter. The conversation pretty much ended there. She looked absolutely horrified, and I'm sure that I did too. To this day, I still can't understand this interaction. That woman definitely knew who I was and was sure that we used to work together. I can't place her, and I still don't know the workplace that she mentioned. I wonder about this a lot. Did I jump timelines to one where I went back to work after having my daughter? Or did she jump timelines? I think that this will spook me forever. A few years back, there was a solar eclipse visible in New England. I had moved away long ago, about 10 years at least, living out of state, and was back in the general area and decided I would check it out from a park nearby where I was staying. I also bought some of those eclipse glasses that convenience stores sell for $5. I didn't know anyone at all personally where I was staying, or even in the state outside my family and my friends were long moved away. The park was about the size of a professional basketball court, not big, and only grass covering an open field. There were probably 6 or 7 other people too, either sitting down or standing or hanging out because of the eclipse. The eclipse event was not as dramatic as I assumed it would be, and it got dark barely. Although cool nonetheless. In total, myself and the other people were there for about an hour. When the eclipse was basically over, I started walking away out of the park, and as I was walking, I was headed towards 2 people, a man and a woman that were sitting down, and I thought to myself, I'll give my eclipse glasses to them. I'm not going to need them anymore, as they didn't have any. I approached them and said, "Hi, I'm leaving, and you can have these if you want." The man then turned towards me and said, "No thanks, David." I got an immediate feeling of fear and confusion. paused for a second but said nothing. They said nothing and kept walking. These two people were nobody that I recognized, as well as being probably in their 50s, myself 30. So they were way too old to be anybody that I would know or anybody that would know me. But also, they never waved while I was in the park or even acknowledged me if they did know me. As I was walking towards them 20 feet away, 10, 5 feet. They also didn't have eclipse glasses, which were definitely necessary, yet they were staring straight at the sun. There was no reason to think anybody from some kind of law enforcement was following me, and I wasn't in any trouble in any way. The area itself was not my hometown either. The spookiness was how confidently they knew who I was. Yet, had I never said anything about giving them the glasses, they never would have acknowledged me. I've run into people before who I don't initially recognize, and their attitude is the same. More sociable. At least follow-up statements or questions like, "Haven't seen you in a while," or something other than deliberate creepiness. Today I meet new clients for work all the time, and in my social life, meet new people very often. And even if I can't remember their name, I'll at least recognize them. I still occasionally rack my brain, and have just instead decided to consider it a paranormal encounter. Maybe something supernatural. Myself from the future, maybe? Or just a glitch in the matrix of some kind. Hey Raven, I think you helped find my missing cat. We live out in the country in a town of about 100 people. Stray animals always tend to find our house, and I don't have the heart to turn them away. A few months ago, a stray cat wandered into our yard. I came home one afternoon and was shocked to see that she had 5 kittens on our back porch. I instantly bonded with one of the kittens. He had all the orange cat energy, and I decided to name him Judy after my cat-obsessed late grandmother. When I say obsessed, I mean every square inch of her house was cat-themed. This past Friday, July 26, 2024, I woke up to a text from my husband saying to go out and check on the kittens. I am a beekeeper, so I usually use our truck, and he takes the car to work. But this particular morning, he said all the kittens were under the car, so he had to take the truck. I went out to check on them, and could only find 4 kittens. Judy was missing. The kittens always stick together, so I instantly knew something was very wrong. I had so much to do to prep for Saturday's farmer's market, but all I could do was look for him. Since the last place they were seen was under the car, I was convinced he was stuck in the engine. When my husband got home from work, he put the car up on a lift and began to take the bottom of the car apart. Judy was nowhere to be found. We drove back and forth to my husband's work, which is about 20 minutes away. Our thought was maybe he had gotten up under the truck and fell out on the way to work, but there was still no sign of him. Saturday went by and still no sign. On Sunday morning, I went on Spotify and saw one of your Glitch in the Matrix episodes was recommended to me. I had never heard of your podcast before and was intrigued. I listened all day long. By the end of the day, I had decided that I create my own reality, and I choose to be in a reality where Judy comes back. I went to sleep Sunday night and had the most vivid dream that Judy was coming home Monday morning. I woke up and told my husband and kids about the dream. I ran outside expecting to see him. I looked all around, even in the crawl space under the house, but he was still nowhere to be found. A couple hours go by and I get a call from my husband. He was frantic and yelling, "Get to my work right now, I have Judy." I was in shock. I raced to his work and pulled in right at 11:11 a.m. to see him holding Judy. I couldn't believe it. He must have crawled under the truck on Friday, rode the 20 minutes to his work, climbed down, and then spent the weekend hiding near his work. He was a little beat up, but he was okay. I asked my husband how he found him, and he said it was the weirdest thing. He walked out into the parking lot and heard a cat meowing like crazy, and a woman picking him up to bring him home. He yelled, "That's my cat! He's been missing for 3 days. My wife and kids have been so distraught." The crazy part is, my husband doesn't get a break until 12:30 p.m. He should not have been in that parking lot at that time. A coworker asked him to get something from another building, which he can get to from inside the building he was in. But something inside him was telling him to cut through the parking lot. If this had been just a minute or so later, that woman would have been on her way home with our cat. But instead, I was on my way home with him. Later that night, I had the urge to go through a memories box I hadn't been through in years. Laying on top was a wooden picture my grandmother, Judy, had given me. It was an orange cat with a quote that said, "Loved you yesterday, love you still, always have and always will." I would like to think my grandmother was looking out for me and Judy from the other side. That combined with your podcast, which allowed me to open my mind and jump into a timeline where Judy was home. So, for that, I thank you. P.S. I called my mom to tell her the story of what happened. I told her about my dream, and she said that when my late grandfather's favorite cat had been missing for a month, he had a vivid dream that he would find her when he woke up. When he woke up, he opened his front door to see his cat sitting on the porch, like she had never left. The OP did send me a second post with an update, or more information depending on how you look at it. Hey Raven, I submitted the story earlier today, but I wanted to add some late night thoughts. My husband and I can't get over how crazy our missing cat situation is. We keep asking ourselves, why did no one see Judy before Monday morning? He was right in front of the entrance in the building, in serious distress. He asked people who worked the weekend and no one saw him. My husband took the car to work Monday morning. Had he actually been up inside the car that whole time and not the truck? Had he lost enough weight being stuck that he was finally able to wiggle his way out? If so, why didn't we hear him? We had driven the car 100 plus miles over the weekend, so that would be absolutely crazy if he was in there the whole time. Plus, my husband tore that car apart trying to find him. I keep trying to find a logical reason for all this, but maybe I did just switch timelines. Hi Raven, I sent you a glitch in the Matrix story last month, and you put it on your playlist last week, so I now want to tell you about my other 2 glitches. I'll keep them short. So after the glitch that had happened to me that I've already sent you had happened, I was really shook up and couldn't stop thinking about it. So, one day a few months later, I just started talking out loud to the universe. I said, "Hey universe, remember when you sent me to another reality for a whole day and then brought me back that same night? Well, that was really cool, and I'd appreciate it if you could do something else so I would know that you're listening to me and that you're always with me, okay? And thank you in advance." And that's what I said. And then I just went about my day. Well, the day before I said this, I had gotten a letter in the mail from my brother, who was in prison at the time, and I read what he had to say. On the backside of the letter, he drew a diagram of a garden that he made specifically for the officers of the prison. He showed me the rows and what were planted in them. Okay, so that was the day before I spoke to the universe. Well, later on that day, the day that I talked to the universe, I went to the mailbox and brought the mail in. I had gotten another letter from my brother. That was strange. So as I started reading it, I realized that it was saying the exact same thing as the letter I had gotten the day before. So I turned the page over and there was a diagram of the garden. What? I went to the drawer that I kept all of my brother's letters in, and the letter that I had gotten the day before was not in there. I received the same letter again. I literally had to open it again. So, of course, I immediately thanked the universe for answering my request. The other glitch happened in 2014 when I was working at Taco Bell. We had to wear name tags on our shirts. Well, every day after work, I would come home and take my name tag off and lay it on top of the bathroom countertop and put my uniform in the hamper. So one day I was getting ready for work, and I went to get my name tag and I couldn't find it. My roommate helped me look for it too. I lived in a very small studio apartment and it was absolutely nowhere to be found. I even checked my uniform from the day before and no, it wasn't there either. It wasn't anywhere. So my boss gave me someone else's name tag who had quit, and I walked around with someone else's name for 2 weeks. They didn't even give me a new name tag, and out of the blue, one morning, when I was getting ready for work, there was my name tag, just sitting on top of the bathroom countertop. My roommate is a no-nonsense kind of guy with no sense of humor, and playing tricks is so not his style. It definitely wasn't him. I don't know where the name tag was for those 2 weeks, but it found its way back to me. Thank you again, Raven, for letting me tell my stories. And that's all I've got, but if anything else happens, I'll be sure to let you and your listeners know. Blessings to you and everyone who is listening. Hey Raven, I submitted a couple of stories to your website recently and I decided to join your Reddit so I could share some more of my stories. Thanks for giving a voice to those of us with abnormal experiences that most people wouldn't believe. When I was a child, my parents had taken me on a trip to Hannibal, Missouri to learn about Mark Twain, tour the caverns, and whatever else there is to do there. I was about 7 to 9 years old at the time. We were living in western Illinois, about an hour from the Iowa and Missouri borders, the tri-state area. My mother made so many plans and she really wanted to go to this specific candle shop where they hand-dipped the candles. And she also wanted to go to a store that sold homemade saltwater taffy. I wasn't too excited because, to be completely honest, I wasn't that interested in Mark Twain. Due to the area that we lived in, our teachers used Mark Twain literature in our classes more than once a semester. We were going to stay out a little longer to visit a store my mom wanted to go to, but suddenly we were hit by a really hard rainstorm. My parents drove me back to our hotel, which I recall looked like an old mansion more than a hotel. My parents told me that later on we were going to go swimming in the indoor pool when the rain stopped. I turned on the television and watched cartoons until eventually I fell asleep. I was suddenly woken up by my mother telling me that we were going to go swimming. I walked down to the pool with my parents. It was about 10:30 p.m. and it was still storming. I was confused about why my parents were still up at this hour. Normally they were asleep by 10 p.m. at the latest. At home, I wasn't allowed to shower when it was storming because my mother was worried that I would get shocked if our house got hit by lightning, and I was in the shower. I don't know if there's any truth to that. Anybody else's parents tell them this? But I remember swimming in the pool with my mother. Normally, she didn't even bother getting in the pool with me. The room the pool was in was huge and ornate, as if I were in a mansion. We were the only ones there. I kept seeing giant bolts of lightning illuminating the night sky, and the strong wind blowing the bushes and trees outside. The window was huge. I suddenly got extremely tired, and I went to the edge of the pool and got out, going to a poolside chair and falling asleep. I woke up in the hotel room again. I was changed back into my pajamas, and my swimming suit was dry. It was about midnight at this point. I went over to my mother and woke her up. I asked her, How did you guys get me back to the room and out of my swimsuit? She looked at me sternly and demanded that I stop lying, and that we didn't go swimming and that she has no idea what I'm talking about. She figured it was a dream, and I believed her at the time. I now know that what I experienced was not a dream. It was too vivid. I experienced a different timeline. My mother was a highly religious woman and often told me that I was going to go to hell for lying and stuff. I wasn't lying, but to her I was, because she wasn't the version of the mother I was with in the pool. She passed away in August 2011 from breast cancer, shortly after my 18th birthday and high school graduation. One of the only glitches I've experienced in my Matrix still haunts me today. It was a late, around midnight, spring night in Minnesota. Usually smaller towns die down around this time, but I was living in a more populated city. I was at a gas station that was 24 hours. My husband went inside and I was waiting in the car for him. Out of the corner of my eye, I see this super cute elderly couple. The man was wearing red shorts and a yellow t-shirt, and cleaning off their windshield with the gas station squeegee, starting with the passenger side. Then the woman opened the passenger door, got out, kissed him, and proceeded to go inside. Okay, sounds normal at first. I see him go around to the driver's side and clean that side, and then place the squeegee back and sit in the driver's seat. She comes out, goes back into the car, and sits. He then gets out, grabs the squeegee, and proceeds to clean the passenger side window. While he's cleaning it, she gets out, kisses him, and goes back inside. Okay, a second time starts alarming me, as there is no one else at the gas station during this time. She's inside for maybe a minute, and while she's inside, he cleans the passenger side, then the driver's side, puts back the squeegee, and gets inside the car. She comes out, sits in the passenger seat. He then gets out again and starts cleaning the windshield. It happens in the exact order every time. This proceeded to happen 12 times within 15 minutes. She's only ever inside for 1 minute, if that long. After the 5th time, my heart starts racing. My husband isn't answering my texts, and I debated about starting to film it. Around 12:20 a.m., my husband comes back out to the car and sees me in a state of confusion. I proceeded to tell him what happened, and he looks over at their car. At this time, the woman was getting out of the car again, and the man was getting out to clean the windshield. My husband then says, "That woman was never inside." Chills went down my back. There's only one entrance, and the gas station was small, so he would have seen her inside. He said that he never even saw her at the door. I was panicking and confirmed, "Well, do you see them now?" And he did see them, so I knew that I wasn't entirely hallucinating. This is forever a creepy moment in my life. It was like watching a GIF. They moved in the same way each time, and it freaked me out. I never went back to that gas station, even during the day. Hi Raven, I love your videos about glitches and have one myself to contribute. This happened about 15 or so years ago, when my kids were younger. We were spending the day at the state fair. It was lunchtime and we visited the food stands, gathering all of our favorites. Once we had everything, we looked for a place to sit and noticed a large picnic table nestled among several others. We found a spot in the middle of the table and began eating our food. A man that was sitting next to my son got up and asked if we wanted his French fry loaf, as he had barely touched it. First of all, for those of you who don't know what a French fry loaf is It's a bunch of french fries deep fried and pressed into a loaf shape. You know, typical fair food. And secondly, this was long before we had to worry about the current viruses, so it didn't seem like an unusual request. We gratefully accepted, ate it along with our food, and went on with our day. Fast forward to the next year, when we once again spent the day at the fair. We were hungry and got some food and found the same picnic area as the previous year and sat at a table. Shortly after starting to eat, a man got up and asked us if we wanted his french fry loaf as he had barely touched it. We were all stunned, as we realized that this was the same man sitting in the same position, and so were we. It was at the same picnic table, and the same food that was being pawned off as the year prior. I'm not sure that I even answered, as I could not believe what had just happened. He left the food and walked off, just as he had before. My kids and I all looked at each other in disbelief. I know that this was not just my imagination, as this is exactly as my 3 children also remembered. Even though we were in shock, we still ate the loaf, as it is one of our favorite foods. I don't know why we didn't get it ourselves. Well, fast forward again to the next year, and once again we were spending a day at the fair. As we were getting our food, we laughed and wondered if we would see the same man again. We wanted to buy a french fry loaf, but decided not to in case we were able to get a free one. We looked for the picnic area, but did not see it. We knew where it was, but it was not there. I know that fairs change their layout from year to year, but these tables were cemented to the ground. They were nowhere to be found. Dumbfounded, we sat at the same spot on the grass to eat our food. We've gone to this same fair many times after that, and were never able to find that picnic area or that man again. My kids and I still talk about it to this day, and we're all very convinced that there was a glitch in the Matrix, but feel that once we realized it, it never repeated. What are your thoughts? Hello, Raven. I've had odd events happen throughout my life, such as thinking about someone I have not seen in a long time, and then having them turn up unexpectedly within a day or two. I've thought about songs from years ago, and suddenly they're playing on the radio. I even knew the moment that my grandfather passed away. I was sitting on the couch one evening with my 5-month-old son, when I heard the siren of a fire truck rush by my house. Something soothing washed over me. It was almost like a hug. I looked at my son and softly said, "Your great-grandpop is gone." 5 minutes later, my sister called me to give the news of Pop's passing. I dreamt of my grandmother the night that she passed. I dreamed that my mom and I were looking at a family photo album. In my dream, my mom pointed to a photo of my grandmother. My grandmother was really young in the picture. It was from the 1940s, and she was so beautiful. My mom points to the picture, looks at me with such sadness, and says, "She's not with us anymore." The next morning, my mom gave me the news of my grandmother's passing. This I attribute to having a close, almost spiritual connection to the people, places, and things that I care deeply about. The last thing that has happened started out some years ago. My husband and I moved into a house that was built in the 1950s. When we purchased the house, the kitchen consisted of the standard 1950s metal cabinets, old gas stoves, and no storage to speak of. We were getting ready to go out one evening, and I was standing in the kitchen putting on my favorite earrings. They were garnets, and were a Christmas gift from my husband. They were very small due to our tight budget for Christmas gifts. Garnet is my very favorite gemstone. However, it's not my birthstone. It is, however, my dad's birthstone. To continue, I was putting on the earrings when I dropped one of the earrings on the kitchen floor. My husband and I both looked everywhere for it with no luck. Fast forward 8 or 9 years, For some reason, I just could not get rid of the single garnet earring that I had left. I had thought about giving it to my brother since he had one pierced ear, but something kept telling me not to. My husband and I decided that it was time to update the kitchen and that we had sufficient funds to do so. We completely gutted the kitchen. Walls, floors, everything came out. My dad helped with the renovation of our kitchen and was a tremendous help with his knowledge of things having to do with renovation. Fast forward another year or two, we completely loved our new kitchen, especially knowing that my dad helped with this project. He passed away in 2016. One day, not long after his passing, I came home from work early. The sun was streaming through the back kitchen window, lighting up the room with bright afternoon sunlight. As I walked into the kitchen, there on the floor was something very small and sparkling. I picked it up, and to my surprise, it was the garnet earring. Not the one that had been in my jewelry box without its mate for so many years, but the one I lost prior to us gutting the kitchen for a remodel. I stood there looking at it laying in the palm of my hand, and then realized that it was my dad's birthday. I've enjoyed wearing my tiny garnet earrings ever since, and now I can't help but think that my dad returned them to me. I've had many experiences in my young life, including paranormal ones, though I won't get into those here. I had an overactive imagination as a child, so I usually dismissed those things as fantasy. Now in my mid-40s, I have a story to share about something that happened during my work experience at 16. My friend and I had to take a bus that dropped us off about 20 minutes walk from the work site. One day, as we were walking, we saw a red car with its hazard lights flashing. We passed it, but then suddenly it felt like we had jumped back in time. We were right at the beginning of the walk, passing the same car again. Hazards just flashing still. The strange part wasn't the time jump, though it was the feeling that came with it. I turned to my friend and asked, "Did you feel that?" He nodded and said yes. We both felt weird, like we were groggy, as if waking up from a dream. It was unsettling, but we went on with our day and didn't talk much about it again until later. Years later, when it crossed my mind, I'd ask him, "Do you remember that car?" And he always said yes. So I know it wasn't just my imagination. I felt like we'd experienced a glitch in reality, like time warped or were somehow transported. It reminds me of a similar experience I had as a child, which was something I always chalked up to my imagination because I was the only one there to witness them. But this time it was different. I could never make sense of that experience until I came across your channel and started listening to some of the stories about similar bizarre events. Hearing others share their strange encounters really resonated with me and helped me realize that I wasn't alone in what I went through.